At some point, unable to withstand the tension, So Chikhun decisively went to his colleagues to confess that he was leaving work early. Everyone immediately turned to him with interest and, realizing that the guy had already finished the day shift, quickly understood the reason for his desire to leave the office. But one of the colleagues approached the young man and friendly reminded him, today they were expecting a long-awaited corporate party. The comrade immediately hugged So Chikhun by the shoulders, explaining that he simply had no right to miss this event. Without him, the fun would be completely incomplete. Other colleagues also began whispering, thinking that So Chikhun probably planned to spend this evening alone, and this thought made them a little sad. Still, the guy wearily explained, if there had been even a little less work, maybe he would have agreed to go to the corporate party. But it turned out differently. In recent weeks he had been working all night long, and today for the first time in a long time he was able to leave on time. All this was already annoying and exhausting to the extreme. Suddenly, a female colleague approached him from behind and supportively patted the guy on the shoulder. It seemed that only she perfectly understood his pain and exhaustion. The coworker also gently reminded So Chikhun they had all been working without a single day off lately. Everyone was very tired, not just him. And of course, the young man was touched by the fact that the girl turned out to be the only person who understood him. But in fact, she thought that precisely because they were all so exhausted and overworked, this evening should be devoted to fun and drinking. In the end, the hero bitterly realized these two were not on the same wavelength with him at all. Perhaps the reason was also that from endless overtime they had simply lost their minds. And So Chikhun was also restless to find out how it all happened that he fell into this gathering of lunatics and workaholics. At first, this young man went into public service precisely to work calmly and rest normally. But suddenly, when he was already heading to the exit of the building, the boy saw a visitor he was just entering through the main door. This man seemed half familiar to the young man. He had already visited their establishment today. His face was extremely unpleasant, so Chikhun hurried to politely escort the guest. He reminded that he could do nothing about his situation. A strict order had come from above. Therefore, the official asked him to come next time, maybe then they could help him. Of course, the client immediately flared up with anger. He decided that So Chikhun was brazenly ignoring his problem. So the boy had to explain fearfully that nothing like that was even in his thoughts. The same female colleague came up, who patiently explained to the visitor that their center was already closed for today. If he had any questions left, he could come to them tomorrow. But the very next moment the woman covered her mouth with her palm in horror, and her eyes sharply widened. The man was still sure that So Chikhun was boldly ignoring him, so he decided the best solution was simply to stab this young man. The madman began to wildly stab the young man with a knife, because he believed that So Chikhun was to blame for all his life troubles since he could not help. And honestly, the guy did not understand at all what this crazy man was saying. All the hero wanted was to work peacefully and rest well. The next moment he suddenly jerked upward and with a scream broke free from the nightmare he had seen. Breathing heavily and coming to his senses, the young man quickly realized that he was all right. The boy's name was Ilmak, and looking around fearfully, he tried to understand how much longer it would take for these strange, intrusive dreams about his past life to stop appearing to him. At that very moment, he heard the shout of the uncle innkeeper who asked Ilmak to bring water. Exactly a whole year has passed since that very So Chikhun was stabbed by a crazed visitor. But the young man was given a second chance at life, and eventually, he suddenly found himself in the body of a completely different person in a wondrous world of martial arts. Fortunately, thanks to So Chikhun's vivid memories, the boy whose body he entered was able to adapt quickly without much difficulty. Moreover, this guy also worked as an ordinary servant in a small local tavern. The motto of So Chikhun from a past life, work in moderation, rest in moderation, perfectly suited Yilmak's current job. At first, the hero thought he could work calmly and act carelessly forever, but it lasted only for a while. When the boy was returning with buckets to bring water to the tavern, he suddenly saw the tavern burning with bright flames. Along with it, his cloudless future was burning to ashes. Obviously, the guy immediately ran with all his might to the burning building, even forgetting that all this time he had heavy buckets of water hanging on his shoulders. There, in the midst of this devastation and chaos, he noticed a mysterious old man in snow-white robes who calmly watched as the tavern burst into flames. Obviously, the guy was very panicked and did not understand why their modest inn out of all others had to catch fire. The young man immediately began to pour water on himself, preparing to rush into the flames to save the unfortunate people. Finally, he desperately turned to the uncle and asked him to endure a little longer because now the boy would pull him out of the fiery trap. But suddenly the fair-haired elder blocked his way and pressed his sharp, cold sword to the young man's throat. Of course, for AllMagic the stranger's behavior remained a mystery. He had to hurry to save the others. But this old man, as if nothing had happened, cold-bloodedly explained that the innkeeper had long ago died. The reason for his tragic death was that the noodles in the establishment were simply unbearably disgusting, so the old man could not forgive this. And AllMagic could not believe that the innkeeper was actually killed because of such nonsense. In the end, the old man had to explain. The noodles were really so disgusting that he burned the place to the ground. And in AllMagic, the man saw something special. He saw that the boy did not belong among ordinary servants, so the old man generously decided to give him a chance. He suggested that this boy become his apprentice. If he refuses, he will die here and now. And at that very moment, bright memories suddenly overwhelmed the hero about how he almost died in his past life. Back then, he really acted strictly by the rules, but he was still stabbed just for supposedly ignoring a client. Here someone calmly kills people over failed noodles and burns entire taverns to the ground. But the boy was no longer going to tolerate such chaos, so immediately in despair he shouted loudly, outraged by the behavior of this inadequate old man. The young man reminded, no matter how much he waved his sword here, it does not mean that everything will go the way he wants. And the boy boldly stated that he would never obey such a madman as this old man, even if he had to die. At that moment from behind, somewhere far away, the old man's assistant approached a man with a black eye patch. They quickly looked at each other and the assistant hurriedly nodded to his master. Then the young AllMagic roared like a wild cornered beast, ordering these lunatics to shut up immediately and return to him his dreamed peaceful life. At that moment, the assistant, quietly sneaking up behind the boy, skillfully struck his neck with his fingers and he instantly lost consciousness. Although the guy thought he was dying this time, the feelings were completely different. A strange relief settled in his soul. But AllMagic was frankly angry in his past life. He just wanted to work peacefully and rest normally. But the hero never succeeded then or now. The old man, looking at the softened body of the young man on the ground, authoritatively ordered the assistant to take the youth with him. When the boy next regained consciousness, he was already in a carriage that was rushing with all its might along mountain paths somewhere deep into the unknown. He jumped up in surprise, and AllMagic immediately began looking around until he noticed the very same old man who was patiently waiting for his awakening. In fact, AllMagic was very surprised to be alive. Since the old man was so angry about the tasteless noodles, he must have intended to kill him too after all this crazy madness and shouting. At that very moment, the old man suddenly decided to apologize to the young man for his outright lie. But it wasn't he who harmed the tavern owner. The real culprit was the combat union. More precisely, the combat union made it clear that they set a trap as soon as the man accidentally looked into this tavern, and used this event as a pretext to unite forces against him. Honestly, this explanation sounded too implausible, but AllMagic could not dismiss the old man's words. Judging by everything the boy managed to see, those so-called orthodox and demonic unions were essentially just bandits. Probably AllMagic was extremely curious why the old man lied to him so brazenly. But he admitted he just wanted to see the sincere, true nature of this boy. He was infinitely glad to learn that the boy would prefer death rather than become a disciple of the enemies. And the old man was also wildly happy. His intuition about people did not fail him. When the man good-naturedly chuckled, AllMagic was absolutely certain. This person clearly was not all right in the head. But the old man also explained to the frightened youth he had no other choice, so he had to go with them. If the boy had survived near the burned-down tavern, he would definitely have told that a terrible enemy attacked the inn, but that enemy mercifully spared him, a simple servant. After such testimony from the boy, he would certainly have been killed to put all the blame on the old man himself. So now the young man really had only two options. Either he would become the old man's apprentice, or he would die. But the old man himself warned he had no intention of killing AllMagic. The boy would die at the hands of the combat union. They would definitely find him. He had to remain silent for some time to weigh everything that was happening in his mind before making a final decision. At first, he decided to find out the master's name. And the elder immediately noticed the tone with which the hero addressed him had clearly changed. but he still introduced himself. His name was Hyakrian Ilva. However, unfortunately, Ilmak could not recall such a name. And the old man quickly realized this because, most likely, the hero had heard his nickname. In the Central Plains, the man was usually called the Heavenly Demon. Ilmak clearly remembered, in most martial arts stories, the Heavenly Demon is either the main hero or the final boss. A symbol of incredible martial power and the formidable ruler of the demonic cult. Depending on the work, it could be the sect of the Sun and Moon, the sect of Min, and so on. In short, it meant the title of the cult leader. The only thing all legends about the heavenly demons agreed on was that they were incredibly strong and constantly involved in any dark crimes. So Ilmak definitely did not want to get involved in this. At this moment, the old man decided to find out what kind of peaceful fate the hero was dreaming of, and he simply explained, he wanted to live peacefully without obstacles and without dangers, nothing special. While they were peacefully chatting, finally the assistant knocked on the carriage wall and explained that they had already arrived at the place. Then, before going outside, the elder decided to find out the name of the boy he had kidnapped, and he introduced himself as Ilmak because he simply had no surname. Finally, the heavenly demon calmly nodded and respectfully went outside, pulling the boy along with him. The young hero saw a whole crowd of people bowing deeply, and the elder solemnly welcomed the boy to their sect. After that, all the subordinates began loudly praising Hyakrian Ilva, the great lord of all demons, one after another. And honestly, the number of followers turned out to be much larger than the hero had imagined. Now the young man finally truly understood what it was like to be the head of an entire cult. He was still a little stunned. And moreover, when the hero now looked at the heavenly demon, he felt no negative feelings towards him. He even thought that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he agreed to become the heavenly demon's disciple after all. At this moment, they finally reached the magnificent place that everyone respectfully called the Pavilion of Pungam. The elder also explained, if the young man did not agree to become his disciple, then this luxurious estate would still become his new home. And now the hero had to stay here until he made his final decision. Also, Hyakrian Ilva solemnly promised to personally deal with those vile murderers who attacked the tavern and took the life of a good person. He promised to regularly report to the hero on the progress of the investigation. The heavenly demon perfectly understood. For Ilmak, the innkeeper was like a second father, so his emotional wounds were incredibly deep and painful. It didn't matter whether Ilmak became his disciple or not, the heavenly demon swore by his sacred name that he would definitely help the young man avenge this loss. And of course, the youth immediately fell to his knees before the elder, sincerely thanked Hyakrian Ilva for everything, and respectfully called him teacher. Naturally, the old man was extremely impressed that the hero made such a fateful decision so quickly. But the boy perfectly understood, as the teacher himself said, he had no choice anyway. So the youth was ready to do everything in his power not to disappoint the elder. The heavenly demon was even a little surprised that the boy accepted the only right decision so quickly. He solemnly explained in the same way, as the head of the cult, he cares for all the followers of their divine cult. From this day, the elder will introduce his new disciple to an assistant. This man will teach the boy the customs and traditions of their cult. Of course, the hero immediately bowed reverently, sincerely thanked the teacher for the invaluable help, and watched him attentively until he disappeared into the distance. However, the youth suddenly noticed that the majestic elder stopped near some girl. As expected from the heavenly demon, he did not waste time and immediately found the person who would take on the role of assistant for the disciple. However, this girl looked exactly like a real star that had descended from the heavens to the sinful earth. So Ilmak was extremely surprised that she would be in charge of his daily affairs and training. But still, so Chikhun resolutely ordered himself to finally gather his thoughts and calm down, because he had to keep himself under control. Even considering that from his past life he had long been over 30, looking at such a young girl was simply unacceptable. At that moment, the beautiful mistress gracefully approached the young master to politely greet him. She introduced herself. Her name was Chin Hyena, and from then on, she would faithfully serve him. Approaching closer, Ilmak examined the maid and tried to find a decent excuse for himself. After all, the current body was about 15 years old, so the age difference between them was not that big. Therefore, there was nothing indecent in his thoughts. At that moment, Chin Hyena politely apologized for the fact that right after the introduction they had to get down to business. But from then on, the hero had to start serious preparation for admission to the legendary Magwan. Of course, Ilmak heard this name for the first time, so Chin Hyena patiently explained. It is the highest educational institution, where from 16 years old only the most outstanding, the most gifted members of the cult are accepted. Without exception, all the highest minions of their cult are graduates of the renowned Magwan. And considering that the hero is a personal disciple of the Lord himself, so as not to disgrace the majestic name of the heavenly demon, he is simply obliged to enter there. Of course, the hero perfectly understood this sounded not so simple at all, and their time was stubborn, extreme, almost pressing. But the mistress gently asked the boy not to worry and not to overthink things ahead of time, after which she elegantly gathered her hair into a high ponytail. And immediately after that, Ilmak felt some oppressive, heavy mood around him. Chin Hyena herself, bowing respectfully, solemnly promised Ilmak that she would definitely make him the strongest among all those who would participate in the selection. And the late evening came, but the exhausting training did not end. Chin Hen mercilessly forced the boy to do push-ups, and with each lift of his tired body, he had to clearly recite various sacred mantras. Moreover, she turned out to be an incredibly meticulous, strict tormentor. The maid mercilessly did not count push-ups when Ilmak's voice sounded too quiet and unclear. And on top of that, she would cling even to the smallest things, if the guy's hands were not even enough when he did push-ups with such a heavy load on his back. Eventually, the unfortunate hero was simply crushed to the ground by a massive stone. He weakly lay on the soil to rest and catch his breath a little. The maid scolded the lazy young man only once and commanded authoritatively. He immediately gets up and continues training. But the boy was already having convulsions all over his exhausted body, so he had to pleadingly explain that he physically could not do any more push-ups. Of course, Chin Hyen cold-bloodedly noted he could completely overcome himself. It's not like a knife was held to his throat. Besides, he voluntarily chose to become a disciple of the head of the divine cult. Therefore, she resolutely set the weak boy on his feet and ordered, "Clench your teeth tightly and continue to endure bravely." But as soon as Ilmak looked at the merciless girl, his consciousness began to blur in his eyes from exhaustion. In the end, Chin Heen completely lost consciousness and his powerless hands fell right on the shoulder at the end. Only with the last of his strength did he curse those demonic fanatics. But despite what seemed at first glance like a misfortune, Chin Hyen calmly smiled as the boy fell silent in her strong arms. Because today's training of young Mr. Ilmak has far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person's capabilities. He had a body that had never before known martial arts. The very fact that he managed to come this far only proves his body was blessed by the heavens themselves. The servant girl was incredibly pleased that their wise heavenly demon was able to see such a rare talent. After this, there was no doubt, the teacher deserves the highest praise and is unlike all his predecessors. Soon, when the deep night had already fallen outside, the hero finally began to regain consciousness with difficulty. He did not understand at all where he was, because the last thing the young man remembered was how he was diligently training with Chin Hina. At that moment, the girl carefully laid him on his stomach and continued to pass healing energy through his wounded body. Of course, the frightened hero immediately jumped back sharply, as if stung by poison. Therefore, the servant had to calmly explain to the young master. While he was resting, she performed an important procedure called Chunganghul. It is an ancient healing technique where pressure points on the body are filled with beneficial internal energy. But the treatment was not yet finished, so she asked the hero again, obediently, to lie back on his stomach. And Ilmak only recoiled in fear because this woman looked incredibly like some ruthless sergeant instructor. Moreover, he felt that she wanted to patch him up as quickly as possible to force him to train again like a dog. But for the hero, who in his past life had gone through army torments, such harsh treatment was more than enough. Therefore, he immediately screamed wildly, trying to explain to the servant girl that he did not intend to live like this in endless torment. Moreover, it seemed to him that the assistant was simply obliged to give him breaks, at least sometimes. Ilmak naively hoped that with his determination he would still earn the right to a proper rest. But in the end, she calmly and mercilessly refused. The maid cold-bloodedly explained to the young master he was only 15 years old now. Only 1 year remained until the entrance exams at Magvan. He simply did not have precious time for useless rest. Of course, Ilmak was seriously worried that his life would continue to drag on this grueling path, and he even feared simply dying from insane exhaustion. But the servant had long realized this hero was by no means one to be broken by such burdens and trials. If it did happen, she would gladly follow him into the other world, and they would die on one blessed day. Even becoming a bodiless spirit, she would undoubtedly continue to serve him faithfully. Eventually, the hero understood with even greater certainty. This girl was simply a true fanatic. She very calmly and matter-of-factly told that she would be buried alive together with him. Her devotion, it seemed, truly knew no bounds. Be that as it may, her frightening words pushed Ilmak to one cunning thought. He was nervous, but it seemed he simply had no other choice. Therefore, the young man calmly and confidently explained he would not argue with her words and beliefs. Partly it was just pointless. If so, he would have to give up this life and everything connected with it. The servant, of course, did not understand what exactly the refusal was about. So the hero had to frankly explain. He planned to disgrace their great teacher to the whole world and then simply die like a miserable dog. The maid, apparently, was completely enraged by such audacious words, hoping that the young master would not regret what was said. But Ilmak perfectly understood. His ostentatious worthlessness would probably seriously tarnish the impeccable reputation of both Chin Hina and Hyakrian Ilva himself, but he considered it exclusively his problem. Of course, the girl immediately made it clear to the hero. She would not stand aside and watch indifferently as he mercilessly destroys their sacred reputation. The threatening words of Ilmoka did not scare her at all. It sounded as if, in the worst case, she would simply kill him. And at that very moment, the enraged girl really furiously attacked him with her fists. In the end, she mercilessly pressed the hero, pinned him to the cold wall, and calmly explained he would not escape death for such insolent words. If he dared to cast even the slightest shadow on the sacred name of the heavenly demon, she would personally destroy him with her own hands. Of course, those who do not know the harsh truth might consider her a heretic or a fanatic. But she did not care at all. She would gladly give her life for her ruler who, by the way, was a living god. Ilmak, of course, was incredibly impressed that out of all possible people, the teacher decided to introduce such a furious heretic to him. At the same time, the enraged lady sharply pushed the hero against the wall and majestically stepped back. And the boy just realized this audacious move was indeed the only right decision. He was perfectly aware, not only had they handed him a real heretic, but also one who was ready to kill him cold-bloodedly. The hero said all this fully understanding. Now his only advantage over her was the status of a personal disciple of the heavenly demon. He also understood such a fanatical maid would surely have slandered the sacred legacy of his great teacher. Yet she still wanted to settle this shameful act at the cost of his life. In fact, the hero was playing out this dramatic scene only to later cold-bloodedly use Chin Henu for his own selfish purposes. At that moment, the maid began painfully to rack her brains. What exactly was her wise teacher thinking when he took this strange disciple? Ilmak was convinced that the fish had finally bitten the bait, so now he could move on to the next part of his cunning plan. Finally, the young man calmly explained to the maid. He never said he would not train at all. He only needed two things to follow their strict rules. The first was exactly 15 minutes of deserved rest every hour after exhausting training. The second was guaranteed 7 hours of full sleep. And honestly, the girl was extremely impressed that these were absolutely all his conditions. Ilmak calmly and confidently promised, if she provided him with these reasonable conditions, he would train diligently with all his might. After all, he also did not want to be a burden to his great teacher. In the end, the girl agreed to his fair conditions, but she strictly warned, the hero must really train hard to bind the promise aloud and keep his solemn word. Now that they had agreed on everything, the maid quietly asked him to obediently lie on his stomach so that she could finally finish nourishing his vital points with healing energy. And honestly, the girl's voice was so quiet and broken that the hero even felt a pang of guilt for how cruelly he pressured and manipulated her. Eventually, the next day, the events moved to the training ground, right up to the heavenly demon himself. When the majestic elder came to visit his student, he was pleased to see that he was indeed training hard with all his might. Ilmak was completely exhausted and weakly sat down on the ground. Chen Hen politely explained to the great lord, the exhausting training was going much easier thanks to the wonderful concentration of the young master. And it seemed that at such a rapid pace he would master the basics of external techniques in the shortest time without much effort. And honestly, the boy did not doubt at all that after a whole year of such intense training he would definitely succeed. Without these life-saving 15-minute breaks, he would have long since died from deadly fatigue. The maid carefully helped the hero to stand on trembling legs so that he could appear before his wise teacher in a somewhat more decent appearance. The heavenly demon himself came here to solemnly inform the student. From this blessed day, he would learn the sacred demonic arts together with him. As is known here in the cult of the heavenly demon, the word demonic did not have a bad meaning at all. It embodied true humanity and mighty power, protecting ordinary people and mercilessly punishing evil. So the demonic arts are the general name for all combat techniques of the cult of the heavenly lord. Perhaps they differed from the heretical martial arts that AllMagic had read about in his past life. However, the boy was not going to blindly believe anything in this damn cult, so the question logically arose, are there any drawbacks in the demonic arts? The teacher chuckled good-naturedly and laughed. He didn't even realize how his student could think that there could be any flaws in the sacred techniques of the divine cult. The heavenly demon himself was convinced their techniques have only undeniable advantages because progress moves too fast. But the elder also honestly explained, a person may experience some side effects, so there is a certain risk of deviation. But the man was completely confident someone like his gifted student would definitely cope with this trial. In the end, the hero understood there was no point in refusing, but it wouldn't hurt to find out in advance what side effects exist in various kinds of martial arts. And the teacher, of course, generously promised to explain everything in detail to his student. So when the young man had properly cleaned up, the elder began his thorough story, immediately warning that AllMagic must listen extremely carefully to every word. There was the art of the explosive demonic sword, a destructive technique capable of leveling entire mountain peaks with a single strike. But here was the side effect of this power, a serious problem with anger control. There was also the demonic art of the icy crunch, a technique that instantly freezes everything around, turning it into ice. The side effect was uncontrollable hypersexuality. There was also the art of the sword of mad souls, a sword technique that far surpassed the 24 forms of the blooming plum with its unpredictable, deadly moves. Side effects are painful auditory and visual hallucinations. And honestly, listening about all these formidable techniques, the hero did not know at all what to choose: martial arts or psychological disorders. But suddenly the young man decided to carefully find out how many of these techniques had the great heavenly demon himself mastered. And it turned out he had perfectly learned them all, absolutely everything. So the hero formed an extremely interesting impression. Despite the fact that his teachers were called the great heavenly demon, the elder after all this was supposed to become a real walking mental hospital. Noticing the student's confusion, the teacher hurried to explain that there was no reason for him to worry prematurely. The side effects of demonic arts could be calmly overcome if proper effort was applied. As the hero learned, demonic martial arts are conventionally divided into 3 important stages. The first is the entry into the demon, which marks the beginning of the thorny path. The second is the demon's limit. This is when the side effects reach their terrible peak. And finally, when a person gets rid of all side effects, the last, 3rd stage comes. It was also called the exalted stage of overcoming the demon. Obviously, the hero was incredibly eager to know what happens if a person never reaches the most important stage of overcoming the demon in their lifetime. But the old man soothingly patted the apprentice on the shoulder. He explained it was precisely because of this that out of all others he chose AllMagic as his apprentice. The man recalled how carefully he had examined the boy. If the youth's heart was pure and innocent, he would definitely be able to achieve demon overcoming. Yet the apprentice still doubted. The trial was beyond his strength. Therefore, he suggested AllMagic independently choose which martial art he preferred. And honestly, it was hard for the hero to make such an important decision so quickly. However, he thought it over thoroughly and decided it was better to learn the art of the soul-stealing sword. The art of the soul-stealing sword was distinguished by continuous smooth movements. They say this technique steals the very soul of the opponent, hence its terrifying name. A side effect is obsessive-compulsive disorder. Of course, AllMagic perfectly understood. With moderate obsession, he would manage without special problems. That is why he chose this martial art. Moreover, it is better to strive for perfection to noticeably increase the chances of survival in this harsh world. However, whether everything would go according to plan, no one knew yet. Realizing the wise choice of the apprentice, Hyakrian Ilva suggested immediately starting training with basic stances. He would show them slowly and carefully, and the hero had to watch attentively and repeat exactly. So the next moment the maid respectfully brought AllMagic his own blade, the one he was going to wield. The teacher majestically drew the sword from the sheath, demonstrating the first technique of the art of the soul-stealing sword soul extraction. But one had to be extremely attentive. This move combined drawing the sword and simultaneously blocking the enemy's strike. First, the boy had to step his right foot back and at the same time swiftly draw the sword. Along the strike's trajectory, he needed to deflect the attack and instantly be ready for the next lunge, just as the mentor had just shown. Afterwards, sheathing the sword back, the elder asked the youth to try to repeat this technique independently. In reality, the explanation sounded overly wise, but essentially it was just necessary to draw the sword from the sheath. The hero saw nothing particularly difficult in this, so he confidently stepped forward and did everything as instructed. But suddenly the youth realized with horror, his sword was jammed dead in the sheath. He could not draw the blade and eventually awkwardly froze in place. The teacher patiently explained, it was not only about the hand holding the blade. He had to carefully watch the correct angle of inclination of the sword itself and also its sheath simultaneously. Finally, after the teacher skillfully positioned the hero's hands correctly, he was able to draw the sword at last. Even the teacher himself was pleasantly surprised at how easily and quickly the student managed to catch the right angle. After that, the elders slightly complicated their training, and they began to practice diligently together. Very soon, the tired hero carefully sheathed the blade back into the scabbard. Looking at himself, he realized with surprise, perhaps because of his young age, he was indeed learning very quickly. At that moment, Hyakrian Ilva warned that he was now slowly raising the sword above his student. The young man had to use the soul extraction technique to parry his strike. But despite the instant fright, the hero reacted quickly enough. He swiftly drew the blade and immediately skillfully parried the old man's strike. And honestly, the teacher was pleasantly surprised by his skill and enthusiastically suggested continuing the training. Only then did Ilmak realize, although he did not have time to properly practice this move, he parried the strikes as if instinctively at the reflex level. Therefore, he himself began to sincerely believe that maybe he was a true genius of this amazing world. In the evening, the teacher solemnly congratulated the boy on successfully mastering the basics of soul extraction. And of course, Ilmak immediately reverently bowed, thanking the teacher for such a kind review. Only then did the boy look at his own body, which was trembling, and could not believe that everything happening to him was reality. The teacher's last strikes were so fast that the young man barely kept up with them, yet he blocked every strike without any pause. Before leaving, Hyakrian Ilva also explained he would dedicate the rest of the time today to learning to work with internal energy. Then he sat the young man on the ground and majestically sat behind his back. He explained to the boy he had started his path too late, so Hyakrian Ilva decided to personally help with energy manipulation. From that moment, his internal energy would flow through the meridians according to the technique of the art of the soul-stealing sword. Ilmak was not allowed to release any sensation. He had to watch the energy flow with maximum attention. And the sensation really was too strange, unusual, as if something was awakening in the boy that he had never felt before in his life. The teacher's internal power was soft but incredibly powerful. Thanks to this priceless lesson, he finally managed to feel the flow of internal energy and the position of his own meridians. The teacher finished passing the healing energy through the boy's body and solemnly congratulated him on entering the path of the art of the soul-stealing sword. Ilmak sincerely rejoiced, managed to form an energy core the size of a small bean. And finally, Hyakrian Ilva strictly warned, now that the student had entered the demon's limit, he needed to train diligently and relentlessly strive to overcome it. And how wonderfully the boy progressed today, he could have dinner together with the other students. The elder warned, everyone will gather in the main hall, it is just time for them to get to know each other better. So the hero respectfully promised that after washing up, he would immediately come to the main hall to greet everyone. Only after the teacher left, Ilmak anxiously replayed the thought in his head. He would meet people who in the future would definitely become his formidable rivals. Chin He-han did not understand the hero's worries at all and stepped forward to help him with the preparation. Her calm reminded the young man, after all, he would still have to fight for the sacred place of the heavenly demon, although he wanted to live quietly and peacefully. While they were retreating backward, Ilmak asked Lady Chin Hen about the art she was taught, and it turned out she mastered the art of ice crunch. So hearing this, the hero immediately understood why frost sometimes appeared around her, but later he began to recall the side effects the teacher had reported to him. No matter how much Ilmak looked at the girl, a persistent feeling arose as if she did not react at all to this side effect. After that, they went into the bathhouse, where Chin He-han kindly helped the young man wash. He was already slowly getting used to it. Still, he was disturbed that the lady studied precisely the art of ice crunch. As is known, the side effect of this technique is insatiable lust. And the hero vividly imagined what would happen if the girl suddenly succumbed to this insidious side effect. And he thought then their relationship would become even more interesting and completely unpredictable than before. As if overhearing the boy's forbidden thoughts, Chin He immediately doused him with a bucket of icy cold water. The servant, humiliated to the core, coldly explained, "The side effects of the art of icy crunch entirely and completely depend on who practices it." Intrigued, the hero couldn't resist and decided to find out in more detail what exact side effect manifests in women. It turned out to be much more prosaic. When a woman or man's internal energy intensifies, the mind begins to work much faster. That is, those who practice think much more cold-bloodedly than before, as if ice had frozen the very soul. Of course, the hero was quite pleased by the absence of any other sinister side effects. Compared to other demonic arts, this seemed amazingly mild and safe. But Chin He casually clarified, in people who practice this path, the ability to empathize and feel compassion gradually dulls up to complete disappearance. Therefore, to some extent, they can be compared to real psychopaths. The same girl was convinced this is not some side effect but rather a secondary one. After all, this martial art was originally created specifically for the ruthless punishment of heretics. Ilmoku had to apologize to the lady for the unpleasant misunderstanding anyway. It seemed that when she grabbed him by the throat, it was not an empty threat. The woman really wanted to kill him. This meant only one thing: with this cold-blooded assistant, he should be much more careful. Finally, after Ilmak put himself in order, it was time to appear at the joint dinner. This was a truly decisive moment, practically the start of his new path. If one believes the words of Chin Hina, Ilmak became the 8th disciple of the Heavenly Lord. However, half of his predecessors tragically died either from the side effects of cursed techniques or in bloody clashes with righteous sects. Of all the disciples, only 4 remained alive. Thus, the survival rate of the disciples was approximately 50%. Obviously, the hero understood perfectly well surviving would be incredibly difficult for him, but the young man was mentally prepared for this. He believed he could handle any trials. So as soon as Ilmak stepped over the threshold of the hall, he immediately bowed respectfully. He introduced himself as a junior disciple who greeted the master and the elder brothers in arms. The master, smiling broadly, asked Ilmak to come closer. Then he ordered his disciples to properly greet the younger brother. After all, he was the youngest of all his disciples in recent years. From the opposite side of the hall, the hero heard a booming, thunderous laugh. It was the eldest of the brothers, the one who mastered the art of the bloody demonic sword. The man with the wide smile greeted the junior. Ilmak immediately recalled, a side effect of his martial art was uncontrollable rage, and not ordinary anger but true, all-consuming rage that clouded the mind. Fortunately, the elder brother unleashed this destructive rage only on the masters of the Central Plains and corrupt officials. Having received the terrifying nickname Mad Demon, he became the #1 enemy of all martial arts worldwide, and so he managed to bypass the demon limit of the art of the bloody demonic sword. What was important was that he escaped the demon limit but never reached overcoming. This meant the elder brother could explode at any moment. Essentially, he was like a time bomb ready to go off at any second. Of course, Ilmak immediately bowed for him. It was a great honor to meet his elder brother. And even though he was smiling, the hero remained on guard, understanding. He still did not know what to expect from his brother. But fortunately, the meeting with the elder brother went smoothly and Ilmak managed to calm down a bit. After all, the atmosphere among the heavenly demons' disciples turned out to be not so suffocating. Moreover, the hero already understood. His third brother must be closer in age to So Chihun from his past life, and that meant it would be much easier to find common ground with him, so the boy immediately bowed and greeted this brother. But as soon as the young man turned around, horror overwhelmed him. This upstart threw chopsticks at him, almost piercing his head. And all this happened just because Ilmak decided to greet twice. The hero had a strong impression that his brother truly intended to bury him on the spot. This young man mastered the martial art of 14 shadow strikes, a fast and furious sword technique created exclusively for killing. The name spoke for itself. The side effect: everything is perceived entirely in a negative light. in other words, paranoia incarnate. Moreover, it was known the third brother had already reached the demon limit, and that meant only one thing: the hero could not escape this trial. At that moment, So Winfian flared up with rage. How dare Ilmok greet him twice, as if already saying goodbye, condemning him to death. Threatening the boy with chopsticks, he demanded an explanation. Why hadn't the hero greeted him even once? But Ilmok understood perfectly. If he hadn't greeted his brother a second time, he would have gotten angry about it. Still, an excuse had to be made up, and urgently. Although the boy was worried, whatever he said, his brother could still take it as an insult. But suddenly, another brother approached. Calmly, he took the chopsticks from the third brother and asked him to calm down with the jokes. The man decided that maybe hunger had made the third brother too sensitive, and gave him new chopsticks. After the intervention of one of the older brothers, the third calmed down for a moment and even began to apologize for his rowdiness. Ilmok, meanwhile, bent down and apologized to his brother for not knowing the etiquette rules. The young man did not want to offend him. After the problem with the third brother was resolved, the hero was finally convinced. In this cursed place, everyone was completely insane. But looking at one of the brothers who came to his aid, it seemed maybe he was the only sane person here. It was his sixth brother, the calmest of all. The sixth brother grabbed the hero by the shoulders and pulled him aside, realizing there was no time to waste. There were still those whom the younger brother had not yet greeted. After that, he led the hero to an empty chair to greet the fourth brother. Then he started chatting lively with empty space, laughing at his brother's jokes. And Ilmok literally froze like an idol, not understanding at all what this person was talking about, and most importantly, with whom. A few days before this meeting, the hero learned the fourth brother tragically died in a fight with righteous sects. And only now Ilmok finally remembered the name of the sixth brother's art sword that drives the soul mad. The sixth brother himself sincerely did not understand why the younger one just kept standing like a pillar. So after that, he strictly ordered, let him not offend their fourth brother and immediately greet him properly. Then the hero fully realized the terrible truth. Sword that drives the soul mad had side effects in the form of hallucinations and voices. So it was true schizophrenia. At that moment, looking at the sixth brother, the elder burst into laughter, immediately understanding. The sixth terribly missed the fourth brother. And then he realized after these words, it seems he forgot again, because the fourth was no longer alive. Meanwhile, the teacher only smiled peacefully and looked at his students. He was pleased with happiness to see such brotherly care. And Ilmok could only worry and try not to show that this gathering was a failed prank from the very beginning. Finally, the hero soon sat down at the table, literally starving. He naively thought as soon as he came here, a whole banquet would be waiting for him. Since they arranged a gathering in his honor, they should at least feed him properly. Barely had the young man prepared to take up the chopsticks to finally eat when the heavenly demon began asking his students about their progress. Eventually, the hero had to put down the chopsticks because at such a moment eating would be the rudest breach of etiquette. At that moment, the elder brother was saying that in the area he inspected, everything was quite calm. While they were talking, Ilmok mentally begged them to finally start eating, because it is known, even a dog must not be disturbed during a meal, but these people worked even during dinner. At that moment, seeing the younger brother's contemplation, the elder guessed, maybe he does not fully understand what is being discussed. He generously promised to explain everything. After all, sooner or later Ilmok would have to participate in meetings and family affairs. And of course, the hero promised to listen carefully to the elder brother, although in reality he simply had no choice. Thus he learned, in their cult of the heavenly demon and his disciples periodically conduct inspections. During the last one, the master looked into a tavern that interested him, and it was there by chance that the hero happened to be. For his safety, the master had to return to the cult earlier than planned. So to hear the reports of the disciples who completed the inspection and to introduce the younger to the elder brothers, the master specially convened this meeting. Therefore, the hero had to be maximally interested in what was happening. It was at this moment that the heavenly demon unexpectedly decided to find out what the hero himself was thinking now. He was very curious about what Ilmok thought about the problem being discussed, whether he liked it or was satisfied with how their cult cared for ordinary people. Yet Ilmok was an outsider from outside with a fresh perspective, so everyone was interested to know his opinion. Perhaps the young man even had ideas about how they could improve current affairs. Ilmok became quite worried, realizing his older brothers, like everyone here, had one eternal goal. For the sake of power, they would wield the sword without the slightest hesitation. But so Chikhun was completely different. Let them fight among themselves as much as they want. Ilmok only planned to enjoy life as he pleased. Of course, fanatics like Chin Hina would not leave him alone. So from today, he needed to completely disappear from the radar. He must show no interest in the post of cult leader, no ambitions. In other words, he would become an eternal middle management manager. For this, it is better to appear a little not too clever, neither too smart nor too noticeable. Just an overly diligent novice full of enthusiasm, not completely clueless but always lacking something for success. He will be the one who works hard but rarely achieves any significant success. He will have to exert colossal efforts but the result absolutely no benefit at all. That way he will become the one called the honor student loser. Fortunately, the hero already had the perfect response for this role, an exhausting system of shirking responsibility. Eventually he thoroughly explained. In his humble opinion, first of all, it was necessary to introduce a strict system of responsibility and standardized forms of reports. The management must check the reports and subordinates should only unquestioningly follow orders. Then the elder brothers will not have to run errands personally. Secondly, the work had to be divided into narrowly specialized tasks, but from time to time, the rotation of trainees across regions and departments is conducted. Otherwise, if you sit in one place for too long, corruption will inevitably begin and eat away the system from the inside. Thanks to regular rotation of positions and regions, they will not allow trainees to conspire with local authorities. And with a clear structure of responsibility, the transfer of affairs will not become a problem. Under such a schedule, rotation will not create any difficulties at all. These two measures, in his humble opinion, perfectly complemented each other in a single system. In fact, the hero was well aware there was not a shred of common sense in his words. Division of departments and endless reports, that is the root of all irresponsibility. Work will be stalled as long as papers crawl through the instances. Reports coming from above will only become a convenient excuse to shift the blame onto others. In case of rotation, be sure to appoint those who will explain all the nuances during the transfer of powers. Obviously, a person will not be able to understand the problem just by listening to old reports. Unless he's lucky, the predecessor leaves at least something. But that's not a fact yet, he might leave nothing at all. So it was a completely senseless advice, by which the hero intended to brand himself as a naive novice. Probably everyone already thinks his enthusiasm runs ahead of common sense. But for the sake of future peaceful life, he was even ready to get a slap on the back of the head. So when his older brother approached him, Ilmok closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. But he only ran his palm over his head like a small child. After which he joyfully reported to the teacher. Their youngest turned out to be much more clever than one could have assumed. He even took into account the possibility of a conspiracy among the leadership, a system that, considering the doctrine of their cult, looked more than convincing. Even the heavenly demon himself was pleased to hear how Ilmok threw in improvements to his approach. The elder felt the side effects of the art of soul abduction were already making themselves known. He was incredibly pleased that his student, without having properly trained even a single day in martial arts, already had such a sharp mind and political intuition. In the end, he decided to call Ilmok to him later to discuss his vision in more detail. Then the older brother suggested to stop talking about work instead, to drink and have a proper rest. At home, the hero already began to ponder the Korean system of bureaucracy. She was hopelessly outdated, but compared to the chaos of the world of martial arts, she looked almost like a model of order. As he later learned, there was no management system at all in the divine cult, just pure madness and disorder. The heavenly demon's command was absolute, and that was it. In the end, Ilmok misjudged the situation, which led to a major miscalculation. After breakfast, the hero decided to go out for a short while to get some fresh air. Chen Hen persistently asked him to return before the start of the external training sessions. Already on the street, Ilmok was grumbling to himself, because although the schedule was already packed to the brim, now he would also have to study the doctrine. With such a crazy schedule, he desperately wanted to find something quiet to calm his soul. But suddenly, while he was walking, the young man noticed a delicate female silhouette looking back at the forest. When the girl turned around, she looked at the hero attentively and a little confused, like a frightened fawn. And even though Ilmok was already in his late 20s, he was definitely not the type to be embarrassed by some cute child. Moreover, it was clear the girl was scared by the appearance of a stranger. The main thing was to calm the little one in an adult way. Ilmok began to think about how best to behave. Approaching closer, he decided to quietly ask the little one what she had forgotten here. She began to invent explanations for herself, but still understood the futility of the endeavor and simply pointed the hero's finger into the distance. There, on a stone in the middle of the stream, lay a three-eyed doll which she could not reach at all. So, rolling up his sleeves, AllMagic rushed forward and asked the girl to trust him. Of course, the child tried to warn the hero fearfully the water there was too deep. And indeed, he took only one step and already dived headfirst under the water. But no matter what, he knew how to swim. So very soon, although soaked to the bone, the girl got the doll back again. At first, AllMagic just wanted to seem cool, but it seems there was nothing truly cool about how he floundered in the water. The girl was still infinitely grateful to the hero for helping her get that doll. AllMagic just patted the child on the head, glad that he did not get wet for nothing. She was truly happy. After that, the girl explained she was here because she was playing with the doll. At home, no one wanted to play with her. Everyone insists that she must train. And AllMagic perfectly understood the little one after all. He was in exactly the same situation. Eventually, AllMagic introduced himself, after which he decided to find out the name of this little girl. The little girl was named Sina. In the end, AllMagic suggested to the girl to meet here tomorrow at the same time and play together. But he suddenly remembered his crazy schedule and realized the best time is lunch. They could meet at lunch and play together so she wouldn't be lonely. She was very impressed by the hero's words, so she decided to extract a promise from him. And AllMagic gently promised they would meet every day at this time to play. After which they exchanged promises on their pinkies as a sign of an unbreakable vow. Some time passed. Hina noticed AllMagic had been in a good mood for several days. She thought maybe something good had happened to the young master, which she had no idea about. The hero already tried to justify himself. He was glad that his studies were going too well. At this pace, he would master the doctrine in half a year. And the maid understood the young master was truly right. And AllMagic did his best to pretend that this was the only reason for his joy, nothing else, really. In fact, the hero painfully felt guilty for having to lie. But if Hen found out the truth, she definitely wouldn't have allowed him to continue seeing little Sina. She literally embodied his short, priceless time for rest, and he had to protect it at any cost. Moreover, this previously unknown girl really became an important part of his life, like a younger sister. During training, the heavenly demon himself suddenly appeared to these two with good news. Of course, both immediately bowed to greet the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The man admitted to the hero his former idea was really very successful, but it was somewhat detached from the realities of their cult. Therefore, he asked AllMagic to inspect their cult with his own eyes and suggest some improvements. No matter how well the training went, if he spent too much time on it, it would even harm his body. And the hero was grateful for these wise words of the teacher. Moreover, he understood he still had a lot to learn. Finally, the teacher immediately suggested the hero would set out on the road tomorrow, and also asked AllMagic not to worry about his training. He could take Hen with him and train on the road, not falling behind schedule. After that, the teacher suggested the hero study the levitation step technique. Today time was short, he couldn't fall behind. And honestly, the boy missed little Sina very much, even if he had to train with her. At that moment, the girl herself was on the training ground, until Mrs. Mother approached her. She ordered the girl not to play and finally to focus on the task. Only after that, apologizing, the little one began to hone her strikes. The mentor, looking at her, wanted to say something, but in the end, she fell silent and left. But she asked the little one to continue training until she returned. Only when the woman disappeared from sight, she was able to show all the emotions that overwhelmed her. She reproached herself so much for almost breaking the tradition without even noticing it herself. Now was the most important time to make the girl stronger, so she had to endure a little because showing softness in her upbringing was not allowed now. And the same little one, while training, suddenly noticed how her nails were growing and turning into fierce claws. And at that very moment, standing on the training ground, all she could do was remember her older brother AllMagic. The hero, the very next day, as the teacher commanded, set off on a journey together with Hina. And honestly, he felt heavy at heart. The day had passed too quickly. Moreover, he hardly had any time left to warn Sen about everything. If he had known where she lived, he would have at least passed a note. AllMagic mentally apologized to the girl and promised he would return soon. She just had to endure a little longer. Suddenly, right in front of them, another young man appeared. He introduced himself, explaining that he was entrusted with guarding the young master during the journey. After that, another fighter approached. His face was hidden by a mask. These two were guards crouching. They respectfully greeted the young master. And honestly, Ilmak was surprised that the teacher introduced him to the people. This meant the teacher himself would not travel with them. It was even pleasant then he could pretend to be observing everything, but actually rest. During his journey, he even decided to buy a gift for his younger sister, but he did not know what exactly in the world of martial arts might appeal to children. But suddenly, just as the hero was about to take his seat in the carriage, Hina stopped him. There was no place for him in the carriage. Throughout the entire journey, he had to run alongside her. Of course, for him it was a real shock. It even seemed that the lady was mocking him. But still, in the end, the carriage really moved forward, and Ilmak had to run, trying to catch up with it. Ilmak became insanely angry. He did not understand what that girl was doing. She considered it the best part of the training. Moreover, just yesterday the hero studied the light step technique together with the heavenly demon, and now he had to keep up with the pace of the carriage using exactly this technique. Besides, the girl immediately noticed, right now the hero's waist was grotesquely twisted. He needed to concentrate and at all costs keep his back perfectly straight. Now the hero was allowed to rest only during breathing exercises and not a minute more. In the end, he ran tirelessly until evening, until Ilmak was exhausted and collapsed dead on the cold ground like mown down. In an incredible way, he managed to get all the way from his pavilion to the very county of Cuts, fainting right on the frozen ground. The hero clearly understood one bitter truth. He had counted on finally being able to rest a little from endless training during this dreamed-of journey. But rest because of Hina turned out to be obviously disgusting, even worse than usual sessions. Even when he did breathing exercises, he did it in a shaking carriage so he could barely tame the raging internal energy, and this was called rest. Hina, lifting the exhausted hero from the ground, kindly praised him for his worthy efforts. Now she kindly offered to immediately proceed to cleansing and meridian exercises. And she also warned the young master he still had lessons in doctrine. They would start exactly in an hour. By that time, the hero needed to prepare all the educational materials for their lessons. The day ended, and the next one came just like the previous one, like 2 drops of water. Together with the escort, they set off to wander around the Iezd and inspect the cult's possessions. And in fact, inspecting the village was much more pleasant than all those exhausting trainings. But Ilmak still did not understand at all why should they even bother improving the demonic cult. Moreover, if he put in more effort, he would still have to carry even more work in the future. So even if something brilliant suddenly appeared to him, he decided to pretend to be a fool until the very end. At that moment, the servants became extremely curious about what the young man thought of this place. At first glance, Ilmak thought this was a fairly peaceful, quiet village, and he decided to carefully find out what the local followers mainly did here. As it turned out, the local followers usually only chased away bandits or marauders. Since they stayed close to the cult's headquarters, robbers were almost never encountered here. Mostly they helped ordinary people with minor household problems and spread the sacred teachings. After a long walk, the hero decided to sit down to rest and have a little refreshment. Then Hina unemotionally informed Ilmoku, from tomorrow they will work strictly according to the schedule. Until they find what exactly will improve, they will have to travel all over Xinjiang. It turned out the next village was more than 1,000 li from here. It means the hero will be able to train in running to his heart's content. Of course, the frightened boy immediately grabbed Hina by the sleeve, pleading her not to rush to conclusions. At that very moment, a truly brilliant idea struck him what exactly could be improved. And of course, the assistant decided to find out what that idea was to properly evaluate it. But instead of a direct answer, the hero asked to bring him a brush, ink, and paper so he could visually depict everything. In fact, the hero had several ideas. They just didn't quite fit, considering the crazy rules in the cult. This meant he would not be able to implement even 10% of his own plan, and everything he proposed already looked much better than doing absolutely nothing. But even after all that was written, the plan looked not quite finished, as if incomplete. Moreover, this plan could cause new unforeseen problems, so he decided to use what he had written as a basis for everything else. Hina herself was extremely surprised that the hero wrote so much, observing for only half a day. Even the interested guard noticed. The rumors about the brilliant mind of the young master were absolutely true. At first, the guard thought that the situation where the young master proposed a reporting system was just a coincidence or rumors. But now, looking at the boy, he no longer doubted the sharpness of his mind. But the second guard in the mask who approached coldly remarked, "A large number of ideas is not always a sign of something good." Still, ideas must bring real, tangible benefits to the cult. Otherwise, they would be completely useless, a waste of time. Of course, the comrade thought that his hidden friend was too serious and meticulous, but he was telling the pure truth. And in general, the lady also fully agreed with him. Many ideas do not mean that all of them are good and suitable. But the young master Ilmak was completely different. She believed in him unconditionally, because as soon as it came to rest, the young master would stop at nothing, and that was his true driving force. The next day, as if nothing had happened, they continued on their route. Hina carefully examined the plan drawn by the hero, reading every line. However, that one turned out to be truly excellent, well thought out. As the young master said, they didn't even need to continue traveling. After all, the heavenly demon would surely be extremely pleased with the contents of this letter. But just now Ilmak realized his plan was still missing one most important element. The plan was not yet perfect, not complete. He himself was frightened as soon as he said it aloud, so he calculated perhaps the side effects of the soul-stealing sword had already begun to manifest in him, this obsession with perfection. And it seemed to him that this was impossible, because his main, sacred goal was rest, not improvement. As soon as he thought about rest, he immediately remembered the baby Sina. To spend more precious time with her, he didn't need to work so much. But suddenly Lady Hina felt something bad in the air, so she asked the hero to freeze and not move. She carefully opened the carriage door a little to quietly peek outside. There she saw whole hordes of mounted bandits rushing toward the carriage. Although to ordinary bandits these people were too organized and disciplined, so Hina decided maybe they were deserters from the army. The guards had already noticed them and were starting to make plans on how to destroy them with one powerful strike. So Hina warned the hero all they needed to do was quietly observe from the side and not interfere. But when she looked at the young master, his strange smile made her truly worried. Very soon the bandits surrounded the cart from all sides, not allowing it to move a step further. After that, they began a meeting and decided to slaughter the men and sell the women into slavery. But as soon as the enraged leader heard these audacious words, he immediately struck the insolent one on the head as punishment for dishonor. He emphasized their initial goal was never to stoop to the level of bandits. They must retain at least a drop of conscience. Therefore, he ordered the warriors to be cautious and watch to ensure that no innocent person was harmed. After that, the leader calmly, almost apologetically explained, they do not want unnecessary bloodshed and are not seeking it. So he asked these people to give up all the valuables they had, then they would spare their lives. Although robbing people was pitiful and dishonorable, unfortunately, he could not allow his brothers to starve. All he desired was to continue living with dignity, just as it had been until now. But at that very moment, two guards suddenly rushed at the attackers with drawn blades that gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Then suddenly Ilmak sharply opened the cart door and loudly ordered the guards not to kill these people. In the end, at the last moment, the fighter sharply pulled the brakes, so he did not cut off the leader's head, only slightly wounded him. After that, a real slaughter began, a brutal fight. But Hyun clearly did not understand what the hero had in mind, and did not know if it was necessary to take such a great risk for this. But she perfectly understood. These two warriors who accompanied them would easily deal with ordinary bandits, so it was completely incomprehensible why they needed to be spared. But Ilmak asked her, just be silent and patiently wait. These people they had just defeated were supposed to be the decisive stroke in his plan, the last missing detail. Very soon the commander of the bandit attackers began to slowly regain consciousness, already at night in the forest illuminated by moonlight. But he realized the body did not move at all. It seemed the reason was that pressure was applied to his acupuncture points, paralyzing the body. Ilmak, calmly approaching the man, politely greeted him by name Hanjang. Of course, he was scared to death, not knowing how Ilmak had managed to learn his name. But it was not that difficult to find out. His soldiers told the hero everything that was needed. It was enough just to ask politely. They were not even particularly harmed. Simply, these warriors turned out to be very fond of beautiful women and tasty food. Moreover, as far as Ilmak heard from these people, the leader himself had a rather tragic, unfair fate. The young boy, younger than him, received a rank higher than Lord Han himself, all thanks to connections at court. And although he tried not to give up and resist, he was still accused of embezzlement of state funds. Eventually, the Lord barely managed to slip away from execution with his loyal men, and he ended up in the lands of the demonic cult. But if he tried to join their squad, he would be rejected as a former soldier. The man had no idea what this mysterious young man was hinting at. But the hero, as if nothing had happened, calmly offered him to serve the heavenly demon and the demonic cult. Of course, Ilmak did not look either sufficiently majestic or authoritative, but after all, he was the personal disciple of the heavenly demon himself, and Lord Khan was perfectly suited for one important task he had planned. Therefore, the young man asked the leader to submit to him, and then his crimes would be wiped off the face of the earth and officially help him join the cult. He could do it at least for the sake of his people. They risked their lives following him. Probably the leader himself would prefer to work together with them, not ashamed of his work and not hiding in the forests. The old man was very curious. What did Ilmak see in him to offer so generously, even disregarding possible betrayal in the future? And Ilmak knew an ancient wise proverb: to understand a person, you need to look at those whom he serves. Presumably, this man's people were at least a little foolish and simple-minded. That is why Ilmak hesitated. They definitely would not follow a true villain or scoundrel. Finally, the leader sighed heavily, pondering everything he had heard. Now he realized the terrible truth: he was once again in immeasurable debt to his loyal comrades. And Ilmak, looking at the man, began to piece together all parts of the puzzle in his mind. To be honest, from the very beginning his idea was not something grand or revolutionary. Simply put, he just wanted to open a school. Yes, the efforts of the demonic cult reduced the number of bandits in the region. And because of this, children had fewer reasons to feel the mercy and protection of the cult. Faith in them gradually weakened, so they began to doubt and did not understand. Why should they glorify the demonic cult at all? After all, the school was meant to be created precisely to eliminate this fundamental problem. Children would attend schools and naturally learn literacy and the sacred teachings of the cult there. Step by step, this would not only expand the cult's influence but also create a reliable system for raising new devoted followers. When the hero came to the heavenly demon with this carefully thought-out plan, he read every line for a long time and attentively. But he considered the document flawless, refined to the smallest detail, and even calculated. The plan was perfect thanks to the side effect of the soul-stealing sword technique, this obsession with perfection. Yet the old man came across one part of the plan that he did not fully understand yet. Judging by what the hero wrote, he intended to teach not only the sacred doctrines. Indeed, in Ilmak's carefully thought-out plan there was another feature. He proposed teaching martial arts at school under the guise of daily health exercises. The teacher was wary. Could it be that the hero wanted to teach all children demonic arts? Of course, they could handle the side effects. But if the students' hearts were not absolutely pure, it would only multiply unnecessary suffering and create new monsters. But Ilmak did not want to teach children demonic techniques at all. He believed children should only be taught the basics of martial arts and external techniques. The teacher instantly realized, probably the hero intended to select the most gifted and talented among them and then teach them demonic arts separately. And the teacher correctly understood the young man's plan. Even if they did not master demonic arts, it still was not so terrible. Even if they only learned the basics, the difference between those who possess martial arts and those who have no training at all is truly huge. And children taught martial arts from a young age will undoubtedly become a reliable support for the sect in the future. The deserters they recruited on the way here could help them with this. They possess military martial arts slower, but without any side effects. In any case, these people wanted to join the sect anyway, so their invaluable help and teaching the basics will go smoothly. Moreover, they were perfectly suited for teaching children. They could be sent to those regions where a suitable man for the role of academy director had not yet been found. Honestly, listening to all this, Hyakrian Ilva sincerely praised the student for his painstaking work. By this time, he had already made a significant contribution to the development of the cult, so the heavenly demon generously allowed the boy to independently name the academy. He rightly calculated. The hero who came up with this brilliant plan probably already had several worthy titles. And honestly, the hero got the idea for the academy from the modern world, a place where they teach not only martial arts and physical training, but also cultivate character and strengthen the spirit. Something like this was just gaining insane popularity abroad, including in the United States. Since Ilmak wanted the children to grow up big, strong, and sturdy, he decided to give the name Tigon Dojin Academy. It would be a Taekwondo academy. After an exhausting, long conversation with the heavenly demon, the boy finally managed to return home and immediately collapsed weakly onto the bed to rest at least a little. Although Chin Hyena canceled the young gentleman's classes today, she was extremely surprised he did not even want a wash before going to bed. And Ilmak immediately reminded, according to the master himself, today he worked gloriously, so the boy wanted to directly forget all his duties and just fall asleep. The girl had no choice left, she allowed the hero to blissfully rest. While he was rejoicing in the completed business trip, the young man thought, tomorrow he will finally be able to see Sina. He was a little worried whether she was offended that he disappeared without saying a word. Even if she got seriously offended, the hero had already bought her a wonderful gift, so probably the little one would forgive him after that. After this, he pulled out an elegant little box. It had been hidden in the folds of his clothes all this time. But the hero only managed to look properly when he immediately felt someone was in his room. When he cautiously raised his eyes, he saw the third brother had come to visit him, so Winfian. Of course, the frightened Ilmak immediately jumped to his feet and hurriedly asked carefully what had brought the young man here at such a late hour. The guy acted as if nothing had happened, calmly explaining. A whole pack of annoying guards was constantly following him in case he suddenly decided to kill someone. See, Winfian came here because he wanted to meet the hero without their annoying knowledge. The third disciple was very impressed by how proud the master was of Ilmak. He invented a reporting system, created an academy, things so Winfian would never have thought of until the end of his days. After that, the boy thought for a very long time what was the fundamental difference between him and the hero. And honestly, his words sounded like outright envy, so Ilmak was worried this psycho would cut his head off if he said something wrong. But suddenly Tot sharply snatched the little box from him, which Ilmak was twisting in his hands. The younger one tried to snatch it back, not wanting his brother to look inside, but he looked anyway to see what was there. And finally understood he and the younger brother were truly completely different people. So if he bought such a beautiful, exquisite hairpin, it meant he probably already had something going on with that girl. But basically, the third brother was not even surprised. Anyone would like such a handsome guy as the hero, and the brother looked old, shabby, and worthless against his background. For someone like him, there was only death left forgotten. He wanted to kill everyone. Anger completely clouded his mind, so Ilmak immediately jumped out and desperately began to convince his brother. The person he respected most after the master should not say such harsh words about himself. Of course, the brother was very surprised that the hero loves him second after their master. But Ilmak honestly explained he was a worthless person. He didn't even consider himself worthy to enter the Hall of Demonic Arts. For someone like him, the third and eldest brother was a true example to follow an unattainable ideal. And who really was this hairpin intended for? Just a familiar girl. And even she says that those like the eldest brother are very popular among women. Of course, the embarrassed boy decided that the younger one was simply mocking him or shamelessly flattering. And the hero immediately began to argue heatedly, simultaneously snatching the box back. He even lied that the master himself constantly praises his eldest student. Of course, maybe you wouldn't say this to Ilmak, but the master also often scolded him. Every time he says the same thing, Ilmak must take example from the third eldest brother in everything. Moreover, even his technique, 14 strikes into the abyss, was the best killing technique in the world. The master boasted wildly about how the brother managed to master this technique. And at that very moment, seeing his gloomy face, the hero felt he probably said something unnecessary. Immediately after that, Tot swiftly raised his sword and struck above the hero's head. Right after that, the fly flying over Ilmak's head was sliced into two perfect halves, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Sun Winfin coldly explained, what was shown was the first of the 14 strikes into the abyss. After which he vanished into the night, asking Ilmak to continue contemplating the sword art of his elder brother and to strive to hone his own skill. He also thanked his younger brother for the kind words that dispelled the anxiety of this restless evening. He promised to visit the younger one more often, and bowing, they said goodbye. The hero clearly understood. After being overwhelmed by wild stress and sweating, he would still have to change clothes because he was soaked through. The next day during breakfast, the hero nervously explained to the maid. After breakfast, he would like to take a short walk. He was happy finally to see Sen again, the little one. Because of the third elder brother who spent almost the entire night with him, he barely slept. So he wanted to surround her with care and finally rest his soul. However, suddenly Chin Hina asked the master to come to her. Yesterday he couldn't train properly, so she wanted to make up for everything she lost today. Ilmak was very offended that the girl continued to treat him so strictly, although he understood there was no place for offense here. The same Chin Hyena explained without hesitation. The progress of the young master was the most important thing for her. She did not understand why he constantly tried to run away somewhere, and Ilmak could not admit that he was heading to meet his younger sister. Although Chin Hyena had long suspected there was some other reason why he could not practice martial arts right now. So the hero had to justify himself. There was no other reason. He was just afraid that he would get sleepy after eating. So the maid immediately set off to complete all the preparations for their lessons. Ilmak could only mentally apologize to little Sina, promising that he would definitely come to her. He hoped the girl would wait for him, no matter what it cost him. By the end of the late evening, the hero sat with his textbooks and memorized the doctrine. When he began to lose his sight from exhaustion, Chin Hyena immediately realized the young man, it seemed, had not slept well. But Ilmak could not confess to her that it happened because of the third older brother, because the servant might possibly misunderstand him. Finally, having stepped away from his workplace for a short time, he decided to go out for some fresh air, and the maid decided to patiently wait for him at her place. Leaving the room, Ilmak could only hope the third older brother would no longer visit him every night, because lately he had not been sleeping at all. He was curious, what exactly does So Winfian do if he walks calmly at night? In any case, if that one starts to annoy him, Ilmak will have to somehow settle this delicate matter. But right now, all the young man wants is to lie on the grass near Sina and not bother with the cursed doctrines. But when he looked ahead, he saw Sina herself came to his yard, and the hero was even surprised when he noticed. The tips of her hair had strangely, almost unnaturally, lightened. The hero came to his senses from looking at the girl when she already called his name aloud. Immediately bowing, Ilmak apologetically looked at the child's face and did not understand himself. How did she find out where he lives? And he still could not calm himself. Is it okay for her to walk alone so late? Surely her parents would worry and even scold her. However, at that moment the girl firmly grabbed the hero with her trembling hands, piercing him with her gaze. She wanted to know why hadn't he come all this time. He had promised earlier that he would play with her every day. And then Chin Hina heard how the hero began desperately apologizing to someone, explaining that he had some urgent reasons. Finally, her patience ran out. She became too curious about what was going on, so she went to the window to look. At that very moment, Sina calmly explained to her brother he was not guilty of anything. And she also realized he was a disciple of that very heavenly demon. So having knocked the hero to the ground, she ordered, let him go with her. In their clan, they will play games together, eat together, and even go to sleep together. At that moment, the boy understood something was wrong with Sina, so he tried to bring her to her senses. At that very moment, the little one solemnly promised to take full responsibility for the hero so that he would not have to worry about anything. At that moment, the terrible truth which Ilmak had been trying to escape all this time suddenly surfaced in memory. Sina mastered demonic arts and now became a full-fledged part of the heavenly demon's family. At that moment, the faithful maid swiftly ran up to the young heir. Her surprise was impossible to hide. She froze in confusion when she saw the Lord, who had gone to enjoy the freshness of the evening air, found himself in such a strange situation. The girl literally clung to him with a death grip. However, before Chin Hina could properly understand what was happening and offer help, little Sina darted away like lightning. Only the child's gaze slid over the unfamiliar woman. A furious rage overwhelmed her completely. The little one lunged at the maid, trying to tear the hated rival with her sharp claws. In her confused mind, a clear thought gaped. This very woman had become the obstacle between her and Ilmak. It was because of her that the older brother forgot about his little companion and stopped playing with her. Now the girl was filled with determination to get rid of this hindrance as soon as possible and finally return to her precious games with her older brother. Observing the unstoppable little one, the experienced Chin Hina instantly recognized the child was possessed by a demonic spirit. Ilmoku had no choice but to beg the faithful maid not to cause irreparable harm to the girl. The young master made it clear that the baby was under the gloomy influence of a dark demon. She needed to be neutralized, but under no circumstances killed, because by nature she remained a good child. Chin Hina had almost no choice after this. The maid rushed at the little one, releasing her icy energy. Thanks to this, she temporarily immobilized the girl, who froze like a statue, greedily gasping for air with her open mouth. Chin Hina immediately rushed to the young heir, eager to help, but Ilmoku was much more worried about the child's condition. The lady used a minor demonic technique to temporarily slow the girl's movements. Since the method did not affect her bloodstream, Sina would inevitably be able to move again soon. And indeed, as soon as the shackles dissipated, the little one immediately lunged at Chin-hina with even greater fury. The boy had to push her away and become a wall, shielding the maid with his own body. As a result, he took the blow and a bleeding wound immediately appeared on his shoulder. Sina, of course, stopped but did not understand at all what her beloved older brother was doing. She authoritatively ordered him to step away from Chin-hina and not interfere with the execution of just retribution. If he continued to stand in front of the hated rival, protecting her, the little one simply would not be able to eliminate the enemy without harming her beloved brother. But when the hero did not move, a new thought suddenly pierced the child's consciousness. Sina guessed, perhaps this young man was connected to this girl by some romantic ties. From this suspicion, her rage flared even more. Unbearable thought, he did not visit her not because he forgot, he simply sometimes did not appear, because he greedily spent precious moments with Chin-hina, and this thought burned inside her. However, instead of continuing to chatter and reproach the little one, AllMagic approached her and immediately gently hugged the trembling little body. The young man sincerely apologized for such a sudden absence without warning. Surely Sina was very worried about him. The young master quickly began to explain that he disappeared because he received an urgent task from his teacher. He simply did not have even a moment's chance to warn the girl in advance. In fact, he kept meetings with Sina in the strictest secrecy from everyone. Of course, the hero perfectly understood. If he had revealed the truth to everyone earlier, the little one would not have worried so desperately. Then their time spent together would have been under serious threat. AllMagic did not like the thought at all that they would no longer be able to see each other. But keeping her in painful ignorance was extremely selfish. The young man was clearly worried that the little one would hate him for this sudden disappearance. But the girl began to cry and, choking on tears, confessed she never ever hated her older brother. She was just very worried about him. After which the little one began to apologize for his wounded shoulder, although this scratch did not particularly bother the hero himself. At that moment, Mrs. Chin-hina's incredible curiosity was awakened. When did the young master manage to get so close to the heir of the Hecarim clan? AllMagic had no idea how the maid knew this girl. The boy was completely shocked when he realized that the little one was the heir of Hecarim, therefore the only granddaughter of the heavenly demon. Judging by the sincere reaction of the young nobleman, Chin-hina instantly understood. AllMagic really knew nothing about the clan's customs. The maid was just about to explain in detail when suddenly the arrival of guests was felt in the yard. It turned out to be the very lady and mother of the child together with her servants. But today Chin-hina simply had no time to explain everything to the hero, yet she firmly promised she would definitely do it a little later. While they were getting ready, the girl quickly explained that the arrivals were members of the powerful Hecarim family, and the one walking ahead of the procession was Lady Sina's mother. And indeed, the stern face resembled the same expression that appeared on the baby when she started to get angry. The girl herself was terribly frightened and perfectly understood. Her mother was probably extremely displeased with her escape. AllMagic promised Kroshka that he would talk to her mother. However, he asked her to wait a little in the house now and not get wet in the pouring rain. But Lady Chin-hina was incredibly curious about what the hero would come up with and how he would get out of such a delicate situation. However, in such a situation, the best solution was to try to come to an understanding with the arriving lady. The young man immediately stared at the woman and apologized for the fact that she had to come here in such severe weather. Respectfully bowing, he greeted the lady and introduced himself as the 8th disciple of the heavenly demon. After this, as if nothing had happened, he decided to find out if the lady was all right, whether she had not gotten too wet in the rain. But before answering these formal questions, the woman had several much more important things she wanted to ask about. The lady was extremely curious to know what true intentions AllMagic had regarding the young lady. Of course, the young gentleman had no idea what the visitor was actually hinting at. However, the woman already knew perfectly well Sina had come here only to find AllMagic, and that meant only one thing: they were acquainted. Still, the little one would never have approached anyone first on her own initiative. So probably the young master had some secret intent, or he dared to neglect custom. AllMagic was extremely upset because he was accused of such intentions. The young man explained they accidentally came across the girl and became friends. But obviously the lady was angry and could not believe these tales at all. And AllMagic did not intend to humiliate himself and beg her to believe, proving his innocence. If the woman did not trust him, she could find out the truth herself. Moreover, he did not understand at all which custom was being referred to and why everyone was so alarmed because of it. Immediately after these words, the lady, impressed, covered her face with a delicate fan and tried to regain composure. And then she looked sternly at the hero's mentor. She was supposed to explain the local traditions and customs. Eventually, the girl immediately rushed to apologize to the angry lady for such a serious mistake. She hadn't had time to say anything to the student. And Ilmak quickly stood up for his mentor because he was extremely focused on preparing for the entrance exam. All his knowledge and efforts were fully devoted to the upcoming entrance exam. Therefore, the young man asked the lady who had appeared here to kindly tell him about those customs he still did not know. But at that moment, the woman's gaze flew inward far behind the young man's back. When Ilmak turned around, he saw that Sina had stepped onto the porch and was watching them attentively, following every word of the conversation. The little one was clearly trembling with unbearable fear. This suggested to the mother that it was better not to raise such a delicate topic in front of the child. The lady preferred to discuss everything in private. Eventually, they locked themselves in a separate room. Lady Hina carefully poured them fragrant tea so that the conversation would go more easily and naturally. And then Ilmak dared to ask the lady what this mysterious custom was, about which it was forbidden to speak in the presence of the girl. Finally, the mother explained that girls from the ancient Hekran family learn from early childhood the art of the lonely claw, a bloody game with a monstrous side effect. This effect manifests in an extremely obsessive nature. Such a strict custom forbade any contacts until the child became attached to some object or being. Obviously, Ilmak decided that the woman was only concerned about how Sina could have harmed someone. But if the problem was only this, the custom would not have been so harsh and unyielding. The young master still did not understand that the world turned out to be not so simple and unambiguous. Obviously, it was quite natural for everyone to become attached to people, but people hurt, get sick, and eventually die, and no attachment lasts forever. And for a member of the divine sect, these risks become even higher due to numerous deadly dangers in duels. If the man to whom the girls learning this martial art became attached dies, then the little ones themselves may follow him to the grave. Or she may turn into an extremely insane creature and never regain her sanity again. Previously, outsiders repeatedly tried to insidiously exploit this weakness. They directed the women's obsession towards someone specific or threatened that person with retribution. Thus, enemies tried to control the entire family, using women as tools and weapons. Ultimately, they observed this custom exclusively for the protection of Sina herself. Having explained everything in detail, the lady calmly nodded to the servants. After that, she stood up, intending to leave this place. The woman did not even intend to say goodbye, considering that there was simply no need for it. But the hero decided to find out when this lady would stop throwing empty refusals and worthless excuses at him. Of course, the lady herself flared up with rage upon hearing such insolent words. She was sure that Ilmak had simply misspoken, lost control in a fit of emotion. The woman even generously promised that she would forgive the insolent youth if he immediately apologized and took back his words. But Ilmak could not forgive the lady for mocking Sina all this time and only being able to justify her cruel actions. They forced the little girl to engage in dangerous demonic arts, hiding behind an ancient custom as a convenient excuse. Yet despite this, they did not give the girl maternal love and warmth for the same reason. The young man was angry because they did not give the child a choice. They did not even know what she herself wanted. As a father, madam, you must understand what you are forcing your own daughter to sacrifice. And of course, the woman herself was extremely furious that some newcomer who had just arrived in this sect pretended to understand the true essence of what was happening. She could not hold back and cried. The lady accused Ilmak of not even realizing in his inexperienced head how much pain he himself had caused this child. Ilmak did not even try to lie. He really did not know how much suffering he had caused the little one. But the young man knew one thing: the real reason lay in the lies of her own mother and in the insufficient faith in her daughter. In the end, the lady completely lost her temper, not believing that Ilmak dared to speak to her so insolently. Enraged, she immediately attacked the insolent one to punish the scoundrel on the spot, who knew nothing and only babbled. She had already aimed her deadly fan at him when suddenly, defending the student, an old mentor stood before him, the one who intended to take the blow himself. Of course, the lady herself was also frightened as if struck by lightning, but fortunately she managed to stop the attack at the last moment. Immediately after that, the woman fell to her knees to respectfully greet the demon lord. Heckran Ilva himself, as if nothing had happened, explained to the youngest of the students, who had hurried here not to be late for training, and he witnessed a truly unusual sight, one he had never seen before. He had a lot of questions, but first the elder decided to clarify only one. He was incredibly curious about what this young man meant when he spoke about the lack of faith in this divine sect. However, Ilmak, as if nothing had happened, reminded, according to the demon lord himself, all side effects of demonic arts could be overcome. That is what the master said when the young lord had just begun studying dangerous demonic practices. But Ilmak was extremely dissatisfied with what he saw now. Everyone behaved as if Sina was doomed to succumb to the destructive side effects. It looked right before his eyes as if the lady herself did not believe in either her own clan or her daughter. So, approaching closer, he explained to the woman, the faith he was talking about consisted in her, as a mother, believing more in Sina. The little girl is still a child, but far from stupid. She is not weak. She will cope with the side effects of the art of the lone claw bloody game. Even if a little help is needed, the girl will be able to pull herself together. And obviously, Ilmak believed, the lady herself as a mother should know this better than anyone else. But the reason why that young man so stubbornly believes in the young lady remained a mystery to the woman herself. But Ilmak only reminded that the girl was a child of a great and proud clan. Finally, when the conversation ended, the lady left the room. She quickly noticed her daughter and realized that the little one had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time. The mother did not even get angry. Instead, she turned around and suggested returning to their estate, while the little one nervously shuffled from foot to foot, not knowing how to speak to her mother. Obviously, the woman assumed the child was so insecure because she wanted to visit this place again, and overall, she turned out to be quite right, but the little one still needed some time to gather strength and confess this. In the end, she clenched her fists tighter and told her mother that she would like to come here much more often. The girl solemnly promised that she would become a worthy lady of the Heckran clan. She also swore, in return, she would unquestionably obey everything she was ordered and train even harder. And finally, although at first glance the mother seemed dissatisfied, she still turned to the tiny one. The woman saw that her daughter's promises were not just empty words. The girl was truly ready to fulfill everything. Her eyes literally shone with determination. At the same moment, while the hero was changing clothes, the maid continued tidying up the room, which had been completely wrecked after the lady's visit. The old man smiled and noted that his granddaughter was already head over heels in love with Ilmak. He noticed the young man's wound. Today the young master was lucky to get off with a light injury, but someday the side effects could cost him his life. The mentor was not sure that his student would manage to handle this child. But Ilmak firmly knew Sina would never do him wrong. Moreover, even if it happened, he was ready to endure everything. Eventually, the grandfather smiled and allowed the hero to do as he saw fit. But inside, the master was impressed. The boy turned out to be even more striking than expected. The young master came up with a truly deep scheme which even the ruler of the demonic cult had not thought of. If everything goes smoothly, the Heckran clan could become a loyal ally for them. And that meant that someday the day would come when Ilmak would no longer be called simply the disciple of the heavenly demon. Several more days passed since that very conversation. And so, as agreed, during the next training session, the hero's mentor decided to take a break to rest a little and regain composure. Fortunately, since that memorable day, the hero no longer had problems with the Heckran clan, because no one dared to interfere with the matter personally taken up by the heavenly demon himself. But suddenly a young lady ran onto the training ground and, with a joyful cry, threw herself into the arms of her older brother. The little girl immediately decided to ask how his training was going. Ilmak looked at the happy child and recalled that conflict with the lady, and the master's angry look. It seemed he would not hold back and would kill him on the spot. Everything ended well, and looking at the happy girl, Ilmak was glad that he had defended her and stood against the others. In the demonic cult, many things were allowed, but mocking children was clearly too much, which he was not going to permit. Besides, the young man really could use a good rest, because if he could not even allow himself such moments of peace, he would definitely go insane. Then the girl, having finished her enthusiastic story about the training, decided to ask her brother what exactly he had been doing. Only then did the young man remember that he wanted to give the little girl something he had completely forgot. He recalled that he had recently gone on a mission for the master. The boy saw an elegant hairpin and immediately thought it would suit the girl, so he bought it. Honestly, the girl's eyes lit up with the unearthly beauty of this small item. And she, like a madwoman, began rubbing her face against the box. It was a gift from her beloved little brother. Ilmak immediately noticed that Sina's expression changed sharply, so he quickly distracted her with conversation. Eventually, the girl, calming down a bit, promised that she would wear this hairpin on some important day because she was very afraid of breaking it. Ilmak understood with relief that the kids still managed to keep the side effects fairly stable under control. And suddenly, all three felt as if someone had come to visit them. It turned out to be the elder and the third brother who came to visit the youngest. Of course, the hero immediately bowed respectfully, not understanding that these two had forgotten about this place. So Winpin came to them every evening, but the elder never visited him. The third brother explained that he came to Ilmak because he was accompanying the elder brother. He was extremely concerned about the personnel issue in the Red Dragon Corps and wanted Ilmak to help. You yourself, Vi Jinak, said with a smile that rumors about the genius of their younger sage are booming everywhere. Therefore, he hoped that the younger one would share his wisdom with the foolish older brother. And honestly, Ilmak panicked. After all, if he had refused his older brother, he would have simply exploded with rage. In the end, the guy had no choice only to dry it in half an hour and try to figure out the problem. However, having heard everything, unfortunately, Ilmak did not come to any definite answer. Bowing, he apologized for being useless in this matter. And the older brother did not get angry, understood that a person's choice is always difficult, especially when it comes to the deputy commander of the Red Dragon Corps. If it were easier, he would not have turned to Ilmoku with such a request. The hero was able to exhale with great relief. The elder did not explode and he did not get more work. At that very moment, the first brother noticed the girl standing next to the young man. He quickly realized that she was a young lady from the Hecken clan. The elder felt that she visited their younger brother, the sage, from time to time. At that moment, he noticed the box in her hands, thought that maybe the jewelry box lid wouldn't open, and was about to help her. He put a little more effort into the box because the lid was tight. Ilmak tried to anxiously explain to his brother he needed to loosen his grip, then the box would open by itself. Even the girl fearfully begged to return the box because he might break it. And finally, the box really shattered into tiny little pieces right in his hands. Together with this box, looking at the shards flying everywhere, it seems something also broke in this little child. Because of this, she forgot how to breathe. After that, the girl completely lost her temper and could not understand how the boy dared to break the gift that her beloved little brother had given her. The child had already threatened to tear the culprit to pieces right away, but Ilmak quickly covered the little one's mouth with his palm. The older brother immediately began to apologize for his blunder, and the hero calmly asked his brother not to worry about anything. Ilmak immediately handed the girl a hairpin, asking her not to cry and not to worry. The little one took the clip with trembling hands and gradually calmed down. The gift from her brother was unharmed. Right after that, Ilmak hugged the little one so she wouldn't worry anymore, while the older brothers marveled at their deep closeness. Hina promised these two that they would calm the lady down, so she asked the brothers to leave them alone for a short while. Before leaving, the older brother only apologized to the younger one for causing so many problems due to his clumsiness. Ilmak calmly said goodbye to them with a smile, but in his heart, he hoped they would not gather to return again. He was also surprised that the first brother turned out to be not as explosive as the hero had thought. Maybe he could behave a little more freely with him. Yet unexpectedly, the girl who had been crying confessed to the younger brother. The big young lord was a complete idiot. And the older brother heard these words, he was shaken to the core. Hina immediately snapped at the girl, asking her not to speak like that anymore. Ilmak was worried that Wei Jinhak might hear such words. And indeed, approaching closer, the first brother ordered the younger to repeat the words of this little girl. Although he was smiling, it was clearly visible. The boy was trying with all his might to hide the rage that was already boiling. At that moment, Hina asked the elder young master not to react so sharply to what had happened. Ilmak, however, demanded that the girl immediately apologize to the elder brother. The third demanded that Ilmak shut this boy's mouth before the situation worsened. But unfortunately, the hero did not manage to do anything. Right then, the girl again reminded that the great young master was an idiot. He couldn't even open a box. Then she pressed her nose against Ilmak's chest. And everyone turned around fearfully and froze, waiting for the reaction of the first brother. In the end, one look at his crazy face was enough for them to understand. No one here was going to get off lightly. Yet Ilmak still could not comprehend this oddity. Jinhak had called himself an idiot a minute ago, but went insanely angry when someone else called him that word. So Ilmak immediately handed the girl over to the maid, ordered her to take her to a safe place. Then he explained to the elder brother that he had a solution to his problem. He calmed down instantly, came to his senses, but he did not understand what solution was being referred to. Ilmak reminded about that conversation regarding the Red Dragon Squad. The first brother needed to appoint the third squad commander as deputy. It was the best move because although the third commander was the weakest, it did not have decisive importance. Since the commander was Vi Jinhak himself, combat power was not critically important. The third squad commander handled paperwork best, and that meant he would be perfect and become a reliable support for the first master. Saying all this, Ilmak could only hope that changing the subject would help the elder brother come to his senses and forget about the burning anger. However, Jinhak only responded insultingly. He decided that Ilmak was implying he was an idiot back then, and therefore he should have appointed a smart third commander as deputy. Immediately after that, the enraged elder brother attacked the younger brother and immediately used a deadly sword. Unfortunately, it was already too late to dodge, so Ilmak decided to try to block the attack. But his hands were trembling, as if the body refused to move. Fortunately, at the last moment he managed to block the attack, but the sword shattered into small shards in a single flash. The thing was that the elder brother turned out to be too strong. Even after the young man used the flying sword, soul-grasping technique, blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The fact that he managed to block a strike against such a monster was an incredible miracle. All he had left was to wait for So Winpin to finally come up with something and deal with this mad monster. At that moment, the third brother really lunged at the elder, using his signature sword strikes. But eventually, Wei Jinhak changed the trajectory of his flight and immediately struck him in the face with full force. Yet despite everything, So Winpin broke free from his iron grip and immediately unleashed furious attacks on the first, begging him to come to his senses. But unfortunately, it didn't help. Although wounds were opening on the elder student's body, he still raged with fury. Eventually, a fierce clash erupted between the two as if in a moment the entire training ground would turn to dust. Ilmak at that moment was trying to recover a bit after the injury. His body was too exhausted. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder and his whole body stiffened. He was very afraid it was Wei Jinhak. Fortunately, it turned out to be Lady Chin Hinash came to help the young man. Instantly, she took care of the little one, pressed her combat points. The maid left the child unconscious by the tree. After that, she reported to the younger master that she also needed to join the fight. She asked Ilmak to take this chance and run away before Wei Jinhak finished him off. But still, the heroine found her priorities too strange. There were too few of them. Help needed to be called, not to rush into a hopeless fight. The difference in strength was too great. Of course, if the boy had run away, he might even have stayed alive. And if he does that, then most likely So Winpin will pay for it with his own life. The only way to save everyone was one. He had to immediately intervene in this bloody slaughter. At that moment, the first brother had already thrown the third one down. When he hit the ground, scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. To the first air ran Mrs. Chin Hina, trying at least briefly to stop him. However, as soon as the boy heard her approach, he immediately grabbed her and pressed her to the ground himself. He was going to kill her, and in a moment, everyone who was nearby. And just as he was about to cut the maid with his sword, he heard the voice of Ilmak, who called him an idiot. After that, the younger one began to provoke him in every possible way to make him lose focus on the killing. He even sneered at the first brother, as if his head was obviously only for wearing a hat since he reacted so sharply to his words. Obviously, Wei Jinhak, fiercely bored, lunged at this reptile to kill him, and it was from this that their deadly chases began. The rank of Hina immediately understood what was what and ordered the young master to flee. And he really ran, and Yu Jinhak rushed after him like a madman. At that time, the girl tried to get up to run to help, but unfortunately, she was seriously wounded. Approaching, So Winpin patted her on the shoulder and asked her to rest a little. After that, he rushed to run after the two to protect the younger one. Obviously, if they continue to wait for reinforcements, everyone will die. So Ilmak was now rushing to where he could call for help to save himself. At that moment, the boy suddenly stumbled. Taking advantage of this, the older brother caught up with him and struck with internal energy. As a result, the tree where this attack hit was destroyed by an explosion as if a thunderbolt had struck it. And the older brother, without wasting a second, immediately jumped up and aimed his sword to strike the younger relative. Fortunately, at that very moment, the third brother ran up to him. He covered the hero by blocking with his sword. After that, he glanced toward Ilmok to understand what his plan was. But just as the boy did not have time to explain anything, so Winpen ordered him to flee immediately. In the end, fortunately, two fighters managed to get close to them, which somewhat eased the burden of the third brother. But this was still not enough to calm the first student without the master's help. At that moment, one of the warriors fell to the ground and Vai Jin Hak already pounced on him, but fortunately, he managed to dodge. Ilmok again began to call him an idiot in every possible way and one who throws tantrums in front of the wrong people. He mocked the fact that you Jinhak decided to flaunt your stupidity in front of others. Fortunately, with these words, he managed to attract the attention of the first brother. Now, while the others restrained him, the younger one had nowhere to run. At that very moment, the boy threw the sword and it flew toward the third brother. However, bypassing him, he rushed straight at the hero's face. And this was clearly not part of the young man's plans. Fortunately, when the explosion dissipated, they heard the well-known voice of the master. He ordered everyone to retreat. He praised the students for working well and detaining the older brother. And then the master himself will overcome him. But as if he did not notice the master in front of him, Yi Jinhak still rushed at the younger brat to finish him off. The mentor calmly looked at him and applied the paired technique of the binding paths. Eventually, the unimaginable energy began to choke his body, pressing him to the ground. He still tried to resist, but the old man only said, "It is necessary to repeat twice for the student to calm down." Very soon, he angrily barked and roared like a true madman. Yet under the spell of the great heavenly demon, he bowed and greeted the Lord. Immediately after this, the calmed hero finally sat down on the ground to catch his breath after the experienced stress. And so, Winpen and all the others approached the first brother to tie him up with ropes and neutralize him. At that moment, Ilmok, seeing his master in action for the first time, finally realized he truly deserved to be the heavenly demon. Thus, the master quickly managed to suppress the anger of the first brother. Fortunately, there were no casualties. But the punishment was limited only to imprisonment in the meditation hall. Since Sina was the cause of the rampage, the Hegrin clan did not oppose such a mild punishment. But there was still one hitch. Although Ilmok was wounded and Lady Chin Hina was also injured, their lessons continued anyway. Approaching the young master, she ordered him to open the book to continue studying the doctrines from where they had left off. Of course, the young man immediately pointed to his broken hand and did not understand how he could study it when he was in such a condition himself. Then the girl decided that the hero might prefer to hone external martial arts, but obviously that was even worse than studying the doctrine. Chin Hina herself understood this well, so she explained that if he trained with such wounds, serious complications could arise. She asked him to study theory for now, and then they could catch up on what he missed. At that moment, the master came to visit his student, finding him in bed, covered in blood. The maid immediately knelt to greet the Lord, and the hero got out of bed to bow himself. But he asked the two not to strain themselves and to remain where they were. Ilmok at that moment explained that he was perfectly fine thanks to the help of a skilled doctor. And it was clear that this greatly pleased the old man, so he immediately smiled. The mentor also explained he came to the student not only to visit but also to reward him. Thanks to his cleverness, the damages were minimal, and his past merits were already significant. Of course, Ilmok was incredibly curious about what reward the heavenly demon himself had prepared for him. And he decided to give the boy the elixir of their order, and along with this, he would give him even more time for training. That is, the boy would have to work even harder. The Heen order, however, was bursting with happiness. The mercy of the Lord was truly boundless. Such a reaction was exactly what the hero expected from a fan. But that was not all. Why did the master come here? It turned out the first brother wanted to meet the hero after everything he had done. So if Ilmok himself was not against it, the teacher wanted to make an exception for the young man and still allow them to meet. Honestly, Ilmok was not very eager to see his older brother again. Whether he wanted it or not, sooner or later, they would have to meet anyway. So the only thing he decided to clarify before the trip was whether the doors in the prison hall were sufficiently sturdy. When he finally agreed, they immediately set off to meet the first brother, and the master accompanied the hero. Finally, around the next corner, a prison corner opened up. There, they kept the violent boy locked up. The master decided to step aside so that Ilmok and the senior student could talk calmly. Unfortunately, that boy could not even admit that he felt awkward being alone with his brother. He was very worried. What if the first was still angry because of those words with which he provoked him? He didn't even know whether to immediately bow and fall to his knees before him, begging forgiveness for those words. Since most of the wounds of the hero Rang had already healed, he decided, if he noticed anything wrong, he would definitely run to call the master so as not to allow what happened last time. But when the young man knocked on the detention hall, Wei Jinhak only laughed cheerfully, sincerely glad that his younger brother had come to visit him. The senior student admitted that he had called AllMagic here solely to apologize. Now he perfectly understood why the younger brother had so brazenly provoked him. Thanks to the hero's relentless efforts, the punishment for the man was minimal. It really was the best decision under those circumstances. Wei Jinhak was glad, at least because the younger comrade was lucky. He turned out not to be such a senseless fool as his narrow-minded elder brothers from the studentship. The first student also apologized for accidentally involving AllMagic in trouble because of his wild, unrestrained character. The hero calmly sat down on the other side of the door and reminded them of their recent conversation. Then AllMagic advised the elder brother to appoint the third squad commander as his deputy. The boy wanted to clarify he gave this advice by no means to humiliate the dignity of the first student. There is an old proverb, the larger the army, the better the commander. Once the famous General Han declared that he was capable of commanding an army of 100,000 warriors. Then the emperor asked with interest, why does such a talented military commander serve specifically under his command? To which the general wisely replied, His Majesty is not a warrior in the direct sense, he is the one who commands generals like him. There have been many such examples in history. Even when brilliant strategists were born, the true rulers still remain the emperors. History clearly shows, for a true leader, the most important thing is not strategy, but the incomparable ability to gain the unconditional trust of people. Along with this, it is necessary to skillfully place subordinates where they will bring the greatest benefit to the common cause. That is why AllMagic advised the first brother to appoint the third as the squad commander. With his outstanding administrative abilities, minor problems will disappear on their own. Then the first disciple will be able to fully focus on the true duties of a real leader. He was destined to one day lead the entire demonic cult. Therefore, the younger brother asked that the elder not take these words as an insult or humiliation. On the contrary, it is better for him to fully devote himself to training, because such focus will bring him even more success in the future. When the master heard all the words the hero said, he immediately praised the boy approvingly and gently stroked his head. After which he decided to cut their conversation short and lead the youth back to his estate. AllMagic could only hope that his words would not again hurt the pride of the elder brother, since all this was said exclusively to somehow smooth over the offense that had arisen between them. And when the master praised the hero, he thought that maybe the teacher liked how skillfully AllMagic got out of the awkward situation. In fact, when the younger brother broke free from his confinement, a flame of such incredible power ignited inside the senior student that it seemed it would burst out and incinerate everything around. Dim thoughts commanded him to kill the younger brother, because it was this insolent youth who dared to call him an idiot. Wei Jinhak sought to destroy everyone who looked down on him, who mocked him. He cursed this unjust world that had given him so many humiliations. However, recalling the wise advice of the younger brother, he gathered himself and tried to pull himself together. This became a turning point. The man suppressed the destructive rage that was devouring him from within. Eventually, the senior student crossed the threshold of understanding the demon path and almost reached the dreamed stage of acceptance. He poured out all his furious rage in a wild outburst of anger, and now AllMagic also reminded him that there are matters far more important than petty insults. In the end, the gears fell into place, and by this he cleared his mind and made it clear, like the perfectly smooth surface of a mirror. He directed this crystal-clear clarity straight onto the path of accepting the demonic way. Wei Jinhak sat in confinement for a long time, turning over in his mind the thought of how to gather talents and place them in the right positions. He sincerely hoped that the younger brother would grow up as quickly as possible, because the first student ardently wished to make this very person his chief strategist. At the same time, unknown individuals whispered about the younger student of the heavenly demon who proposed this strange system. Many considered him an eccentric boy, especially after that insolent statement about founding some unprecedented academy. But according to rumors, he incredibly strongly influenced how the older brother decided to choose the demonic path. If this youth continues to hang around the first disciple, then he might become a big problem for their secret future plans. So now they had to decide what to do. They could not just sit idly by. But suddenly their elder suggested to settle accounts with this insolent boy, just like with those who were already resting in graves. This should be more than enough to finally destabilize the divine cult of the celestial demon again. Soon the hero was approached again by his guards, those who accompanied him during the journey. By order of the Lord of 10,000 Demons and the head of the Institute of Guardians, they were again appointed as his escorts. After such an uproar, it was impossible to leave the youth defenseless. Swearing loyalty and truth to serve the young master and protect him from all troubles, the warriors respectfully bowed. Of course, the hero took them under his command, yet he felt a bit uncomfortable that so many overseers suddenly appeared around him. However, the youth was grateful they sent him already familiar people. The guards promised to keep a proper distance during their service so as not to cause inconvenience to the young master. After that, they said goodbye and assured that they would appear instantly as soon as the young heir faced even the slightest danger. Ilmak already knew these two guardians well, but in his chambers remained another stranger, a face the hero saw for the first time. The boy immediately rushed to introduce himself. His name was Guyan Moon from the Ghost Sect. With a warm smile, he explained to the young master that he was sent precisely so that he would serve faithfully, and he very much hoped that they would get along well in their work. Obviously, Ilmak had heard about the Guyan clan. After all, it was one of the 5 great demonic houses. Moreover, the young man came from the legendary Ghost Sect, so the hero was extremely curious about what this young man had forgotten here. It turned out that the boy studied at the academy in the same class as Chin Hina, and since his classmate was injured and could not properly perform her duties, he reported this to the sect leader. The leader indulgently allowed him to come to the aid of his comrade. Of course, the hero perfectly understood that the lady's help was completely unnecessary, but he politely smiled and thanked Guyan Moon for his expressed concern. Ilmak was not ready for his plans to be ruined. The boy was secretly going to use Chin Hina's injury as a convenient opportunity to rest from harsh training. Moreover, the young man had the sect leader's approval. All that remained for the hero was to accept it and allow the boy to help. However, Chin Hina categorically objected. She did not need any help from Guyan Moon, so he could calmly return home. Even in her current state, the lady was able to serve the young master without hindrance, and she did not forget to remind the persistent guest of this. Guyan Moon did not fully understand what was on her mind. The girl could barely stand on her feet but spoke with such unwavering confidence. Yet the lady was furious and ordered the boy not to interfere in other people's affairs. And honestly, Ilmak saw this side of her character for the first time. She openly and boldly contradicted someone for the first time. And Guyan Moon, approaching closer, simply asked his acquaintance to stop resisting. But considering that the girl was much weaker than him, the boy felt as if she had completely stopped training properly. Since the same times when they studied together at the academy, Chin Hina had not changed in strength at all. There was a depressing feeling as if she had wasted a once brilliant talent and ruined her own body without even achieving the great goal she had so passionately dreamed of in her youth. Eventually, the young man calmly explained to the girl that he could easily help the young master instead of her, and it would be better for her to go rest and properly recover her strength. But the lady was openly boiling with rage because Guyan Moon dared to look at her condescendingly. Yet the young man quickly and skillfully explained that he never intended to appear too confident. And he sincerely thought Chin Hina in such a pitiful state would only become a burden to the young master. If she continued to serve in such a condition, the others would start whispering behind their backs. Everyone would point fingers and wonder what is wrong with this lord if his servant looks so miserable. But Ilmak hastily shut the young man's mouth. He clearly felt that Guyan Moon was reproaching the lady for not developing and not progressing precisely because she served the hero. Of course, the young man immediately began to apologize. He did not mean that at all. The young man was simply sorry to see a talented girl in the role of an ordinary servant. But whatever Guyan Moon's true intentions were, Ilmak categorically did not want to hear such humiliating words anymore. After that, the hero also asked Chin Hina not to worry about anything. After all, he never considered her a burden for a moment. But as soon as the young man looked at her face, it immediately became clear. The girl was completely broken. Her face even paled and sagged from the heavy thoughts that surged like a wave. So Ilmak could only sigh heavily, not understanding who had even thought to send someone like Guyan Moon here. Now the hero urgently needed to come up with any way to diffuse this unbearably icy atmosphere hanging in the chambers. At that moment, Guyen Moon, brazenly ignoring the young master's order, went to deliver a message and prepare to perform his duties. Of course, Ilmok decisively ordered the boy to stop immediately, because if he continued to spout such nonsense, it would be better for him to just shut up. But suddenly the hero saw the young man handing the girl some unusual herb, something rare and healing. Guyen Moon explained that he found this ginseng while coming here along the road. He was a very busy person, so it was already time for him to return to his affairs in the ghost sect. The boy asked that Jin Hina accept this small gift and recover as soon as possible. Honestly, it looked like a blatant flirtation, so Ilmok could only guess what had been between these two in the past. Soon young lady Sina rushed towards Ilmok all in bitter tears. The child apologized profusely. Because of her careless words, both the elder brother and all other innocent people had suffered. So the hero had to patiently explain to her that she should not take to heart what happened to the elder brother, because sometimes he was like a real natural disaster that swept away everything in its path. At that moment the child calmed down and wiped away her tears, but as soon as she saw the unfamiliar face, the girl immediately became wary. The child was incredibly curious about who this young man was and why he, like a tail, persistently stuck close to the hero. The young man, with a polite smile, bowed before the young lady and explained that he was temporarily serving the young master in place of Jin Hina. Obviously, Sina immediately wanted this young man to serve Ilmoku forever instead of that viper bitch. The little one thought he was much more reliable and better than that incomprehensible, harmful girl. And honestly, the hero felt incredibly uncomfortable hearing such words, as he did not recall Jin Hina ever behaving badly towards Sina. In fact, if Ilmok were more straightforward, he himself would secretly want this young man to remain his servant, since ever since Jin Hina stepped away from affairs, the training has become much easier and more pleasant. And moreover, finally a newcomer appeared in his palace, one over whom one could heartily laugh, and there was plenty of fun to prove it. The problem was only that this seemingly good-natured guy boldly showed his impudence but only towards Jin Hina. Of course, after yesterday's stormy display of emotions, it was easy to see the real reason. Probably it resembled those times of elementary school when a boy who secretly likes a girl pulls her pigtails. The hero sincerely hoped that by some miracle he could reconcile these two and then the problem would resolve itself. At first, Ilmok wanted to make them work together, both young and full of restless energy, so the boy could easily create conditions for them to finally come together as a single team. But when the hero came to the lady with this sentence, she categorically refused to work with Guyen Moon. Honestly, the girl was so steadfast in her decision that Ilmok did not even know what to answer. Eventually, the young man decided to ease the tension a bit and cautiously inquire what the lady had been doing here all this time, sitting alone in her chambers. It turned out she did not appear at training sessions because she occasionally painstakingly rewrote all these precious things by hand, sacred texts. Although Ilmok found it quite strange, the mistress had probably studied them long ago, by heart, knew every line. But Jin Hina calmly explained that since she had become a burden to the young master, she prepared texts for him to study independently, to at least provide some feasible help. Eventually, Ilmok decided to somehow humiliate her in the eyes of Lady Guyen Moon and reproachfully said that this boy did not know basic etiquette at all. The hero was calmly sitting on the training ground when he arrogantly began sweeping the dusty floor right in front of him. Because of this, all the raised dust flew straight into the faces not only of Ilmok, but also of the young lady Seine. The girl could hardly imagine the discomfort they all felt at that moment. The lady quietly smiled at that moment, having listened to all these words. Ilmok, of course, noticed this and decided to ask what kind of girl she was during her studies at the academy. The hero thought that she was completely different then than now, and maybe even back in those distant times she hated the intrusive assistant of Guyen Moon. And it turned out, from the very first meeting, the girl hated him with all her heart. Jin Hina was the eldest daughter in an ordinary family from the divine cult. Her parents were unremarkable neither in abilities nor appearance, like all other ordinary people. The birth of Jin Hina was a true miracle for them. The girl inherited rare beauty and outstanding talent in martial arts from distant ancestors. Everyone in her village simply adored her. Jin Hina dreamed from childhood to faithfully serve the divine cult, help ordinary people, and become a truly worthy person. For the sake of this lofty goal, she prepared from a young age to enter the hall of demonic arts. In her native village, she was considered an unparalleled genius, so neither her parents, nor villagers, nor Chin-hina herself doubted her brilliant success for a moment. And she justified their hopes. She brilliantly passed the entrance exams. It seemed the girl's life would be smooth and cloudless, but harsh reality turned out to be much more merciless. At the very first exam in the Hall of Demonic Martial Arts, she took only 19th place out of 20. Only then did Chin-hina bitterly realize that she was just a frog at the bottom of a well. She felt unbearably ashamed that she had so confidently overestimated her modest talent. But despite this devastating disappointment, the girl was not going to give up and stubbornly moved only forward. She perfectly understood that she started a little below the mark of other students and sincerely believed, if she worked hard, she would definitely catch up with everyone. This unwavering faith made her think only about endless training and learning. More precisely, Chin-hina was desperately trying to concentrate. But a young man appeared who distracted her from her studies in every possible way. Seeing that she was studying complex texts, he politely explained, the chapter they had just covered was indeed incredibly difficult to understand. So the boy generously could help her and explain everything in detail. But the girl was only angry at this young man. He was born into a noble family, so everything came to him too easily. So she resolutely refused his help and immediately left to sort everything out on her own. Guyenmuna was slightly hurt by her cold refusal after all. She didn't even listen to his sincere offer. Because of her, the lesson ended later than usual again, while the teacher patiently explained everything only to her. Therefore, the young man politely asked the girl not to hesitate to ask for help if she needed it. He tried not to personally help her, but for the common good of all the students. To great regret, Guyenmun's interference in her student life did not stop. Throughout all the years of studying in the hall, he constantly stuck his advice where it was not needed. In both martial arts and studies, the boy literally outpaced her in everything, so he behaved a bit arrogantly. Of course, every time after his persistent help, the girl's self-esteem shattered to dust. Chin-hina hated herself for the fact that support was given to her, not that she was helping someone. She hated Guyenmun even more for sticking his useless help where it wasn't wanted. To overcome this disgusting, humiliating feeling and finally knock Guyenmun off the pedestal, she trained as if possessed. But until the very graduation from the martial arts hall, she never managed to surpass him even once. The girl honestly admitted to the hero that she hated the boy because he always looked down on her. Probably that's why the divine cult sent her to learn the art of demonic fists so she could get rid of these destructive evil thoughts. It was truly a trial for her to become better, and it seems it helped her find inner peace. The hero could only sigh heavily because he simply couldn't imagine how Guyenmun could be such a hopeless idiot in matters of human relationships. The next day, AllMagic approached him to have a serious face-to-face talk. The young man admitted that yesterday he finally learned from the lady why that boy was so disliked by her. Of course, Guyenmun was very scared as soon as he heard this frank revelation. He sincerely thought that he had always treated the girl well, and he clearly did not notice his own glaring flaws. AllMagic hurried to patiently explain to the boy that there were many problems, and the main one was precisely Guyenmun's attitude. The guy needed to immediately stop interfering with the girl with his useless help. He simply had to silently observe and recognize her as an equal combat companion. Moreover, if the young man really had romantic feelings for her, it was better to honestly say so directly. AllMagic really hoped that the young man correctly understood his wise words. This should be enough for him to finally correct his foolish behavior. Most likely they will not start dating immediately now, but at least their relationship will stop rapidly deteriorating. Obviously, the guy was incredibly grateful to the young master for leading him onto the path of truth. Guyenmun, indeed, no matter how much I recalled, Chin-hina never once confessed his true feelings to her. This is where all this unfortunate misunderstanding between them came from. Immediately after that frank conversation, he rushed swiftly to the girl's room to fix everything immediately. At the same time, the lady finally fully healed her wounded leg, so she was able to remove the annoying bandage. At that moment, young Mr. Guyenmun burst into her room without knocking. He nervously admitted that young Mr. AllMagic explained everything to him in detail. The girl confessed that she hates him because the boy constantly tried to help her insistently. Guyenmun hastily explained that it was an unfortunate misunderstanding because he was helping her not at all because he considered her pathetic and worthless. At that moment, the worried hero shuffled after and was very hopeful that the boy wouldn't do something foolish. And finally, Guyan Moon did say what had been boiling inside him. He confessed directly to the girl all this time he had been madly fond of her. He loved her. The young man fell in love with her at first sight as soon as he saw her for the first time at the academy. Then he passionately wanted to please her and thought, if he helps, she will definitely pay attention to him. The boy sincerely apologized for misunderstanding her feelings because he had no idea that he had bad intentions towards her. At that moment, Guyan Moon noticed with anxiety the girl was seized by a cold tremor. Demonic energy began to wildly swirl around her. And just as the young man instinctively tried to help her, Chin Hina immediately fiercely pushed the guy away from herself. At first, she firmly believed the young man saw her as a rival and competitor, but it turned out completely differently. She had desperately tried for years to bypass Guyan Moon, but it turned out he had no interest in her abilities at all. This meant only one thing all these years: Chin Hina herself was intoxicated by her imagined inferiority. So now the girl was incredibly curious to find out why Guyan Moon always made her feel so worthless and miserable. Of course, the young man still desperately tried to justify that he never wanted to hurt her, but the girl, finally losing control, immediately mercilessly attacked the boy. Ilmak, who was carefully watching this confrontation, persistently asked Mr. Guyan Moon not to rush into battle. It was better to retreat and let the girl vent her anger. But the boy did not really care about those furious attacks. He was much stronger than the young lady. Honestly, with these confident words, he only further enraged the angry girl. Yet Guyan Moon suddenly lunged at her, trying to grab and neutralize her, but she elegantly leaned back like a nimble cat and did not expose herself to the strike. After which Chin Hina, for the first time in her entire long-suffering history, was finally able to defeat this arrogant boy, masterfully freezing him with her icy energy. Honestly, the girl still could not believe that she had achieved such an incredible victory, but now she looked at herself completely differently. Ilmak did not know what to say in such a situation, so he decided to just go rest since he clearly could not help resolve this conflict. But the lady did not let him go. She firmly grabbed his hand. She reminded him that she had just defeated her long-time sworn enemy. All that remained for the hero was simply to play along and rejoice in the girl's incredible victory. And of course, to pretend that he had never doubted her inevitable victory for a second. This confident young man relied only on brute strength. He needed a significant shake-up. Honestly, the girl wholeheartedly rejoiced that Ilmak supported her with exactly such a reaction. She was just waiting for this from him. It seems Chin Hina had never been so happy since the very moment she began studying the demonic art of the bear claw. Her heart was ready to burst from overwhelming happiness. And immediately after these words, the girl suddenly began coughing up blood. Although she did not know the exact reason, something relentlessly squeezed her heart. Apparently, emotions long frozen under demonic art were bursting out with their last strength, causing her unbearable pain. At that moment, the guard, who understood nothing, arrived. It seems the whole commotion simply drew them here. Surely, the guards should have known how to deal with the body's deviation from demonic art. However, Ilmak had to somehow delicately explain to them what exactly happened in these chambers. At the very moment the guards approached closer, Chin Hina herself threw herself into the hero's arms and hid in his embrace. Ilmak immediately began to comfort the girl, begging her not to cry, otherwise she would only worsen her severe condition. The sentries, eavesdropping behind the wall, awkwardly concluded that maybe they had worried needlessly and interfered in matters not their own. Eventually, the guards with pleading faces bowed before the Lord for their too frank interference in personal affairs and promptly left. Ilmak, of course, desperately asked them to return because an unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred, but they still hurriedly disappeared home so as not to ruin their intimate atmosphere. And Ilmak did not understand what to do in such a delicate situation. He would not be able to calm the girl on his own. Moreover, this young man was not even sure if the lady was truly feeling the same deviation from the demonic path right now. For Sen and the elder brother, everything was quite simple and obvious. The little one showed signs of possession, and the elder brother flew into a furious rage. When it became quiet in their heads, everything passed safely. It turns out the same method should have worked with Chin Hina as well. The problem was that the hero did not know which exact side effect in the girl had gotten out of control. The lady mentioned that the side effect of her martial arts was a complete loss of empathy, but this was clearly not enough to bring a person to such a severe state. This meant only one thing: the hero was clearly missing something important. At that moment, the girl herself humbly apologized to the hero for disturbing him. She promised that she would soon recover on her own and asked Ilmak to forever forget her shameful behavior. The boy did not understand why she was so confident that she could handle this condition by herself. However, Hina knew herself well as a person who does not give in to emotions. She just needed to freeze her turbulent feelings again using her art. If she did that, she would become herself again, former, cold, and impassive. But Ilmak decisively ordered the girl not to dare freeze them. Finally, the hero understood what her real side effect was. Her desire to suppress emotions had gotten out of control. This meant that the lady had to accept her feelings: jealousy, sadness, anger, and not hide anything. She had to overcome the side effect that mercilessly tried to suppress all these feelings. Of course, the girl immediately panicked. She could not accept these feelings. They made her miserable, thoroughly pierced with complexes, consumed by envy. Ilmoku should not have said something like that to her. But the hero perfectly understood her true side effect was precisely the suppression of emotions. The deviation she faced was the result of suppressed emotions reaching their absolute limit. Unable to withstand the monstrous pressure, they burst out. Ideally, the hero would help her completely stop suppressing emotions, but that would not work instantly. So Ilmak carefully wiped her bloody tears, apologizing for having expressed himself incorrectly. The boy suggested that instead of suppressing emotions, she should completely get rid of them. After all, it was necessary to erase exactly those feelings she constantly suppressed. The hero asked the girl not to cling to these ugly emotions. She herself said, "If you live strictly by the rules, there will be no problems." All she needed was to completely empty her heart, not suppress as she was used to, but instead let them all go and free herself. At that moment, Hina plunged into the depths of her own consciousness, wandering a deserted street in the fog and not understanding what was happening. But suddenly the girl came to a house, completely frozen. Those were her frozen emotions, which began to slowly come to life. Such envy, jealousy, complexes, sadness, and everything else that she desperately wanted to hide. It was precisely because the lady constantly tried to suppress these feelings that they continued to cause her unbearable pain. So now, following the wise advice of the young master, she tried to let everything go instead of restraining herself. If she did not suppress anything, then no side effects should arise. The girl herself perfectly understood. She had no need to hold on to these ugly feelings. If left alone, they would go away by themselves, dissolve into emptiness. But suddenly the lady found herself not in her own thoughts but in the Pungamjian palace. This was extremely strange, considering that she had hardly ever been in this palace. Perhaps the reason was that this hall meant too much to her, although she did not realize it. The girl immediately recalled with anxiety that the yin energy of the demonic art of bear palms was supposed to fill her heart, but if she did not immediately drain her energy, she risked dying. Now, being in her inner space, she could not think about it and return to the matter later. There was definitely a reason why she ended up here, but now it no longer mattered so much. At this moment, the girl also began to meditate in reality, slowly regaining consciousness. Finally regaining consciousness, Hina sincerely thanked Ilmak. He had patiently protected her for a long time. But he decisively refused those thanks. Now the lady's health was more important, and fortunately her wounds had already healed. She was in much better condition than before. However, this girl could only thank the young master. It was he who told her story to the persistent Guyan moon. Ilmak hurried to explain that he did it unintentionally. He was just trying to ease the tension between them, to lighten the atmosphere. But fortunately, the lady felt no resentment towards Ilmak. Now she no longer had any negative feelings towards Guyan moon. Moreover, because of this incident, she even rose to a new level of mastery. So essentially, she had no reason to be angry. Then Ilmak decided to carefully find out what exactly they should do now with the young man, because they could not leave him in a frozen state. So the best solution was to place the boy in the courtyard in a hidden place so that over time he would regain consciousness on his own. When young Sina saw the frozen Guyan moon, the child was so frightened that she did not understand why her brother's servant was in such a strange state. But Ilmak calmly explained that it was a kind of punishment for excessive talkativeness. At this moment, the elder brother, finally released from confinement, visited the younger one. Ilmak immediately congratulated the first student on achieving enlightenment and breaking through to a new level. It was then that Jin Hak came to the hero right after finishing his solitude. He also wanted to apologize to Senya, whom he was rude to, and thank his younger brother. Honestly, Ilmak was surprised. He still did not understand the real reason for the gratitude. It turned out that the boy is still drowning in his own destructive rage. The reason he was able to overcome this insurmountable wall lay in the advice given to him by the hero. So the first student came to personally convey deep gratitude to his younger brother. Moreover, Jinhak Vi realized the best strategist for someone like him was precisely his younger brother. Honestly, the hero had a very bad feeling, and in the end, it was completely justified. Of course, Ilmak desperately tried to explain that he was still a novice, he hadn't even finished the academy yet. Such a responsible role was too early for him. And his older brother did not rush him, generously allowed the younger to fully concentrate on studying at the academy. In this time, the first disciple will become a person worthy of Ilmak serving him. In the end, the hero suggested postponing this serious conversation for later because he first wanted to clarify one interesting point. Together with the elder brother came two more brothers along with Mr. Khan. The elder brother was not particularly attached to their arrival because each of them came to the hero for their own reason. It turned out that the master entrusted the elder brother with setting up the academy. Thanks to this, Mr. Khan now worked under his leadership and he came here so the hero could personally thank him. Siu Winpin said that he had advanced in martial arts thanks to Ilmak, so he joined because he also wanted to thank the hero. The sixth brother appeared here because he saw two brothers going here, and he joined them out of simple curiosity. So, in other words, the purpose of his visit was far from noble, he was simply bored and came here with nothing to do. In the end, the hero respectfully greeted the elder brothers one by one with a polite smile, but desperately trying to hide how much he wanted them to disappear, so he could be alone only with the younger sister. But because of a debt, Ilmak immediately began to praise the third brother, congratulating him on breaking through ahead. However, a disturbing impression formed that the sixth brother was not feeling very well. However, Tot calmly explained, when he was alone in the chambers, he often hallucinated terrible illusions and heard voices. And when he was among 11 people, he felt much calmer. Obviously, there were not actually 11 present here. So the hero anxiously realized the sixth brother's schizophrenia was rapidly progressing. No matter how Ilmak counted even the farthest people, there were still only 7 here. That same night, So Winpin truly tried to fall asleep, but instead intrusive thoughts crept into his exhausted head. No matter how much he thought, the congratulations from Ilmak on reaching the new level sounded somewhat dull and insincere. Of course, the third brother was ashamed to admit it, but the hero's attention was still focused on the eldest and sixth brothers. That is why a depressing feeling arose, as if Ilmak had squeezed this reaction out of himself, but in reality, he was not happy about it. If so, then maybe in his soul he mocked the third brother, believing that he had nothing to be proud of with his pale results. But So Winpin still could not be 100% sure about this. That is why he tried to convince himself, no need to make hasty conclusions. But in such an anxious state, he could not fall asleep. So the best solution was to break through to the younger brother to find out everything from him. The third brother decided to sneak in just as quietly as last time to remain unnoticed. If the younger brother is asleep, So Winpin will simply wait until he wakes up. But suddenly he noticed a silhouette darting around the room. Obviously, the guy decided that she might have been the personal maid of the younger brother. He even heard that she made a breakthrough thanks to Ilmoku. Moreover, today there was some strange, intimate atmosphere hanging between them. So Winpin for now decided not to intervene, generously allowed them to remain alone. However, So Winpin quickly realized. He hoped in vain, he thought that before him was an ordinary maid. So when the mysterious stranger approached the younger brother, the third disciple instantly pressed a blade to his face. As everyone knows, tracking a target in pitch darkness is a basic skill for his assassin class. He had already seen quite a few suspicious people among those who served the younger brother. But the boy wanted to know who this audacious person was relaxing in the hero's chambers in the middle of the deep night. So Winpin shouted fiercely, demanding an explanation for the intrusion and the reason for his arrival. But Ilmak hurriedly stopped the third brother and carefully explained, this man was well known to him. After that, the hero wearily rubbed his head, trying to regain consciousness. The young man perfectly understood why So Winpin was here. Yet another mystery remained, what was the finally warmed Guyan moon doing in this place? At that moment, an anxious voice of Chin Hina sounded outside the door. She did not understand what was happening. So Ilmak quickly excused himself, saying he was just talking with the third brother and she had nothing to worry about. But the girl felt that she clearly heard the voice of Guyan moon inside the chambers. Therefore, Ilmak lied, insisting that she only imagined it, they were just having a normal men's conversation. Eventually, calmed down, the lady left, and the hero finally sighed with relief. After which Ilmak introduced to the third brother his assistant Guyen Moon from the Ghost Clan, the one who helped the wounded Lady Chinhina take care of everything. Perhaps the boy today, when he entered their place, saw an ice statue on the training ground. It was exactly that, and Guyen Moon was frozen. And indeed, when So Winpin looked at him closely, he realized they were very similar. So, finally exhaling, the third brother hid his sword, but he was incredibly curious. How did this boy end up frozen? So Guyen Moon had to explain in detail everything that had happened. By morning, So Winpin understood among all of them, a truly dramatic story had unfolded. Yet this still did not explain why Guyen Moon appeared in the younger brother's chambers so late. At that moment, the boy handed the hero a letter and, sadly explaining, said that he no longer wanted to serve the young master. He had only brought upon himself the hatred of Chinhina and failed to properly protect the young heir. Guyen Moon could not do what he wanted, only what he was able to. Therefore, he considered himself useless in everything. Ilmak was shocked. The boy submitted a resignation request, although he had not even been officially accepted into service. It seemed a broken heart struck the youth harder than the hero had expected. Therefore, he literally sobbed, begging to be allowed to leave. But So Winpin suddenly decided, the one undeserving of forgiveness was not Guyen Moon but himself. Honestly, the reason why the third brother now behaved this way, depressed, as if the whole world was locked upon him, remained a mystery to the hero. Then So Winpin admitted that many praised his achievements in martial arts, but he could not accept these sincere compliments. At night, it seemed to him that everyone secretly mocked him. That is why today he came to the younger one to directly ask what people had on their minds. Ilmak did not even believe that the third brother could think about such things, because during the day he was cheerful and carefree, but now he was mired in gloomy thoughts. Therefore, So Winpin thought, a person like him with such a rotten heart truly does not deserve forgiveness. And Guyen Moon could argue with the third master because he simply underestimated his incredible technique of 14 ruthless strikes. As soon as the boy saw the sharp tip of his sword, he literally trembled with fear, and he said it absolutely sincerely not to please. Here Winpina understood Guyen Moon probably had to be strong enough to resist this technique. Suddenly a brilliant idea flew into the hero's head. These two could meet in an honest duel. Guyen Moon could usefully learn from the senior student, and So Winpin better understand the juniors by crossing swords with them. And indeed, in the demonic cult, everyone knew, there is no better way to understand a person than through a fight. But Guyen Moon believed that such an unworthy loser, as he had no right to ask the third brother for such an honor. But Ilmak hurried to calm Guyen Moon. He was not hopeless, just a little off the true path. Ultimately, Ms. Chinhina herself said that she feels no negativity towards him. Moreover, the girl even thanked the hero for telling Guyen Moon her secret. Therefore, Ilmak asked the boy not to fixate on one thing and to look at the world a little broader. Of course, the hero decided to accept his resignation, hoping that the young man would find a better path for himself. Guyen Moon was infinitely grateful to the young master for his warm advice and invaluable help. He solemnly promised that he would accept this advice with deep respect and would find his true path without haste. Then he would definitely win the heart of Chinhina. Obviously, this was not at all what the master was striving for. The hero directly asked the assistant to abandon this hopeless venture, and indeed, he was a hopeless romantic. The next day, the hero spent time with little Sina. Finally, they said goodbye, and the little one went to her palace. Fortunately, after Guyen Moon left, the air became much calmer. At first, Ilmak worried that the third brother might accidentally finish off the guy, but once in the morning after his visit Guyen Moon was still alive, this meant a good sign. In any case, it was time to prepare for a full-scale breakthrough. The hero needed to forget all these futile problems. He had his own goals. Ilmak had to become serious again and fully concentrate. But suddenly the teacher came to the hero. In his hands, he carried a small box with precious demonic explosive pills, exactly those the man had promised him. As is known, the hero's danshin was still small, so the young man had to fully absorb the energy of this pill. And the teacher would help him remove the restrictions and properly direct this powerful energy. Of course, Ilmak usually would not so blindly accept such doping. But there are situations when one healthy mind is not enough. You have to endure. If he swallows this pill, a place in the Academy of Demonic Arts is already in the pocket. Finally, the teacher placed his hands on the hero's shoulders, asked him not to open his mouth and to hold on to the flow of true chi that would be directed to him. The most important thing in this process is not to lose consciousness. Very soon the boy realized what it was about, because he felt a pain never felt before. He felt how the wild energy of the explosive demonic pill raged. His meridians seemed to be torn apart, such was the power and such a stubborn, unrestrained energy. But suddenly the young man realized the energy of the pill was cleaning out all the dirt clogging his meridians. Of course, it was unbearably painful when something that was part of your body is forcibly torn out. But now, if he can endure this torment, his main meridians will become much wider and more perfect. Finally, the hero finished the great rotation of the meridians and began to feel some relief. Now he only had to direct all the remaining energy into his danchan. And suddenly, Ilmak felt such a monstrous surge of energy that his body almost convulsed. Ilmak tries to hold back a scream bursting from his chest. He clenches his teeth even tighter, veins bulge on his cheeks, and sweat pours down his face like rain. He feels the energy of the mad demon spreading through his blood vessels. It seemed to him as if his body was being pierced by knives. He literally felt sharp blades biting into his flesh. And now Ilmak feels as if thousands of ants are devouring him. They tear his body into small pieces and he cannot defend himself. The boy clenches his teeth even tighter, fearing that this is not the absorption of an elixir but real torment. The heavenly demon, his mentor, still sits behind him, holding his palms on his back. The hand of the boy lying on his knee trembles slightly. On it, as on Ilmak's entire body, swollen veins are visible. A glow of inner energy flashes in the boy's eyes. He believes this is truly his limit. Hekran Ilvi finally removes his palms from the student's back. Ilmak immediately falls, burying his face in the ground. The teacher smiles and says that he endured everything well. The boy lying on the ground, who feels he can no longer move, thinks, wow, he holds up well, but no way did he endure it. Ilmak still tries to stand up. His body shakes with a slight fever. The boy asks himself in his thoughts, why is it so incredibly hard to absorb some elixir? He almost died. Ilmak rises to his feet but feels extremely unsteady. With surprise, he examines his own hand and one question spins in his mind. What is this? Why has the body become so light? Hekran, standing behind him, says, strange feeling, huh? Ilmak asks the teacher, is this really the power of the mad demon? The heavenly demon shakes his head negatively. He tells the surprised student that this is the effect of bone marrow washing. Bone marrow washing is called the most complex procedure. During it, the master uses his internal energy to restructure the bones, muscles, and vessels of his student. This way, he creates a body perfectly adapted to martial arts, as if forcing it to be born anew. Ilmak, turning to face the teacher, asks, can even an adult like him go through this? Hekran Ilva replies that with age it only becomes more difficult, but not impossible. The old man adds, and this became possible because the young man's body had few impurities, and Ilmak endured the process steadfastly, so it was possible to preserve most of the mad demon's energy. Chin Heen, stepping closer, silently listens to their conversation. Glancing with one eye at the girl who stood behind him, the boy thinks, it was hellishly painful, but isn't it for this reason? Leaning to his ear, Chin Heen whispers to the young master that bone marrow washing is a process much more complex and profound than the heavenly demon described. It consumes so much energy that one elixir is not enough. Ilmak replies that the energy of the mad demon still remains in his danchan. Isn't this the residue after bone marrow washing? The teacher, laughing, says, oh, this youth. The girl explains this is because the heavenly demon poured into him at least 30 years of his energy. Ilmak's mouth opens in surprise. 30 years. The boy immediately falls to his knees and, pressing his forehead to the tile covering the courtyard, sincerely thanks the teacher. Heavenly demon tells the boy not to take everything to heart. He did it solely of his own free will. The teacher adds he did not tell him, fearing it would become a burden for him, and now he apologizes if it seemed like he deceived him. Chin Heen, hearing his words, feels uncomfortable. Ilmak, raising his head, says he could not comprehend the teacher's deep intentions. He asks to be punished. The heavenly demon laughs in response. What is he saying? Instead, Chin Heen saved his face. The teacher adds, well then, enough. He suggests testing the effect of the bone marrow washing. Ilmak's face lights up with a smile and he gladly agrees yes. The sun is already setting when the heavenly demon tells Ilmak, bare to the waist, that he will probably take his leave. Gathering his hands in the traditional gesture, the palm of one hand covering the fist of the other, the boy, whose body is dripping with sweat, asks the teacher to take care of himself and thanks him again. Looking at his trembling hands, Ilmak thinks, this is the result of today's training, the difference between what was before the bone marrow washing and what became after. A radiant smile flashes on his face, and decisively clenching his hand into a fist, the boy thinks, like heaven and earth. To speak metaphorically, his chi channels have expanded to a 4-lane highway. Now they are wide enough for all his internal energy to flow freely. The fact that internal energy is now quickly spent is a bit stressful, but the volume of energy absorbed by cultivation has also increased. So this is not a problem. On the contrary, thanks to such rapid circulation, his danshin will become more flexible and elastic, and eventually this will lead to rapid growth. Clenching the sword in his hand, Ilmak thinks it's the same with fencing. Raising the sword, the boy reflects. The movements that once seemed clumsy now come out smooth and free. Ilmak continues training with the sword, which leaves a faint trace of bluish energy behind. He has never enjoyed swinging it so much. Chin-heen watches him, keeping an impassive face. The boy thinks, stop, something is wrong. Holding the sword in front of him, he freezes, feeling some unfounded sense of disharmony. The girl who approached him asks what happened. Ilmak, without looking back at her, replies, no, nothing. He just feels that something is a little off. Chin-heen wonders, so it's wrong. Shifting his foot, the boy answers. He thinks the reason is his position. If he shifts a little. Ilmak smiles, there it is. This is the very center of the Pungamjian Hall. Glancing at the girl, he says no wonder he felt uneasy. He was standing off-center, right? The boy adds, now that he is standing in the center, he finally feels comfortable. But Ilmak pronounces the last word less confidently. He looks exhausted. Sweat is pouring down his face. The sword slips from his weakened hand and falls onto the tile covering the training ground. Chin-heen, lowering his gaze, asks, maybe the young master will take a short break before continuing. Ilmak stands, hiding his face in his palms. This was the beginning of the side effects of the sword that tears souls. The moon has risen in the sky. He threw a towel over his neck, and the boy walks down the corridor, thinking that the end is near. The higher his achievements in martial arts, the stronger the side effects will manifest. Opening the door to the room, Ilmak, with an extremely sad face, continues to think, but if he quits training, Chin-heen will beat him to death. Closing the door behind him, he decides, well, all right, it doesn't matter. He will just go to sleep, and tomorrow he will figure something out. Ilmak feels some uneasiness, and again barely opens the door. Carefully closes it, and for a few moments stands admiring the result. A blissful smile spreads across his face. Ilmak, as if waking up, opens his eyes wide. Drops of sweat appear on his face. The boy wonders, what has he just done? Approaching the bed, he carelessly throws a towel over the back of a chair and thinks, he definitely read about this before he ended up in this body. An obsessive idea when you have to open and close the door again and again until it closes perfectly. Ilmak lies down in bed and, covered with a blanket up to his chin, kills time, calming himself in thoughts. Everything is fine, this is still not serious. But the carelessly thrown towel on the back of the chair slightly spoils his mood. The boy decides for now he will just sleep and find a solution tomorrow. At that moment, the towel slips off the back of the chair and falls to the floor. Ilmak, instantly on his feet, manages to catch it before it touches the floor. Carefully folding the perfectly folded towel into the drawer, the boy justifies his actions in his thoughts. It's unpleasant when a towel gets dirty, right? So he caught it. This is not even considered mysophobia. Lying down in bed and pulling the blanket over himself, Ilmak thinks, but just in case, he needs to fall asleep faster before this obsessive thought grows. And then it occurs to him, he completely forgot to make an entry in the diary he recently started keeping. The boy closes his eyes and decides, today he definitely will not fill it out. Because if he starts now, tomorrow he will be deadly tired. Besides, he writes everything in Korean anyway, so no one will read it. Ilmak thinks that the diary is for his own reassurance. He can skip a day, nothing will happen, right? The boy continues to ponder, of course, then it won't be a perfect diary, but this. Drops of sweat appear on his face. Stop, perfect. Ilmak widely opens his eyes and drills his gaze into the ceiling. Sweat thicker and thicker flows down his face. He understands, this damn intrusive thought will not let him fall asleep now. On the training ground, Ilmak attempts to run, dragging behind him a large boulder tied with ropes to his torso. The boy collapses exhausted onto another identical boulder. Chin-heen, standing nearby, watches him. Leaning slightly toward him, the girl asks, are you okay? And adds that he looks much more exhausted than usual. Sweat flows down Ilmak's face. Raising his head and showing dark circles under his eyes, he says that he simply did not sleep well yesterday. The boy recalls how he was filling out his diary at night and adds, "Since unfinished business is still spinning in his head, it means the side effects have really started to manifest." He says that because of this he could not sleep for 2 days in a row, so now he is in a terrible state. Jin-hee replies that she understands and suggests he ask the warrior Guan for advice. Il-mok, still kneeling between 2 boulders, asks again, "Warrior Guan?" She means Guan Mule. The girl answers she heard that warrior Guan also suffers from side effects similar to her own. Jin-hee asks, isn't warrior Guan's development level higher than that of the young master? She believes that he should at least partially know how to control it. Il-mok ponders her advice. A few minutes later he is already talking with Guan Mule. Il-mok, explaining his problem, asks so can he get advice. The warrior replies that he understands him, but raising his index finger, Guan Mule asks the boy for permission before asking him something. He asks, if side effects allow you to grow faster, isn't that good? Il-mok, smiling broadly in response, asks, really, shouldn't training be approached with a long-term perspective? He believes that if you foolishly overdo it and harm your body, the whole point disappears, and in his thoughts he snorts those martial arts fanatics again. Guan Mule, lowering his head, admits that the boy is definitely right. He adds, then, if we talk about the simplest way. The warrior says that it is creating a limitation that contradicts what already exists. He explains, for example, if you set yourself the rule that you must strictly follow the schedule, then you can avoid overtraining outside the allotted time. Il-mok replies that this is a good method, but isn't it a temporary measure? Over a lifetime, his daily routine will most likely change more than once. Isn't there some final solution? His question makes Guan Mule think a final solution. The warrior asks, does he really want to listen to it? Il-mok asks, and does he have a method? What is it? Grasping the sword hilt, the warrior replies that it is not 100% method. He himself is only testing it. Il-mok asks the boy to follow him. Next to them, Chan-ho appears and asks what are they doing there. Approaching them, he adds that he has already been surprised. Where did that young master go? The warrior, addressing Il-mok, says he will tell him next time. Guan Mule adds that he will probably leave. The boy looks a little confused. Watching the warrior who is walking away, Il-mok paused with a thought, and what was that? Strange. Chan-ho asks what did he talk about with the warrior Guan. Il-mok says that recently the side effects of demonic arts have only intensified, that's why he asked for advice. But he managed to start, there is a good way, and immediately postponed everything until next time. Chan-ho nods, the state of warrior Guan has indeed been strange lately. Meanwhile, Guan Mule quickly moves away from them. Chan-ho adds that he often isolates himself. He suddenly needs to be alone. Guan Mule, as if confirming his words, hurriedly turns onto a forest path. The guard thinks it would be wise to keep an eye on him. Chan-ho, bowing his head and folding his hands in a traditional gesture, adds if he notices anything unusual, he will report immediately. Il-mok, scratching the back of his head in confusion, replies, well then, he relies on him. Supporting his head with his hand, the boy sinks into thoughts at this level. Is he just mediocre in the demonic cult? When the sun had already set behind the mountain peaks, a voice reached Il-mok, suggesting to end training for today. The boy, holding the sword in front of him, almost fearfully glances toward the direction from which he heard the voice. Sheathing the sword, he asks the heavenly demon, it seems they finished earlier than usual. Did something happen? The teacher replies, correct. He needs to tell the boy something, so let him listen carefully. Hegrin Ilvi reports that he found those who sent assassins to the inn where the boy lived. Il-mok looks clearly upset. While the building burns in memory, the heavenly demon adds that because of this, a person who helped the boy was killed, and his workplace also burned to the ground. Could it be not? Il-mok replies that the teacher is right. Jin-hee carefully wipes the drops of sweat that appeared on his face with a napkin. The boy thinks should he say that he completely forgot about this while getting used to the demonic cult. He could have joked like that, but to be honest, Uncle Taehin is a man he will never forget. The man took him in, an orphan. That is, of course, Il-moka as he was before moving into this body. He taught him how to live and made a man out of him. He was a great benefactor who replaced his father. Moreover, on the day he first met the teacher and the hotel burned down, he was saved from the fire only because his uncle sent him for water. Even if it was a mere coincidence, he definitely became a benefactor both for Il-mok and for himself. The heavenly demon says that he will tell the boy about them soon. He asks to listen carefully and decide whether he himself will take revenge or let the old man go. Il-mok nods his head. The celestial demon says that the first is the one who watched his movements and reported where he was. This is Bolsheviki, the elder of the 8 knots from the beggar's sect. The second is the one who ordered people to pursue him and sent martial arts masters. This is Gunsun Heen, the chief strategist of the Muram Union. And finally, the one who ordered to kill the hotel owner and burn everything to the ground. This is Chon En, head of the Pavilion of Vigilance of the Muram Union. The heavenly demon asks Ilmak, so what will he do? The old man asks him to speak frankly. The boy hesitates. Ilmak says that he will take revenge himself. The teacher is clearly impressed by his answer. The heavenly demon asks does he mean he will deal with all 3 himself. Ilmak shakes his head in denial and says, isn't there one among them who gave a direct order to kill? The guy names the person he considers the sole culprit head of the Vigilance Pavilion, Chon En. He says that he will take revenge only on those directly involved in the murder of Uncle Tihin. The heavenly demon, stroking his beard and barely smiling, admits that the boy is wise. The teacher says, honestly, he never intended to entrust the revenge to him. If you don't count Bolsheviki, the rest of the opponents of that level, the boy wouldn't dare to approach them even closely. The heavenly demon adds, however, respecting his wish, he will entrust him with the head of the Pavilion of Vigilance. Let him devote himself to training for this revenge. Folding his hands in the traditional gesture of respect and gratitude, Ilmak exclaims, yes, he will definitely do it. Night falls and Ilmak, settling into bed, pulls the blanket over himself. Swinging his fists under the blanket so that it bounces up, the boy thinks, if he didn't have to fight them, the teacher would have said so. He had to choose. Then he thinks, what if it's Bolsheviki? Ilmak, exhaling angrily, asks, and why didn't the heavenly demon say that Bolsheviki is the easiest opponent? Of course, avenging Uncle Tihin is good, but he doesn't want to choose the hardest path without a special need. The boy lies staring at the ceiling. Sleep does not come to him. He decides, since it has come to this, he will have to try very hard. Ilmak thinks, yes, in any case, finally, it would be good to calm Uncle's soul, right? In the half-darkness of the room, a thin signal thread can barely be seen. One end of it is tied to the door. Ilmak cannot fall asleep at all. He thinks that now he just needs to gather himself and focus on the exam at the demonic academy and revenge for Uncle Tihin. The boy thinks when all this ends, the real quiet life will begin. At this moment, the thread tightens. The other end of the thread is tied to Ilmak's hand. Watching his hand rise, the boy exhales. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ilmak asks, addressing the 3rd elder brother, is it him who came? Tearing the thread and freeing his hand, he thinks that he tied it exactly for the case when the 3rd elder brother would make a sudden visit. He definitely does not want his sleep to be interrupted unexpectedly. Lowering his feet to the floor and pulling his hair into a ponytail, Ilmak continues to think about the 3rd elder brother as if he has just returned from a mission he was on for several days. Ilmak believes he should have slept more, not thought about revenge. Meanwhile, a figure of a man emerges before him. His face is hidden by the shadow of a hood. His hand rests on the hilt of a sword in its sheath. Ilmak's eyes lock with the visitor's gaze, and the visitor immediately understands. They burn with the thirst for murder. The guest, drawing his sword, strikes, but Ilmak, with the speed of inhuman moments, already slips off the bed and runs away, thinking that the 3rd elder brother has completely lost his mind. Ilmak grabs a weapon and quickly draws his sword. The boy barely manages to dodge a powerful blow delivered by the opponent. With horror, he sees the night visitor's strike cut through his blade, leaving only the hilt in his hand. For a few moments, the opponents stand facing each other and assess the situation. Then the killer, with eyes radiating the glow of inner energy, attacks the boy in a leap, swinging his sword. Ilmak, avoiding the blow, is forced to step back. He throws a shard of the sword at the opponent, but it flies past the attacker's head. But this is the guy throwing the sharp part of the blade at the killer. The opponent deflects the shard of the blade with his sword. The killer swings the sword behind him, a purple energy trail flashes, and Ilmak is forced to dodge again. The boy stands, clutching the scabbard in his hands, and thinks, if he tries to run, he will die on the spot. The opponent's strike cuts his clothing on the chest. Deep grooves are visible on the door and walls of the room, traces of the killer's sword. Ilmak thinks only one thing comforts him. This is not the 3rd brother. If it really were so, Wanpin, he would have died from the first blow. In that case, the boy's hand grips the scabbard tighter. Deflecting the strike with the scabbard, he realizes they will fight not for life but for death. Ilmak looks with horror at the split scabbard. At that moment, the opponent raises the sword above his head and leaps into an attack. A red aura envelops his body, but suddenly a wary expression appears in his eyes. At the same moment, a bright glow flashes in the room. Ilmok tries to cover his head with his hands. The boy, realizing he is still alive, dares to barely open one eye. Chin-heen, who stands before him in a fighting stance, asks without looking back, is the young master all right? From behind the door in which the assassin's sword has punched a colossal hole, a voice sounds. What's all this noise? The attacker realizes reinforcements are already running to Ilmok. The boy shouts that an assassin has infiltrated them. He adds that Lady Chin-heen is with him, so he is fine. The main thing is to catch the one who went out through the back gate. Chan-ho and Guan Mule appear in the room. He replies yes, and immediately rushes after the assassin, jumping from roof to roof. Ilmok stands, pressing his hand to his chest, where a scratch is visible, the assassin's sword mark. Meanwhile, the girl finds a small container and removes its lid, showing the boy 2 fingers stained with a green substance. Chin-heen says she will apply ointment to him and asks him to take off his outer clothing. Ilmok waves her off with his hand, assuring that the wound is shallow and he is fine. He adds that there is a more important matter, he needs to ask her something. The boy asks her to bring him the sword as soon as possible. Ilmok, with a bare torso adorned with a bandage, jumps from roof to roof, clutching the sword in his hand. He utters the same feeling, he must make it his own. The next day, the sun generously bathes a small 3-story house, behind which mountains are visible. The heavenly demon stands before the bed, on the edge of which Ilmok sits. The teacher turns away from the boy, who is lost in thought. Ilmok thinks it turns out the attacker was from the Martial Alliance. Chan-ho and Guan Mule pushed him to the limit, but he took his own life. An internal investigation by their sect showed he bore the marks of the Martial Alliance. So it seems the assassination attempt was pinned on the Martial Alliance. Ilmok understands there are 2 main reasons why the Muram Alliance might have targeted him. The first, he did not die the day he first met the teacher. His very existence contradicts their dogma that heavenly demon is absolute evil. He became a living denial. He has to be like a bone in their throat. The second, the reporting system and the academy he founded. Let them leave him alone. The heavenly demon sect would have continued to develop and his influence would have grown. They wanted to remove him at the very start before he became an even bigger problem. Ilmok thinks the motives of the Martial Alliance are clear, but from his point of view, it's not that simple. The door opens and the boy, seeing the visitors, exclaims in surprise, "First brother, and Sina too." Yu Chin-hak, feeling Ilmok's head, asks, is the younger brother okay? Is his head intact? The girl, falling to her knees before the bed, presses against the boy and exclaims, how dare they attack him? She threatens she will kill them all. Ilmok peeks out from behind the ornate partition and sees So Wonpin in the room, standing with his back to him. He shouts, third brother is here too. So Wonpin says he came for first brother, but he is ashamed to look the younger brother in the eye. Without turning to Ilmok, he adds, while the younger brother was fighting for his life, he was taming his chi deviation. The boy replies that this is not true, he survived only because So Wonpin often visited him. But he immediately bursts out and asks, what did brother just say, chi deviation? So Wonpin said yes, last night. His heart beat wildly and soon he fell into chi deviation. He adds that now everything is completely fine, let Ilmok not worry, and then he asks, why is he asking? So Wonpin calls out to Ilmok, who is lost in thought, younger brother. The boy thinks that this is already too big a coincidence. When he first saw the killer, he naturally decided that the third brother had started chi deviation. If he had died then on the spot and the criminal was not found, anyone seeing his body would have thought the same. But at the same time, the third brother really did have chi deviation. It turns out as if the whole world conspired to make the third brother look guilty, isn't that so? Imagining So Wonpin's state that night, Ilmok cannot understand. Is there any sense in this at all? He thinks, however, if someone deliberately arranged this situation, then there is a way to induce chi deviation. Moreover, to pull this off, the accomplice must be someone very close to him or to the third brother. Ilmok asks a question, could it really be the work of the combat union? Why are they so obsessed with him? Vi Chin-hak quietly asks the girl who has just gotten up, what about the younger one? The same girl asks in response, is he okay? So Wonpin, standing facing the wall, says that it is all because of him. The boy still cannot understand why is that. His gaze stops on Vi Chin-hak. He states that the real criminal who targeted him may be hiding inside the heavenly demon sect. Vi Chin-hak jumps up to him and grabs his shoulders, exclaiming, what is he suddenly talking about? Does he mean that it's someone from their own? Ilmok replies that for now these are only guesses and asks to listen to him. The boy says that the third brother visits him every night. The first brother values him as a strategist. These are well-known facts that almost the entire sect knows. Against all this background, if he were stabbed at night, and at that very moment the third brother had a chi deviation, whom would Vi Chinhak suspect? He adds, if that happens, the only disciples of the heavenly demon with an unblemished reputation would remain the first and sixth brother Changri Chu. AllMagic says that this would be a great opportunity for the one who claims the place of the heavenly demon. Vi Chinhak grits his teeth. A red aura flares around him and inner energy flows from his eyes. He clenches his fist so tightly that his hand trembles. Vi Chinhak shouts, just think a member of the great heavenly demon sect has stooped to such dirty tricks. AllMagic asks him to calm down, saying that they have no evidence yet. The elder brother exhales and the boy suddenly feels relief because he has finally achieved soul liberation. AllMagic says that his hypothesis is based on the fact that their accomplice is someone from the close circle of either him or the third brother. Only this way could all this be arranged. The boy adds, and to catch them red-handed, he desperately needs the help of one person. AllMagic shifts his gaze to So Wanpen. He looks a little confused. The boy asks the third brother will he help him. AllMagic settles on the mat near the low table where cups and a teapot stand, and opposite him sits the heavenly demon. Kneeling, the boy bows his head low and says he begs the teacher. His hands, resting on his knees, twitch slightly, and his fingers dig into his body as he says they are still needed by him. He asks the heavenly demon not to remove the protection from him. For a few moments the old man silently contemplates, then sighs. The heavenly demon says that AllMagic has become attached to them, but even if so, why does he protect them so fiercely? After all, they could not protect him. The boy presses his palm to his heart and looks pleadingly at the old man, but isn't he sitting before him Noalive and breathing deeply? Since he can still move, it cannot be said that they failed to do so. AllMagic adds, moreover, if they are punished for this, how will they survive at all in the demonic cult? Behind the glass doors standing behind him, a silhouette of someone appears. To those eavesdropping, the young man's voice reaches. He pleads with the teacher that the guards have a chance to atone for their guilt and bring glory to the cult. AllMagic convinces the heavenly demon that he asks for the sake of their own culto spare his guards. The teacher tells the boy he sees that he has a noble heart since he cares for the cult and its followers. Hope flashes on AllMagic's face. The heavenly demon warns him he will not agree to such a thing again. The old man says that AllMagic is the heavenly disciple of their cult. Let him always remember his life is a precious thing. The boy, bowing so low that his forehead touches the floor, replies that he has understood the master. He repeats that he will remember this, and a smile lights up on the old man's face. AllMagic, without raising his head, continues to thank the heavenly demon. A satisfied smile of anticipation spreads across the boy's face. Everything went exactly as he planned. AllMagic walks down the dark corridor, slinging a pillow over his shoulder and pressing a folded blanket to his side. He thinks he saved his guards not only out of affection. If his suspicions are true, among the people surrounding him there is an enemy spy. He keeps them as close as possible to catch the rat at the right moment. The boy approaches the bed, thinking, if he makes himself an easy target, the spy will definitely make his move. AllMagic already has a backup plan, and now he just has to wait for the opponent's reaction. He looks around in surprise and asks himself, what kind of room is this? After the mercenaries' attack, his bedroom turned into complete chaos. Chin Heen said she would prepare another room for him to sleep in until his chambers are put in order. Approaching the writing desk and looking at the open book lying on it, AllMagic thinks, the room looks as if someone has already settled in. Did someone else live here? Curling up in bed, he thinks how strange it is to sleep in someone else's room, but it's clean and smells nice here. He decides the former owner clearly was not a slob. Pulling the blanket up to his chin, AllMagic assumes it will not be easy for him if some problems start because of this. He decides then he will simply ask Chin Heen to find him another room when he wakes up. At that moment, there is a knock at the door. AllMagic immediately becomes alert. Through the glazed doors, a silhouette is visible. A question reaches him, is the young master already asleep? The boy sits on the bed and takes the sword hidden in the scabbard in his hands. He asks what Chin Heen is doing here at such an hour, and he thinks to himself, could the girl really be a spy? Chin Heen asks, may she come in? AllMagic, with drops of sweat appearing on his forehead, replies, let her come in. His hand rests on the sword hilt. Drawing the sword, the boy plans to strike first to get ahead of the girl. But AllMagic freezes with the sword half drawn from the scabbard. Chin Heen, in a submissive pose in night clothes long down to the floor, stands before him, hands folded on her stomach. Without raising her eyes, the girl says she accidentally overheard that he forgave her, not humiliated her, as should have happened. She says that therefore, despite the late hour, she came to thank him. Ilmak, kneeling on the bed and gripping the sword hilt, says confusedly, "Oh really?" Chin-heen says that then she could not fulfill her duty because she was too far from the young master. The boy, already sheathing the sword, sits on the bed and looks at the girl confusedly. Chin-heen adds so from this moment she will sleep in the same room with him, and all the time, all 12 sijin will be nearby. Ilmak does not believe his own ears and confusedly, hoping he is blind to what he heard, says excuse me. After some time, Chin-heen lies in bed with closed eyes under one blanket with Ilmak, who is staring at the ceiling and still does not believe what happened. He turns his head and looks at the girl, thinking that she looks like a doll carefully made by the most skilled craftsmen. Examining Chin-heen's profile, he mentally asks himself how can such a human face be beautiful, and this man is currently sharing a bed with him. He turns his head from side to side, shooing away intrusive thoughts. No, he must not think about that, he reminds himself. Chin-heen is still one of the suspects. Ilmak studies the ceiling again and thinks that he is holding her close only to find possible evidence. Right, he forces himself to focus on his own task. The guy decides, okay, he will just take a quick look and immediately go to sleep. Ilmak sneaks a glance at the girl. Suddenly, Chin-heen turns his head toward him and looks straight into his eyes. The guy flinches fearfully from her and ends up at the very edge of the bed. The girl sits up and asks he can't fall asleep, or Chin-heen asks, does her presence make him uncomfortable? Ilmak, smiling widely and admiring the girl, raises his hands in reconciliation and says that he just can't get comfortable, so he is tossing and turning. He asks, does Lady Chin also have trouble sleeping because of this? The girl replies that she is comfortable here because she was the one who lived in this room before. Ilmak is surprised. What? He thinks no wonder she looked settled, but wait, why did she even send him to his own room? Rising from the bed, the girl answers the unspoken question. She thought it would be safest for him here, but it seems he is really embarrassed. Chin-heen says he will bring hot tea, and since it is already late, he will have to wait a bit. Ilmak replies that he shouldn't trouble himself. But Chin-heen does not listen to him and opens the door. Guan Mule blocks her way. The guard says he will bring the tea himself. Guan Mule reminds the girl, didn't she say she wouldn't leave the young master for a step? He assures that he can handle all the tasks so she doesn't have to leave Ilmak. Chin-heen nods to confirm that she understands. The boy sitting on the bed listens to their conversation. Ilmak thinks with annoyance he had hoped he could calm down while she went for tea. In the twilight of the room, where plates stand on shelves and a bag of herbs hangs from the ceiling, a teapot stands on the table, steaming. They pour the drink from the teapot into a cup. While the warrior prepares the tea, Ilmak thinks, since they care about him so much. Guan Mule takes a fly agaric mushroom in his hand. He breaks off a small piece from the mushroom cap. Meanwhile, Ilmak keeps thinking, does this mean he will die today? Guan Mule carefully examines the piece of mushroom in his hands. He crumbled it and it sprinkles crumbs into the cup with the drink. At that moment, a person in black clothes sprays through the window and their face is covered by a mask. The third brother, it was him, raises his hand to strike. Meanwhile, Chin-heen is giving a massage to the boy lying on his stomach on the bed. The girl says they say muscle relaxation promotes deep sleep. Then she suggests, or she can read aloud the secret records of the heavenly demon until he falls asleep. Chin-heen says that listening to them while falling asleep is extremely pleasant, and Ilmak mentally begs her no need. He decides, next time he will sleep alone. He does not want to listen to sacred scriptures before bed. At that moment, Chang Ho, who is standing in the yard in front of the door, saw someone approaching him. A wary expression appears on the warrior's face. A thin drop of sweat runs down his cheek. From behind the door, a voice calls Ilmak, asking the young master to come out for a minute. Running outside, the boy asks, what happened? Chang Ho says that the third young master has arrived and points to So Wanpin, who is leading the bound Guan Mule. Chang Ho adds along with Guan Mule. The bound warrior shudders all over. The face of the third elder brother is resolute and stern. Ilmak's plan was simple: to throw the bait and wait. He acted as bait to attract the spy's attention. And the third elder brother in his plan was supposed to become the fisherman. He was to set an ambush for the killer and, as soon as he made a move, catch him at the crime scene. And since So Wanpin had to wait in ambush until the spy took the bait, Ilmak was not very eager to offer him this. And this guy developed a plan that was theoretically safe because he was sure, even if he got caught, the third brother would save him. Having listened to his plan, So Wanpin, moved by the fact that the younger brother trusted him so much, immediately agreed willingly. Ilmok, taking a step toward the third elder brother in Guan Mule, says he is glad they caught that rat as early as possible so Wanpin did not have to suffer too long. He asks what the warrior did. The elder brother replies he tried to add something strange to the tea that Ilmok was preparing. The guy freezes in surprise. Something is wrong here, and immediately a small bag flies into his hands. Opening it, Ilmok sees a fly agaric mushroom. Behind the guy, Chang Ho and Chin Heen are looking at the mushroom. The guy thinks this is a poisonous mushroom and Guan Mule was caught right at the crime scene. Chang Ho shouts angrily, no doubt about it. He suggests executing Guan Mule immediately. Ilmok orders everyone to calm down and adds, he wouldn't have tried to take his life alone, right? The guy says if he had killed him right now, they would have devalued all the efforts the third brother made to catch him alive. They need to interrogate him and identify accomplices. Chin Heen listens, lowering his head deeply. Ilmok asks So Wanpin if he can remove the gag and requests to be ready in case the prisoner tries to harm himself. A moment later, Guan Mule greedily gasps for air. The warrior shouts that they all misunderstood. Guan Mule says that the tea was not for the young master but for himself. The young man who lost his mask crosses the horizontal scar. He adds, addressing Ilmoku, last time they talked about how to get rid of its side effects. The solution he did not mention then is this mushroom. The boy, folding his arms on his chest, smiles at the warrior. He clarifies, so you say that after that mushroom you will be able to break your obsession up to the no. Handing him the mushroom, Ilmok adds, if the poison is so useful, why not try it? Guan Mule, stammering, replies that it must be used in a special way. The warrior explains that a small piece should be ground into powder and mixed with water. He adds, if they do not believe him, he will eat it right before their eyes. Chan Ho is fervently persuading the boy not to trust Guan Mule. He says that he just wants to kill himself with poison. Ilmok replies, considering that he defended him instead of just eating him, he doesn't think that's true. So Wanpin says he will intervene if the warrior tries to commit suicide. The third older brother adds, if he says that only a small piece is needed, everything should be fine. Ilmok nods his head, he understood everything. A piece of mushroom is crumbled into the cup with a hot drink. With Wanpin placing his hand on Guan Mule's head and forcing the prisoner to kneel on one knee, Ilmok handed him a cup. The warrior said, he knows this is not the best time for such words, but he asks them to pretend as if they have never seen what is about to happen. The boy's hand grips the prisoner's chin, forcing him to tilt his head back and open his mouth. He pours the drink into Guan Mule's mouth. He obediently swallows. Ilmok throws the empty bowl to the ground. The warrior's body trembles. The prisoner's cough turns into a muffled growl. Alertness flickers in Ilmok's eyes and a red aura envelops his body. He is ready to repel the attack. But Guan Mule's face reddens and his lips stretch into a smile. Ilmok looks at the prisoner with surprise and he hiccups. A thin stream of saliva drips from his mouth and he chokes on a sob. The warrior continues to kneel before the boy, who asks why did he even decide to eat that. Ilmok questions, at such a dangerous moment when threats surround them, why did he decide to do something so suspicious? Without raising his gaze to the boy, Guan Mule replies that the side effects only continued to worsen. He did not fulfill his duty as the young master's protector and he fell into madness. It seemed to him that he was about to lose his mind. At any other time, he would have overcome it by exhausting his body, but he could not do that right in front of Ilmok. The fighter says he had no other choice. Ilmok raises his palm to his forehead and asks himself, but are there poisonous mushrooms? Isn't that too much? No, Guan Mule used poison as medicine, right? The boy sinks into thought. The third elder brother says he already thought they caught a spy, but it seems they were unlucky. Ilmok turns to So Wanpin, and he immediately looks at him warily. The boy asks, did he eat something that night when he was attacked? So Wanpin says he eats almost every night because of his insomnia, but if there was poison, he would definitely have noticed it. Ilmok replies there was no poison. He says that besides poison, there are other things that can affect a person. For example, some food warms or on the contrary causes problems if eaten. By that logic, Ilmok says the elder brother probably swallowed something that made him much more sensitive. The boy adds that for an ordinary person it could have been medicine, but for someone like the elder brother, it acted like poison. So Wanpin silently listens to Ilmok's thoughts. Chin Heen says that this definitely makes sense. Even spiritual elixirs under certain circumstances can become deadly poison. The girl casts a thoughtful look at Ilmok. She asked, but how does he know all this? The boy's face elongates and his eyes widen. So Chick-hun in a business suit walks down the corridor, scratches the back of his head, and sighing, inhales the air. He is stopped by a hand that offers him a chocolate bar. Lee Chick-hun thanks him and asks, dealing with complaints is not easy, right? Taking the chocolate, so Chick-hun replies, does she even imagine how many times he had to cover for her? The girl, smiling shyly, says she is very sorry. They continue talking in the 3-story office building. The girl says, by the way, doesn't he think that lately the complainers have become even more aggressive? So Chick-hun replies, really? He hadn't noticed. Sitting at the table, the boy bites off a piece of chocolate. The girl, leaning her hand on the table, leans toward him and says, she can't get rid of the feeling that they could attack them at any moment. Does he agree? The boy silently chews the chocolate. Dark circles lie under his eyes. The girl says, look at him. He has no face at all. So Chick-hun replies that he is just having a depressive episode, and his face has always looked like that, if anything. The interlocutor says, what, is he really like that? The girl puts a cup of coffee on the table and blurts out, sorry, but if so, he needs to be more careful. Showing him the cup covered with a lid, she says, some drinks only worsen depression. Did he know about that? Ilmak thinks that he is unable to tell them about what he learned about this thanks to that incident. The boy thinks that he needs to come up with an excuse. Chin-heen asks questioningly, young master. Ilmak, raising his index finger, joyfully declares that he remembered. He explains that long ago, back when he himself was a waiter at an inn, he learned about this from its owner. Before his eyes appears the surprised face of Uncle Tihin. The man, pointing at himself with a finger, says in surprise, from me? Laughing through falsehood, Ilmak says that he sometimes taught him how to cook and revealed all his secrets, but it was so long ago that he barely remembers. In his thoughts, he asks Uncle Tihin to forgive him for having to use his name. So Wonpin says thoughtfully, I see. He says that he himself heard about it from the master. He clarifies, so it turns out Ilmak learned this from the inn owner who died after the attack of the Battle Alliance. The third elder brother adds, just imagine they went so far as to get rid of the master. Ilmak asks him to calm down. He suggests first finding those who prepared the night snack for the brother on that fateful day. The boy says if they caused chi deviation with the help of food, then they definitely left evidence behind. They need to find the clues before they can destroy them. So Wonpin replies that they will catch them and he will make them prepare exactly the same dish. He will let Ilmak taste it, so let him come when it is ready. The stunned boy, clearly not thrilled by such a prospect, does not know what to answer. But the third elder brother, not waiting for an answer, says that he will go. So Wonpin immediately rushes into the night darkness with giant leaps. Jumping from roof to roof, he flies to the mountains visible nearby. Ilmak stretches out his hand after him and shouts, wait, he thinks, will he have to try this? The boy sadly watches the third elder brother leave. He remembers reading about food that worsens depression, but what if there are ingredients he does not know? Chin-heen asks the young master what to do with the warrior Guan. Ilmak replies that it was just a simple misunderstanding, right? He will resolve it himself. He adds, given the scale of the problem, the master will be here sooner or later. He advises the girl to go and change into something presentable. Chin-heen replies that she understands everything. At that very moment, Chan-ho rushes past her like a whirlwind. A girl's shout reaches Ilmak, young master. The boy freeing Guan Mule asks the girl not to worry. If he understood correctly, the story with the warrior Guan was nothing more than a series of misunderstandings. At this moment, Chan-ho attacks him in a leap, clutching a spear in his hand. His face twists with anger and a scream bursts from his mouth. The shout Chin-heen echoes the eighth young master. Blood splatters. A spear wounds Guan Mule, whose hands are still tied. The fighter shields Ilmak with his own body. The spear pierces the warrior's torso, and a muffled groan escapes his mouth, though he clenches his teeth. Ilmak, standing behind him, also shouts warrior Guan. Chan-ho was angry and thought, had he been watching everything for too long? Should he have stopped it immediately, not letting it flare up? Or maybe he should have pushed that servant a little harder to kill the eighth young master? Or should he have joined the attackers himself, that Naito get rid of them altogether? How did it happen? How did the eighth young master know all this? Chan-ho strikes again, trying to finish off the interfering warrior, but he timely jumps aside. Dodging, Guan Mule curses fiercely to himself. He cannot fight because his hands are tied. Chan-ho thinks he has nowhere to retreat. He must not be left alive, the eighth young master, otherwise the crimes of others will be revealed. He must be eliminated right now. But Guan Mule continues to shield Ilmak with his own body. Chan-ho rushes forward again, trying to hit the boy, but Ilmok and the warrior covering him dodge aside. The spear wounds the cheek of Guan Mule, and he insults his former colleague. Chan-ho understands that today he will not return from here alive, but he does not care. Spinning the spear in his hand, he raises it above his head. Chan-ho's body is enveloped in a light purple haze. He is ready for anything for their plan. Maliciously flashing his eyes, he threatens to cut them all to pieces. Putting internal energy into the spear, he attacks Ilmok and his guard, delivering a slashing strike that leaves a purple trail. But his attack meets a powerful defense. For a moment, Chan-ho freezes, clutching the spear in his hand. Chin-heen steps in to defend Guan Mule, who has fallen to his knees, while Ilmok sits on the ground, silently confused. The girl throws her hands forward. Without looking back, she says that she will buy them time. Rushing forward, Chin-heen asks the young master to free the warrior Guan. The boy quickly unties the ropes. At that moment, Chin-heen attacks the enemy in a jump. She thrusts her palm forward, showing a bleeding cut. A light haze of internal energy swirls around the girl. The girl and Chan-ho exchange blows. Chan-ho spins a shining spear in his hand within a purple aura, and the spear whistles past. Chan-ho spins a shining spear in his hand within a purple aura. He braces for a strike from the attacking Chin-heen from above. Guan Mule rushes to her aid. The warrior raises a fist wrapped in a radiant golden aura for a strike. He hits Chan-ho in the solar plexus. Chan-ho, gripping the spear with both hands, flies far backward. He manages to land on his feet at a certain distance. Chin-heen steps forward. Guan Mule removes the remnants of ropes from his wrist. Ilmok approaches them and places his hand on the sword hilt. The boy thinks that this duel is a fight to the death, and true masters are battling. Seeing the girl rushing into battle, he realizes, due to the gap between their skills, he is not even able to help her. But the spectacle is so mesmerizing that he cannot look away. Ilmok, watching the fight between Chin-heen and Chan-ho, wonders, how would he behave in such a situation? Gripping the sword hilt, he continues to think, what would he do? Stop the attack, bow? If so, how exactly? He commands himself to think faster. Ilmok understands he must read the enemy's movements and anticipate his next move. Around his wrist, gripping the weapon, a light stream of dark energy swirls. The boy carefully watches how Chan-ho wields the spear. He thinks if the girl dodges him, Guan Mule will enter the fight. That's exactly what happens. The girl jumps up and the warrior flies at the opponent. Ilmok believes that Guan Mule's fist is not the most reliable thing, since he usually uses a sword. The warrior's fist hits Chan-ho's nose. The boy thinks that surely a gap will appear between them. At that moment, Chan-ho forcefully throws the spear, shouting that he has won. A desperate expression freezes on the girl's face as she sees the spear relentlessly approaching the boy. Chin-heen throws his hand forward and shouts, "Young master." Ilmok predicted as soon as a gap appears between the fighters, Chan-ho will use it and strike. He draws the sword from its sheath. The boy's head fills with the glow of internal energy. Holding the sheath before him, he draws the sword and shields himself with it. Black streams of energy swirl around the weapon. Ilmok thinks he will perfectly block it. The boy delivers a powerful strike using the heartless blade of soul destruction, first form attacking tiger. His sword cuts the spear into two parts. The sword slipped from Ilmok's weakened hands and Chin-heen caught it, preventing it from falling. Looking at the boy, she thinks that the technique he just used is, without any doubt, the chi sword. Chin-heen casts a glance at the two parts of the spear, split from the tip to the end of the shaft, lying very close together, and thinks, is it really possible to grasp this practicing martial arts for only half a year? Ilmok coughs and the girl shifts her gaze to him. She says that he has probably exhausted his blood and chi, pushing his energy to the limit. Chin-heen adds, she will stand guard, so let him meditate to restore the circulation of chi energy. The boy agrees fine. He thanks them both. At this time, Guan Mule, pressing his knee into the back of the opponent lying on the ground, twists his arm, not allowing him to move. Ilmok sits on the ground in the lotus position. His body is enveloped in a glow of bright energy. The girl stands nearby and watches to ensure no one disturbs him. Chin-heen asks him not to overthink too much. She says he reacted well to the unexpected attack, and adds that he should not take it as a blow to his pride that he almost died in such a place. Ilmok, looking at her displeased, thinks she doesn't understand at all what he means and is talking nonsense. The boy closes his eyes again and sinks into meditation. Mentally, he asks himself his level has jumped again and what should he do about it. Meanwhile, Guan Mule pulls Chan-ho's hands and puts him on his knees. The boy, walking down the stairs, thinks that today everyone is busier than ever. Chin Heen holds onto him. Both are dressed in casual clothes, although it is already night outside. Ilmok thinks about heading to the tea and snack pavilion, the place where a snack was prepared for the third elder brother. The boy, accompanied by Chin Heen, continues walking and thinks about having just caught Chan Ho. Now he needs to figure out who is spying on the elder brother. If he postpones this, there will definitely be no evidence left. A voice reaches Ilmok. He has come. In the square in front of the pavilion, flooded with the light of a tall lantern on alert, stands the heavenly demon. To his right, a man kneels. The third elder brother, standing opposite, holds a tray with a cup in his hand. To the left of the teacher, 3 guards are lined up. The heavenly demon says this: he heard that the boy was attacked. Is he not wounded? Folding his hands in the traditional gesture and respectfully bowing his head, Ilmok replies, thanks to his protectors who shielded him with their bodies, he is fine. The teacher, laughing, says they pay him for trust. The boy replies, isn't it a matter of the master's favor who spared them? Ilmok ponders, has he already settled into this cult? Now flattery easily slips from his tongue. The third elder brother, holding a tray with a cup and a saucer with cookies, says that Ilmok worked well. The boy replies that it was his guards who worked. Looking at the tray, he asks, is this the same snack from last night? The answer, yes. Casting a glance at the trembling man, So Wonpin adds, however, they only look alike on the outside. The taste and smell differ slightly from yesterday's. The man, prostrated in a low bow on the ground, shouts that he is not guilty. The cook swears to the heavenly demon that his hands did not touch the poison. The man thinks, does the taste of food not depend on the mood of the one who eats it? Why do they suspect others without even trying to doubt their own memories? Ilmok thinks he is partly right. The cook believes that this dish was not the most memorable. How can someone remember the taste of what they ate a few days ago in detail? See Wonpin grits his teeth angrily. The third elder brother barked angrily. Could he really have taken him for an idiot? So Wonpin assures that that day the cookie was much sweeter and richer. He adds that the tea was thick and bitter. He is responsible for the layers of the word. Ilmok is stunned. Does the brother remember all this? The boy took the tray and drank tea, thinking, in any case, if the older brother is not lying, there is nothing more for him to do here. The matter is in the taste and smell, but he did not see that previous snack, and he was already afraid that he would have to come up with something on the fly. He thinks that the food he definitely knows worsens depression exists only in the modern world. Dairy, sugar, chocolate, butter and artificial additives are very rare here, and some do not exist at all. Ilmok eats a cookie and thinks, if only they could find food that affects a person's condition so that his brain would explode. While he is pondering that, if you listen to the third brother, it is indeed so. Someone is approaching them, jumping from roof to roof. Ilmok is finishing the cookie, and a man with a sack over his shoulder appears on the roof. Moladik, whose left eye is covered by a black patch, lands on the square, holding a sack resting on his shoulder. Showing his burden, he says these are things they found in the cook's quarters. The young man says he brought everything that looked even slightly suspicious. The heavenly demon orders him to open the bag. When the sack was opened, Ilmok smelled a familiar scent. The person who was preparing tea and cookies looks at the sack in horror, from which small packets and some containers are peeking out. Suddenly the man jumps up, even squats down, and runs swiftly to the sack. So Wonpin, cursing, grabs his sword, trying to stop him. Ilmok screams with all his might, wait. The boy shouts not to kill the man. He himself ignores the swords pointed at him, falls to his knees, and grabbing one of the small bags, pours its contents into his mouth. So Wonpin asks Ilmok why. He says if they don't do this, he will eat all the evidence. The guy replies to him it's nothing serious. Placing his palm on his chest, Ilmok says he knows what it is. The boy explains that it is the seeds of a special plant. Its fruits are edible and the seeds release a pleasant aroma if roasted. That is why they are often brewed like tea. He tells So Wonpin that such a drink can improve concentration. Ilmok adds, but if a person with an especially sharp mind drinks it, they may feel strong melancholy. The man, stopping chewing, asks confusedly, how does he know that? Ilmok clearly did not intend to explain anything to him, but he notices Chin Heen's attentive gaze. A strong hand grabs the cook, who is offended by the skirts of his kaftan, and the next moment the girl's fist hits him in the solar plexus. Looking at the man lying on the ground, trembling slightly, and at Chin Heen standing nearby calmly, Ilmok speaks, and to enhance this effect, the seeds are roasted. Seeing the cook who had risen on his hands, around whom coffee beans were scattered, the boy says, why are they turning black? In his thoughts he adds, that is their peculiarity. In Ilmak's head flashes a thought, just think everything is hidden in coffee. Bitter aftertaste, rich aroma, and also frequent heartbeat. At this moment, strong hands press the man's head to the ground. With Wonpin pressing his knee against the tile on the floor, he places a sword to the back of his head and shouts, "This scoundrel dared." The boy thinks that everything perfectly matched the description of caffeine, so he suspected it might have been him, but the heavenly demon tells Ilmoku that he knows too much. The boy replies that the owner of the inn where he used to work told him about it. The teacher says Ilmak said that he replaced his father for him, and it seems that was true. The young man replies, "All correct." The heavenly demon orders to immediately interrogate this person and find out who is behind all this. He adds, track all his previous actions as well. Strong hands force the man to stand up. The heavenly demon commands his warriors in dark suits with masks on their heads that leave only the eyes exposed to find the source of these evil seeds. In response, it sounds as he commands. Ilmak, who looked utterly miserable, mentally asks, "Is it finally over?" The boy understands all these demonic arts are much more dangerous than he thought. While the third elder brother holds a sword to the man's throat and promises to interrogate him personally, Ilmak wonders in his thoughts. Imagine one can fall into chi deviation from just a single cup of coffee. Clenching his hand into a fist, he asks himself, could the same happen to him if he is careless? Some time passed, and the Hall of Wind and Rock gradually regained stability. The conspirator behind the incident turned out to be the head of the Guardians. He led the group responsible for the main facilities and the security of the demonic cult. Of course, the heavenly demon suspected. Behind all this hides a much more powerful puppeteer. He intended to continue the investigation, but even before the full interrogation began, the head of the Guardians Bureau committed suicide, leaving only a suicide note. And so this case ended vaguely and extremely unsatisfactorily. The bridge leads to a platform in the middle of the body of water where a gazebo stands. Around it, lotuses bloom in the water. A man, spinning a coffee bean in his hand, says he did not expect that this intervention would be personal. A man sitting at the table in a hooded cloak, his face hidden by a faceless mask. He asks the interlocutor, "Do you really think that the heavenly demon will believe in such a cheap trick?" The interlocutor, whose figure is hidden by the same cloak, replies, "What difference does it make, whether he believes or not? He wears a demonic mask with horns. He says that the dead take the truth to where there is no return." The owner of the faceless mask replies, "Agreed." He thinks that he really had suspicions, but was it not his interlocutor who was pulling the strings all this time? He believes if everything was staged as a suicide by poison, then he did not leave the slightest trace of resistance. And the head of the Keeper's Bureau was one of the strongest and most experienced cult experts. Looking at the man in the demonic mask, he realizes, this guy is more dangerous than he thought. The man in the faceless mask, after coughing, says, "All right, it does not matter." Showing the interlocutor the bean, he says what is much more important. Where did this black tea from demonic beans come from? He reminds, did the interlocutor not say that no one would find out about him? But as a result, even the eighth young master, a former waiter, immediately understood what it was. Crossing his arms on his chest, the man in the demonic mask replies that it was a popular drink in some Western lands. He asks, but does that change anything now? The man continues to insist. To remember this is the same as admitting their involvement. If the interlocutor wants to rush to the heavenly demon right now and lay everything out in detail, he will not stop him. And the person in the faceless mask, apparently, is in no hurry. Sitting down on the chair, the man in the demon mask says the important thing is not this, but how they will deal with this snot-nosed kid. The man in the faceless mask says they have stirred up a wasp's nest. He asks, maybe they should quiet down for a while. The response is, do they really have to do something right now? The owner of the demonic mask adds that in life accidents sometimes happen. The grain passes from hand to hand. Looking at the back of the man in the demon mask walking away, his interlocutor asks, for example, the man throws a grain into the water. Then he answers, well, for example, during training at the demonic academy. From the gazebo standing in the middle of the yard, a voice is heard. Its owner insists that he perfectly understands what the interlocutor is talking about. The heavenly demon, clutching a cup in his hand, adds, judging by the example of the third, the food really requires careful study. However, the teacher asks Ilmak, who is sitting opposite, what exactly does he want to achieve by proposing to study consulting? The boy replies that both the first and the third older brothers spoke with him, and thanks to these conversations their skill noticeably improved. Ilmak adds, of course, the content of his conversations with them was completely different. With the third elder brother, he focused on restoring his self-esteem. With the elder brother, it was about changing the point of view. If the content of these conversations were different, even without considering how far they had progressed, they could have entered chi deviation. Therefore, counseling must be conducted differently, depending on the side effects that appear. That is why he says it requires separate research. The heavenly demon says, as the boy already said, such a foundation might really be needed. He asks Ilmak, won't relying on others and medicine to survive side effects weaken the discipline of the sacred cult? The boy thinks as expected from his master. He understands it will not be easy. The boy asks the teacher, does he want everything to remain as it is? Ilmak thinks that he too cannot give in. Dark shadows fall on the face of the heavenly demon and the whites of his eyes blacken. Gloomily staring at Ilmak, the teacher says he better watch his tongue. In response, the boy shouts that 200 years ago they were expelled from the Central Plains and they began that reclusive silence. He asks, what has the sacred cult achieved during this time? The old man listens to him and strokes his beard. Ilmak exclaims, does he really want to pass this humiliating position on to future generations? A blue spark of inner energy flashes in the eyes of the heavenly demon. The boy physically feels its incredible pressure. The teacher asks, so he asserts that the changes he speaks of are capable of reviving their sacred cult. Sweating, Ilmak struggles to say that he cannot guarantee this, but the warriors preserved in this way will become a huge support for the return to the Central Plains. A blue misty wave of inner energy flows from the teacher's eyes and his words fall like stones, each one Ilmak feels as if a blow. The old man says, in martial arts, quality is more important than quantity. He adds, one unparalleled master who has overcome side effects is heavier than 100 warriors who died becoming their victims. His power, which suppresses everything around, makes the cup with the drink tremble. Ilmak could not withstand the pressure and falls from the chair to the floor. The boy, clenching his hand into a fist, asks, and how many warriors have fallen like that? He clenches his hand so hard that veins bulge on it and says, if proper measures had been provided for them. Ilmak exclaims, if they had someone with whom they could calmly discuss their experiences. The teacher silently listens to him. Energy continues to flow from his eyes. The boy shouts, and they too could have endured the side effects and become unparalleled experts. His whole body trembles and Ilmak says, these were talents ready to give their lives for the sacred cult without hesitation. The boy begged the teacher not to reject them. The heavenly demon looks at the student with a smile. Ilmak thinks with relief that the demonic energy of the master has dissipated. The old man says to the boy, who raised his head and looks at him expectantly, he mistakenly believes that one cannot strive for development simply by repeating the past. The heavenly demon rises and approaches Ilmak, who is kneeling. The old man says that he accepts his heart, a heart that longs for the development of the sacred cult. Ilmak bows his head in reverence so low that his forehead touches the floor and thanks the teacher. A smile slides across his lips as he thinks development, damn it. In fact, it is all for himself. He saw with his own eyes what the side effects of Guan Mule led to and what happened to him because of it. Remembering the fly agaric mushroom he held in his hands, Ilmak thinks, how can he sit idly by after that? Throwing the mushroom away, he decided he must prepare for the moment when his own side effects become unbearable. Medicine that fits, doctors with professional knowledge and a high-level counseling system. He thinks that the institution that will handle this is the so-called. Imagining a modern high-rise building, he decides that it will be the psychiatric department of the sacred cult of the heavenly demon. Ilmak tells the teacher that for doctors to work there, they can involve the academy. He adds, just as people differ in their abilities, there will be those whose minds are clear but who lack talent for martial arts. The old man listens to him and smiles. The cocky boy inspires, saying that they can teach such children, dividing them into directions of medicine and management and more. He thinks, wonderful, this should be enough to lay the foundation. Glancing at the table where the kettle, cup, and plate stand, he involuntarily asks himself, coping with side effects is already hard, what will happen next? He just barely almost suffocated from the demonic energy of the master, and yet the pre-planned precautions the right decision. Sitting at the table opposite the teacher, he thinks, but wait a minute. This is preparation in case the side effects reach their peak, right? Ilmak reflects, then why does it seem to him that planning all this only intensifies the side effects? This is just a deceptive feeling, right? The Pavilion of the Pure Heart, Place of Mind Purification, became the official name of the clinic conceived by AllMagic. In the room hangs a drawing depicting a person. Acupuncture points are marked on it. Scrolls and books are laid out on the shelf. The head of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart was appointed the demonic Dr. Manhwa. Previously, he headed the medical hall at the headquarters of the sacred cult of the heavenly demon. With academic zeal and without any hesitation, he gladly volunteered as soon as he heard about the research of new treatment methods. But even the demonic doctor, who had seen all sorts of things in his life, was confused when he saw what was revealed. AllMagic presses the scrolls to his chest and stands before Manhwa. The boy, under whose eyes dark circles have settled, says, "Here is an additional plan for the psychiatric department." He immediately corrects himself. That is the sentence about the creation of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart. Throwing rolls of paper to Manhwa, AllMagic asks him to read the plan carefully. AllMagic adds, "Besides, during consultations there are moments of precautionary measures." While Manhwa examines one of the scrolls, the boy says, "Sometimes patients will be ashamed of their intimate memories, sometimes sincerely believe in their own deception. Therefore, one cannot unconditionally trust every word of the client." AllMagic continues to speak. An interrogative atmosphere is strictly forbidden, but at the same time they must not be too sympathetic, and Manhwa thinks incredible. He sees this is not just a set of random thoughts. Plans to acquire medical treatises from the Central Plains and beyond the Great Wall, study methods, warnings during consultations up to sections on how to keep records. Manhwa believes that the level of elaboration is so high that it can be called perfect. Folding the paper, he cannot believe that this system was created by a 15-year-old youth. Manhwa, looking at the exhausted AllMagic, thinks that having such a man in the sacred cult is a true blessing of the heavens. The doctor, lowering his hand on AllMagic's shoulder, says that he sees the young master works for the Pavilion of the Pure Heart and the sacred cult. Manhwa asks AllMagic what is the meaning of these efforts if he sacrifices his own health. He tells the boy that he will help him with everything he can, so let him now put aside worries and calm down. AllMagic's face is twisted by a painful grimace and tears flow from under his lowered eyelids. He thinks, if only he were glad, but he cannot. He mentally says to the doctor, does he really think that he does this of his own free will? He could not sleep until he brought the project to perfection. What else was left for him? AllMagic, lowering his head and trembling all over, thinks that only a conversation with the master was able to calm him down. If not for that, he would still be sitting over the plan. Manhwa says it seems the young master's mind is in strong turmoil. The doctor asks, so how about getting a consultation right now at the Pavilion of the Pure Heart, since they are already here? The old man adds he still lacks experience in this matter, but an honest heart-to-heart conversation often calms the mind. AllMagic thinks no way. Replaying the heavenly demon in his head, he mentally asks the doctor a question, who, in his opinion, is the cause of all his stress. Moreover, now he feels mentally broken due to fatigue. Sitting at the table opposite Manhwa, who was writing something in a notebook, the boy thought, what if he suddenly involuntarily reveals his true feelings? AllMagic said he thinks the heavenly demon is real. Praise words concerning the teacher's lineage were already halfway out of his mouth. But the doctor's hand, in which a bone is breaking, makes him fall silent. Dark energy flows appear in Manhwa's aura. AllMagic, struggling hard to get up from the chair and raising his index finger, says, actually there is someone he would want the doctor to help before himself. Manhwa looks before the young master. The boy answers, most warriors would distrust such a thing as psychological help, because it means exposing their shameful memories. AllMagic says, however, if someone as authoritative as this person has already undergone counseling and proved its benefit, the rest will surely follow his example and also join the process. The doctor asks in surprise, and who is that? Sweat drops run down the face of the stunned Manhwa. Opposite the doctor sits a smiling heavenly demon. The office is in semi-darkness. Hekran Ilvi says that he is counting on the head of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart. The heavenly demon stayed in Manhwa's office for quite a long time. The candle on the table burned down to the base, and the night had long since taken hold. The doctor escorted the high-ranking patient and remained standing by the door, watching him leave. Manhwa, sighing, thinks to be so great and at the same time so futile. How paradoxical. The doctor thinks that the heavenly demon has already overcome the demonic path, yet still goes for a consultation to find the keys to enlightenment and, if possible, help others as well. The doctor continues to ponder that the method by which the heavenly demon overcame the side effects of demonic arts was that. Mayui now knows the heavenly demon's method was that he simply endured and defeated them with pure willpower. Sitting down on a chair, the doctor covers his face with his hands and continues to think. If the adept came to the pavilion of the pure heart, it means his mental powers are already at the limit. He asks himself how can he offer them such a method. Slowly lowering his hands from his face, the doctor thinks that he cannot just sit here in despair and do nothing. Scanning the pages of the book with his eyes, he asks, isn't it necessary now to consult more people and collect data? Drawing with a brush on paper, the doctor thinks, as young Master Ilmak said, after all, the heavenly demon went through consultation, people's resistance will weaken and they will come one after another. He believes that he just needs to make a little more effort. A few days later, Ilmak draws a sword from its sheath. With one stroke, the boy cuts through the massive log standing right in front of him. Instantly, he slips between the logs placed on both sides, slicing them on the go. A stream of dark energy flows from his weapon. Closing his eyes, the boy exhales and hides the weapon in its sheath. The heavenly demon says that his skills have greatly improved. Folding his hands in the traditional gesture, Ilmak thanks the teacher and says that it is only the master's merit. The heavenly demon asks, so what could such an old man like him have done? The teacher says all this became possible only because Ilmak himself was able to overcome the threat of death. The boy replies that the teacher flatters him, and in his thoughts he agrees with him. He thinks, in fact, after the encounter with the assassin Chan Ho, his skills have noticeably grown. There is only one small problem: his side effects have also sharply intensified. But now, as he believes, it is not the time to think. The heavenly demon says that now he can pay a little more attention to the pavilion of the pure heart. Raising his hands to the sky, Ilmak exclaims, but right now is the stage of strengthening the foundation of the entire project. He thinks that it seems the time has come when true masters of their craft are needed. Meanwhile, the boy asks himself silently, hasn't he already done enough? The heavenly demon asks, is there really no difference when the creator of the project is nearby and when he is not? He adds that with the level of skill the boy has now, the path to the demonic academy is open to him without any doubt. Ilmak, smiling, thinks, but the teacher praised his skills just to bring the conversation to this. The heavenly demon asks the disciple not to worry. He says that if needed, this old man will give him time for additional guidance. Ilmak replies that he doesn't even know how to thank the teacher for such kindness. Ilmak squeezes out a turd, the very one meant to prove. This really moved him. Meanwhile, the boy thinks, that damn cult leader. The boy, clearly in a hurry, walks across the yard. Ilmak believes that one should think positively. All this is for the sake of his mental health, right? Going to the pavilion of the pure heart, he thinks, if everything continues like this, he will really have nothing to do. Entering the pavilion, Ilmak says, everyone is working so diligently, but then he falters. The boy sees that the doctor is busy talking with some young man. Casting a glance at him, Maui says, welcome, deputy. Ilmak, with a confused look, asks, does the doctor mean him? Mayui replies, of course. The doctor Seish heard from the heavenly demon that the boy will serve as deputy head of the pavilion of the pure heart even before entering the demonic academy. Gritting his teeth and trembling from the negative emotions overwhelming him, Ilmak thinks, this is not just to pay a little more attention. Ilmak asks, what is that there? Mayui answers that it is a new doctor who arrived at the pavilion of the pure heart. A young man wearing glasses on his nose says his name is So Yi Pil, and he is happy to work with them. The man replies that he is also pleased to meet him, but he means something completely different. Looking at the flowers in So Jehepil's hands, Ilmak asks, isn't this poppy? The young man, clutching the flowers in his hand, says, the medical treatise did not mention its real name, so it began to be called that. So Jehepil adds, so in that case the deputy head should also know about this. This medicinal plant has almost panacea-like effects. He adds that its intake relaxes both body and mind and also drives away any pain, leaving only happy thoughts in the head. The boy, closing his eyes, mentally repeats after him, it relieves any pain and leaves only happy thoughts in the head. Ilmak thinks, who would have thought that he would have to deal with poppy at all and even use it as medicine? Historically, this is, of course, natural, but one wrong step and the entire demonic cult will turn into an opium den. The boy imagines what reality around could turn into. Ilmak says to Mayui, how can this be prescribed to people relying only on one medical treatise? The boy adds, could it be that for him, the demonic doctor, this plant is also not new? If unexpected side effects suddenly appear, it will become a huge problem. The doctor solemnly says, the deputy head is right. He says that this is wise and suggests calling someone to test the plant. Ma Yui heads to the door. Ilmok reaches out his hand after him and asks him to stop. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thinks, correct. To be absolutely sure, testing is the right way. But so Chihun, raised on the social education of the 21st century, categorically cannot allow illegal experiments on people. From the pavilion of the pure heart comes a voice ordering to call the warrior Guan. Guan Mule appears before Ilmok, folding his hands in the traditional greeting gesture. The boy asks the soldier, does he still have those mushrooms he talked about? Guan Mule nervously assures that he no longer even touches such things. Ilmok clarifies, is it true? He lowers his head, looks away to the side, and the soldier answers, true. The guy's hand lies on Guan Mule's shoulder. Ilmok says, well, good. He asks the warrior to describe how he felt after their use. Guan Mule asks, what does he mean? Ilmok asks, did he ever have a constant desire to eat them again? The boy continues to ask, has there ever been a feeling that pleasant things no longer bring joy as before, and the whole world seems empty and meaningless? Guan Mule asks in surprise, how does the young master know this? The boy understands that it will be hard to explain. He thinks that the reason why he understands drugs is obvious memories from his past life. They are often used as a plot device in films and dramas, so one cannot be unaware of their danger. Squeezing Guan Mule's shoulder, Ilmok thinks that he cannot just tell these bodybuilders about it, so he will have to come up with something. Ilmok speaks because he saw a similar situation in childhood. He says that he was a young man with enormous potential in martial arts, but unable to overcome the grief of losing his beloved, he often harmed himself. The boy says that he can no longer endure this spectacle. One doctor prescribed him a tiny dose of poppy. Ilmok adds at first he even liked it. Obsessive thoughts disappeared and he was filled only with happiness. Probably this seemed to him like true paradise. Ma Yui and So Jae-hepil listened to him extremely attentively. The guy continued his story, but over time his body responded less and less to the pleasure that the poppy gave, and the lost beloved completely disappeared from memory. Like a prisoner of his own weakness, he seemed more and more to be irresistibly drawn to this miraculous remedy. Ilmok says that seeing this, the doctor, worried about side effects, stopped prescribing the potion. He says that the young man's body could no longer live without poppy. The boy vividly describes how the young man, unable to suppress the craving, resorted to violence. Ilmok says that the unfortunate man stabbed the doctor in the back, who could not assess the real threat and turned away from the patient. The boy colorfully describes how the young man squeezed juice from the flower directly into his greedily gaping mouth. He concludes the story by saying that the poor man's consciousness was finally clouded. He was found sitting next to the corpse, clutching a red flower in his hand. Ilmok says that is why he called the warrior Guan. The boy explains that in his opinion, the mushrooms of warrior Guan, although weaker than poppy, still have similar effects. So he wanted to warn the doctors about the danger of addiction and, if he developed similar symptoms, planned to advise treatment at the Pavilion of the Pure Heart. Ilmok tells Guan Mule that managing to overcome temptation on his own is truly worthy of respect. He adds that he is proud that the warrior was his protector. Guan Mule falls at Ilmoku's feet and begs for forgiveness. The warrior says that those mushrooms are actually. He removes the cap from the sword's hilt and it is empty. A fly agaric falls to the floor, and Guan Mule immediately bows as low as possible, hitting his forehead on the floor. Without raising his head, the warrior says that he was afraid of condemnation. That is why he lied to the young master. Guan Mule admits that now he depends on them so much that without them he cannot lead a normal life. The doctor and So Jae-hepil look at him stunned, and the warrior continues to scold himself, saying that he is not worthy of the young master's praise. The voice of Ilmok reaches him, insisting that it is not so. Guan Mule raises his head and fills with hope, looking at the boy. He, kneeling on one knee beside him, says the very fact that he was able to open up and confess speaks of his strength and worthy respect. Ilmok adds, and the Pavilion of the Pure Heart was created precisely to help people with similar problems. He tells the warrior, whose body twitches with a slight tremor, that if he undergoes treatment, the meaning of everything the pavilion does will become even clearer. The guy asks Guan Mule does he agree or not. Again bowing his forehead to the floor in gratitude and reverence, the warrior exclaims, of course. He says he is infinitely grateful to the young master. Rising, Ilmok says good, he will immediately appoint a doctor for him, so Ilmok asks to take the consultations seriously and answer all questions honestly and sincerely. Jepelia introduces Guan Mule. Ilmak and Mayui watch them go. The doctor says, who would have thought that even a warrior of his caliber cannot avoid addiction? Ilmak adds, but the poppy is much stronger than the mushrooms of warrior Guan. Leaning close to the doctor's ear, the boy adds, and if something goes wrong, even he, the demonic doctor, can be stabbed by his own patient. Sweat appears on Mayui's forehead and a hoarse sound escapes from his mouth. Retreating, Ilmak confidently thinks, this should be enough for them to understand the full danger of the poppy. He wonders maybe he really has a talent for inventing all sorts of convincing stories. Mayui, clutching a flower in his hand, says that poppies should only be prescribed to those with truly outstanding willpower. The boy, snatching the flower from his hands, exclaims after all that has been heard, he should just throw it away. The doctor says, isn't it sad if such a valuable plant goes to waste? Maybe it's worth at least looking for other ways to use it. Ilmak exhales, other ways to use it. He says that if it comes to that, it can be used as a painkiller, it lifts the mood and dulls sensation. Clutching the flower in his hand, the boy adds, but in that case, it should only be used for patients on the brink of death. He throws the flower into Mayui's outstretched palm and says, at the slightest abuse or incorrect use, they will end up in a state worse than death itself. The doctor replies that he understands everything. Watching Mayui, who excitedly examines the flower in his hands, Ilmak cannot comprehend. Did he really understand everything? The boy raises his hand to his face, overcoming the fatigue that has overwhelmed him. He feels that it is anxiety, so he needs to take at least minimal safety measures. A few days later, a strict order from the heavenly demon was issued throughout the entire sacred demonic cult. It stated that drugs causing addiction like opium can only be used with the permission of the head of the Pavilion of the Pure Heart and the head of the medical hall. And if any of them are found to have signs of excessive appointments, severe punishment will follow on behalf of the heavenly demon. A few days later, Ilmak walks through the yard, hands behind his head. He thinks that now no one will definitely dare to pursue vested interests regarding poppy right. Approaching the table where a young man sits asking his name, the boy thinks, there is already enough work. He cannot keep track of everything in the Pavilion of the Pure Heart, and if they are allowed to abuse it, then it was predetermined by fate. Standing on the top step, he thinks, now he needs to focus on the main problem. A year has passed since he joined the demonic cult, and this moment has finally come. Taking a step forward, Ilmak thinks, he prepared so much that he is not very nervous. There's only one thing that worries him. The boy sees a man standing ahead. He says, welcome to the entrance exam at the Demonic Academy. Ilmak thinks, how crazy will the instructor of the Demonic Academy turn out to be? The instructor of the Demonic Academy says let the boy not be offended that he does not show him formal respect. The Hall of Demonic Arts lives by its own rules regardless of lineage or rank. Ilmak, calling him a teacher, replies that it does not bother him at all. The instructor asks, this is the final test, right? And how are the others? He heard that the guy was admitted quite recently. Was it not difficult for him? Ilmak says that thanks to thorough preparation he did not face serious difficulties. The instructor says as the rumors went, the supreme student is truly a genius. Ilmak thinks he must not relax. Glancing at the radiant smiling man standing before him, he thinks, he looks normal but in reality a true demonic cultivator who has mastered the higher arts. Ilmak understands, such a one could slit his throat in an instant. He thinks if he wants to survive, his thoughts are interrupted by a flash of light from the instructor's inner energy in his eyes. The man moves so swiftly that it seems his silhouette dissolves into the air. Ilmak, parrying the instructor's attack with his sword, orders himself to focus. He understands that he needs to concentrate. Stopping his sword with his hand, the man says, all right, the entrance exam begins. A smile slides across Ilmak's lips, who thinks that it is already as if too late to say this. The instructor continues to attack the boy without using weapons, and Ilmak parries his sword strikes and thinks, this is why demonic cultivators are so. The boy barely manages to fend off the next attack of the enemy. Ilmak, defending himself, swings his sword again. Squinting, the boy thinks, incredible that this is the sound of a palm striking a sword. Seeing the smiling instructor, he mentally adds, here it is, the difference in the level of the instructor from the Hall of Demonic Arts. The opponent's hand swiftly passes over the head of Ilmak, who has just managed to crouch. The boy responds with a chopping slashing strike and the man is thrown backward. The instructor makes a jump, increasing the distance between them. Wiping sweat from his face with his hand, Ilmak thinks the experience of sparring with Chin Heen pays off. Recalling training with the girl, he believes that her frost arts also rely on bare hands as the main weapon. It is similar to the instructor's palm strikes. That's why he just easily dealt with it. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, Ilmok thinks, enough pretending to be on the defensive front. He decides that it's time to go on the attack. Raising the sword, the boy sharply rushes forward. He acts so persistently that the instructor has to jump back. The instructor of the demonic academy feels a strange sensation. He thinks that the boy has the skill of a seasoned swordsman, 10 years of experience. No wonder he was chosen by the Supreme. The instructor decides to play a little. He strikes with his hand, and the boy blocks it by holding his sword in front of him. Ilmok thinks lightning energy. The instructor's attack reminds him of the frost arts of Chin Heen. He deflects the blow but thinks, if he continues the frontal attack, he will be consumed by cold like from the frost arts. The opponents exchange glances, and the boy deflects another lunge from the instructor, sliding past him and hitting him in the side. The wound is small, just a scratch, but the instructor looks impressed. Ilmok realizes he has a chance. He sees that the opponent's stance is shaky. He immediately turns and strikes the man who is standing with his back to him with the sword from top to bottom, but the instructor stops him. He clamps the blade between his fingers. Ilmok, who has already decided that the opponent cannot react in time, he is standing with his back to him and looks confused. The instructor squeezed the blade between his index and middle fingers. The man, releasing the blade, says that the test is over. Ilmok, sheathing his sword, thanks him for the lesson. The instructor replies that this is just sparring, not a lesson. He adds that the results will be posted on the wall in 2 days, so he should rest for now. Folding his hands in a traditional gesture, the boy thanks him. When Ilmok steps back, he thinks that the instructor turned out to be more decent than he expected. Squinting at his recent opponent, the boy still cannot believe that he really blocked his strike. After all, he put his whole soul into it, thinking he might die. Looking at the instructor, who is smiling, the boy thinks, could it be that before him is a master of the transcendental realm? The instructor recalls how during the duel he grabbed the boy by the wrist. His hand trembles as he thinks, it was so close, too close. Licking his upper lip with his tongue, the instructor thinks, he got so carried away that he almost finished off the boy. He bites his finger to the blood, ordering himself to hold on. Reminds himself to restrain. Ilmok's opponent was the instructor of the Hall of Demonic Arts, Chu Il Chuan, Black Lightning Palm. His side effect is a deadly impulse. Blood drips from the finger onto the ground. In 2 days, the day of the announcement of the entrance exam results, Ilmok stands by the bulletin board. The boy thinks that finally this day has come. His state is as if he was handed a military draft notice. He walks through the yard and reflects. The Hall of Demonic Arts is essentially a refuge for future psychopaths. He decides to just blend in with the crowd and not stand out. A voice reaches him as expected from the chosen Supreme. Ilmok looks around and sees Chin Heen in front of him. The girl congratulates him on first place in the stream. She says that she herself did not manage it, but she knew the young master would definitely become first. The boy asks himself, why does this hidden hissing slip through her words? Does she really think, humiliated, so to speak, that even someone like him became first, but she could not? Something like that. The boy thinks further, has he been too sensitive lately because of side effects? The girl says of course she cannot go with him to the Hall of Demonic Arts. She adds, let him do everything himself from now on without her. Chin Heen tells the surprised boy, wash your face in the morning right after waking up, and do not skip meals even if you are lazy. Without raising her eyes to Ilmok, she continues speaking and let him go to bed on time. Irregular sleep undermines concentration. She adds, if he cannot sleep, let him drink warm tea. If he wants, she will add deep sleep tea to his things. Chin Heen wants to say something more, but the boy cuts her off mid-sentence and addresses her by name. Ilmok says thank you. The girl looks at him in surprise. The boy says that he succeeded thanks to her lessons. He thinks that his first place is also her merit, and he suggests the girl rejoice together with him. Chin Heen, looking at him in surprise, abruptly turns away and says that she understood the young master. The bag of goods was packed and the last knot was tied. Ilmok, throwing it over his shoulder, heads to the door. The boy opens the door and immediately freezes on the threshold. Before him stands the heavenly demon. A shout bursts from Ilmok's mouth, teacher. The old man asks, is he already coming? Then the heavenly demon says, just imagine he hasn't seen him for a whole 2 years, while he grows not by days but by hours. He admits that he can't wait for the day when they will meet again. The boy folds his hands in the traditional gesture, where the palm of one hand covers the clenched fist of the other, and replies that he will try to live up to the teacher's expectations. Ilmak smiles, thinking, of course, nothing like that will happen. Recalling how he brushed dust off the table with a brush, striving for absolute cleanliness, the boy admits, the side effects have been off the charts lately anyway. Has he gone crazy trying to progress as well? Trying to hide a smile, Ilmak thinks that he will live loosely until the side effects settle down. Since he is currently first in the stream, even if he doesn't try, he won't fall far behind. The heavenly demon says with a smile that he has had enough of him, let him go and say goodbye to the rest. The old man opens the door for the boy, and he again freezes in surprise. In the yard, his brothers were already waiting, Chin-Hin and Mayui. Ilmak, thinking that he is not going to the edge of the world, approaches each of them, folds his hands in a traditional gesture, and promises to return alive and well. In response, instructions and wishes are heard, may he take care of himself. They will wait. The touched boy thinks that when they all behave like this, he is overwhelmed out of nowhere. To his chest, and almost knocking him down, falls the inconsolable Sina. Ilmak exhales with a smile, wondering why the girl is not visible. Raising huge, tear-filled eyes to him, Sina asks, does he really have to go? The girl exclaims, no, let him just go, and contrary to her own words, jumps on the boy, clinging to him with her hands and feet. Ilmak tries to push Sina away, but she firmly holds him by the hair. The boy asks, does Senya hear him or not? Chin-Hin, trying to keep an impassive look, tears the girl away from the boy, but she still continues to reach out to him. Ilmak lets out a cry of pain. The girl, holding the sobbing Sina by the collar, asks to leave her little lady. Chin-Hin tells the confused boy that it is better for him to hurry to the Hall of Demonic Arts before it gets dark. The girl sobs, brother. Approaching Sina, Ilmak kneels and, looking into her eyes, says that 2 years fly by faster than it seems. Ilmak adds that she needs to become stronger so as not to disappoint him later. Sina, whose eyes are filled with tears, exhales yes. The boy throws a questioning glance at Chin-Hin, and she continues to hold the girl firmly by the collar. The girl nods in response. Ilmak straightens up and, smiling, exhales. Turning to the gate, he thanks everyone for seeing him off. The boy adjusts the strap of the duffel bag on his shoulder and says that then he will go. Ilmak looks around and thinks, as expected from a future mental hospital. The young people in the yard behave strangely. Someone stands facing the wall, someone sits on the ground, curled up in a cozy corner. Some quarrel, others cover their ears and try to protect themselves from loud sounds. Ilmak thinks there's not a single truly normal face here. The boy asks himself, is he really the only one like this here? And decides he will avoid the eccentrics on his own. Meanwhile, some unbearably cheerful girl, waving her hands actively, promises the boy who covers his ears that she will now tell, just holding herself back, exactly how it happened. Something draws their attention and they turn their heads in surprise to one side. The girl falls silent mid-word and the boy removes his hands from his ears. They both look at Ilmak in surprise. He pulls a piece of white cloth from the duffel bag and is about to distribute it on the steps. The boy spread out the cloth and carefully smoothed it, then sat on it, tucking his legs under himself. You can see from his face, something is making him nervous. The boy pushes the further duffel bag away from himself. A bottle appears in his other hand. He pours water on his dirty hand, and the young man and the girl watch his actions in amazement. They believe that, as expected, the supreme student is on a completely different level. A shadow falls on the barely calmed Ilmak. He raises his head and sees a burly young man in front of him. He says that this time he gave up first place, but next time he won't be brushed off so easily. For a few moments they silently look at each other, then Ilmak, springing to his feet, folds his hands in a traditional greeting gesture and says that he doesn't know who is in front of him, but let him keep trying. The big guy fiercely clenches his fists and shouts, is the young man mocking him now? The young man angrily shouts that he is Dokgo P, the eldest grandson of the great Dokgo clan. He declares that right now he will find out who is stronger. Ilmak is clearly stunned. He doesn't understand why this bully snapped at him so much, because he only said let him keep trying. Planting his foot more firmly on the ground, he thinks that he definitely doesn't want to sweat in vain. Behind Dokgo P, a voice spreads under the moon, look at these nimble rascals. This phrase makes the strong man shudder and the boy sigh with relief. Chu Il Hwan, approaching them, says he sees familiar faces. In any case, welcome, and adds, from today he is their chief and senior instructor who will oversee their training. He states his name and adds that he hopes for fruitful work. Ilmak recognizes the instructor who administered his exam. The boy thinks that he looked like a normal person. Maybe it's worth believing in luck at least a little. Suddenly, he feels small and defenseless under the pressure of a strange kind of attention that has fallen on him. Pale Ilmak turns away. He trembles from the cold, curls up, and thinks, as expected, the instructor of the Hall of Demonic Arts cannot be normal. He probably has a side effect in attraction to men. Meanwhile, Chu Il-hwan says, since everyone is gathered, now they will head to the Hall of Demonic Arts. Dokgo P, raising his hand to attract attention, asks the teacher, isn't this the Hall of Demonic Arts? The reply sounds, now this is the Hall of Demonic Arts. The training Hall of Demonic Arts was recently completed. From today they will eat, sleep, and train there. The instructor adds that moving there is also training. He orders them to hold tight so as not to fall behind. The instructor bursts from the spot in an incredible leap, shouting because whoever falls behind will fail the test. The students rushed after him. Ilmak looks after him with sadness and thinks, then they should have said from the start to gather there. Why force doing the same thing twice? But he cannot afford to fail training on the very first day. He thinks, will he run at a trot or what? And easily rushes through the air after the instructor. Ilmak jumps up the steep cliff near the waterfall to where the building is visible. He lands on a flat platform and kneels on one knee. Wiping sweat from his face with his fist and looking around, the boy thinks, they called this training, but he didn't expect to have to run non-stop for 2 hours straight. Stopping in front of the gate with the sign Hall of Demonic Arts, Ilmak involuntarily asks himself, what genius thought to build all this on the mountaintop? Looking around at the students lying on the ground unable to even move, he thinks something else is more important. This instructor turned out to be damn fast, right? The mediocre ones might not have finished at all. From behind the gate leaf peeks Dokgo P, all sweaty. The young man looks exhausted and worn out. He breathes heavily and unevenly and says he came first. Ilmak, folding his hand in a traditional gesture, greets him and says to keep up the good work. Dokgo P, flashing with anger, shouts, he ignored me again. The guy is hit by his roar and he flinches. He looks back at the student who almost knocked him down and says that he literally ran into him. He vomits, then tries to catch his breath, bent over and leaning his hands on his knees. The girl who almost drove one of the students crazy with chatter turns her face to him and, wiping her mouth with her hand, says, so he is the 8th young master. Watching the boy who is rapidly disappearing from sight, she confusedly whispers, what is wrong with him? Ilmak runs at full speed, thinking about wanting to go home. The Hall of Demonic Art stands in a rather picturesque corner near a cascade of waterfalls, surrounded by rocks. The instructor says since they have all changed into uniforms, they will immediately begin the initiation ceremony. Chu Il-hwan stands before the closed door and addresses the abbot, saying that they are ready. From behind the door, in response, good. The door to the abbot's office immediately opens. A person comes out of it, and her gray hair falls below her shoulder blades. The faces of the students lined up in ranks show a wide range of emotions from curiosity to wariness. The abbot made an unforgettable impression on Ilmak as well, the one who looked at the head of the Hall of Demonic Arts, Abbot M. Gohwi, with wide-open eyes. A sturdy and tall old man silently surveys the students standing before him. Then he introduces himself and says that he is the abbot of this hall, M. Gohwi. He adds that he is glad to meet the talents entrusted with the future of this holy cult. Ilmak thinks that many rumors about him circulated, but personally he sees him for the first time. The boy recalls everything he knows about this man, a master famed for his straightforwardness and great achievement in the technique Bloody Fist of Usura. He beat countless villains to death with just 2 fistchants, the nickname Demon Fist. Ilmak recalls notably he reached the state of Surpassed Demon, extremely rare even in the demonic cult. Surpassed Demon is one who has transcended their own demonic nature. The boy thinks that the abbot might actually turn out to be an even more stubborn old senile man than the mentor. He decides, under no circumstances must vigilance be lost. Meanwhile, M. Gohwi speaks and adds at the end, their situation before they entered this hall does not matter for a moment. He says, let them remember they will be judged only by the results of the training. The students, standing straight at the bottom of the stairs, respond in unison yes. The abbot turns around and walks away. Ilmak blinks in surprise. Is that all? Is the speech already over, and not even 15 minutes have passed? He sees off the old man with a surprised look and thinks, it seems his mentor is truly the most seasoned old man in the entire cult. The instructor standing on the stairs below the place where the abbot was says, this is the pavilion of the Black Dragon, here they will live. Names are signed on each room, so let them find theirs and unpack their things. Chu Il Hwan adds, do not plan anything else for the first day of arrival, at them rest. He passes by Ilmok and Dokgo Bei, who are standing nearby, and they answer Tojtharise. The instructor, smiling, walks away. The boy looks at his back and thinks, what kind of smile was that? Ilmok decides forget it. He wants to quickly sort out his business and go wash properly. As soon as she took a step, a voice behind him called out Dokgo Pa, a challenge to a duel. The man, glancing over his shoulder, asks what did he just say. Dokgo Pa shouts duel. Ilmok wearily lowers his shoulders and a sorrowful expression appears on his face. A talkative girl stands nearby and watches them. The boy turns to Dokgo Pa, bows, says he lost, and asks to skip all this at least this time. The young man is outraged. They haven't even fought yet, so what nonsense is he spouting? A dark aura thickens around Dokgo Pa, and it seems even lightning flashes as he, swinging his fist, declares, if the boy continues in the same spirit, he will also stop restraining himself. He demands that Ilmok fight right here or follow him to the training hall. The boy weakly covers his face with his palm and mentally asks to be given back his rest time. Training hall, Ilmok and Dokgo Pa stand opposite each other. Drawing his sword and throwing away the scabbard, the young man says, if you're ready, let's start immediately. Seeing that Ilmok has drawn his sword from the scabbard, Dokgo Pa immediately attacks him in a leap. The opponent's swords cross and their faces come face to face. The youth retreats, holding the sword in front of him, and blocks the blows raining down on him. The instructor, watching them from the roof, thinks, energetic troublemakers, no doubt about it. Increasing the pressure, Dokgo Pa thinks, everyone knows that rest on the first day of entry is the time to establish hierarchy in the Hall of Demonic Arts. However, in practice, this rarely happens. He came just in case and now understands it was not in vain. The instructor asks Ilmok to himself, so what is he going to do now? 9 swords Dokgo at a fairly high level, even his opponent admits. And if the guy only defends, he will definitely lose. He mentally calls on the 8th young lord to show his true strength. At this time, Ilmok strikes his sword at the opponent and he is forced to defend himself, covering with the blade. A look of boredom appears on the boy's face. His opponent is not such a monster as he thought. Going on the offensive, Ilmok thinks he was worried that during the duel his level might rise and side effects would start. Easily dodging the opponent's strike, the boy decides since the vice first is at such a level, there is nothing to worry about. Clenching the sword hilt in his sweaty hand, Ilmok thinks he needs to finish quickly and finally go wash up. He feels he is all sticky with sweat and he won't endure it any longer. At this moment, Dokgo Pa lets out a loud, desperate scream. Ilmok knocks the weapon out of his hands, and the opponent's sword plunges into the ground behind the boy. In the next moment, Ilmok's foot flies into the opponent's chest. Dokgo Pa falls to the ground for a long time, and the boy's leg again crashes down on his chest. The tip of Ilmok's sword sticks into the ground near the opponent's ear. The boy, whose face darkened and aura turned crimson, looming over the fallen Dokgo Pa, wonders maybe kill him. A scream brings Ilmok back to his senses. Young master. An excited girl who witnessed their clash approaches the boy and exclaims, this is truly incredible skill. Ilmok recognizes her. The girl continues speaking as befits a disciple of the Supreme. The boy pulls the sword out of the ground. To Dokgo Pa, who closed his eyes to avoid seeing his own shame, comes the girl's voice, so easy to defeat the elder grandson of the Dokgo family. Ilmok replies, well, thank you. Dokgo Pa jumps up and storms away, shouting, just wait. The girl and the boy, not expecting such swiftness from him, watch him go. The girl introduces herself, says her name is Chu So-en. Ilmok glances at her without much enthusiasm and sluggishly says, ah, yes. Ilmok asks here it's not necessary to speak respectfully, right? The girl stubbornly shouts, but she wants to. The instructor, who is still watching them from the roof, thinks, fortunately, he did not have to intervene. He regrets that this time he did not see the full power of the 8th young master. Looking at the sullen boy and the cheerfully chirping girl, the instructor thinks that Ilmok needs a stronger opponent. The boy quickly walks across the yard, but Chu So-en does not fall behind him. Ilmok mentally persuades himself, calm down, calm down. He thinks that he just overstrained himself because of the recent sparring. The boy tells himself, is it normal to want to kill a person just because of a few drops of sweat? He looks at his trembling hand. Ilmok quickens his pace. He decided that if he rests, everything will pass. Chu So-en looks at him admiringly and rushes after him. Throwing an unfriendly glance at her, Ilmok asks, how much longer is she going to cling to him? The girl exclaims. Finally, the young master looked her way. Chu So-en declares she has already decided to become his servant. Wherever he goes, she will gladly follow him. Ilmak asks who decided that. The boy says he doesn't need that, so she should stop getting underfoot. He walks forward decisively, but the girl, who fell to the ground, firmly grabs his leg and shouts, "Please." Ilmak angrily shouts that he may be the Supreme's student, but isn't she overdoing it with the flattery? What will people think if they see this? Getting up from the ground, Chu So-en replies it's all fine. She is not interested in men like him anyway. Ilmak, looking at her, thinks what nonsense is this? The girl adds more precisely, alongside being his servant. Carefully examining the marks on her palms so as not to look Ilmak in the eyes, she admits that she wants to become Lady Chin-heen's younger sister. Chu So-en is bombarding the boy with questions: what food she likes, what colors, what she dislikes. She begged Ilmak to tell her everything. The boy is angry and thinks she is almost no different from the crazies in the Gurian sect. The boy, closing his eyes, tries to control his anger. He thinks, why do only psychos cling to Chin-heen? Evening came, followed by night. Chin-heen sits on a mat opposite a woman with short light hair. Chin-heen says so she understood that she was still far from even serving the youngest lord himself, not to mention the lord of 10,000 demons. In response, the interlocutor says, 1 year, long if measured as long and short if measured as short. Squad Commander Dambin, Pavilion of the Silver Shadow, adds, it is good that during this time Chin-heen has understood something for herself. She says that only by knowing your flaws can you fill them. May she always strive to become better. The girl replies that she will remember. The squad commander, lowering his head, sighs heavily. Descending from the elevation on which she was sitting, the woman invites Chin-heen to follow her. Throwing a glance over her shoulder at the girl, the woman says, from today she, the squad commander, will personally take charge of her training. She orders Chin-heen, who has just slightly risen from her seat, to chase after her with all her might. The girl is clearly shocked by her words. Chin-heen says that he will obey her, not sparing his own life. Lowering her foot from the elevation, she thinks that during those 2 years while the young master is absent, while he fully devotes himself to training, she will not stop either. Approaching Commander Dambin, the girl mentally promises Ilmoku that she will by no means disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Hekin Sina, Madame Changhua stands, clutching a folding fan in her hand. She watches as Sina, with a strike of her hand wrapped in a radiant aura, splits a thick log in half. A piece of the log rolls across the floor toward Madame Changhua. The woman tells the girl that it is enough for today, let her go rest. Sina, folding her hands in a traditional gesture and slightly bowing her head, replies yes, she understands. The woman watches as the girl heads toward the exit. Madame Changhua closes her eyes and covers the lower part of her face with the fan. Her voice reaches Sina. By the way, her movements were good today. The girl throws a surprised glance over her shoulder at her mother. The woman speaks to the girl, who has turned to her, standing face to face. If she continues to keep up the same spirit, she will achieve good results. Completely hiding her face behind an open fan, Mrs. Changhua says let her continue to work just as diligently. The girl, glowing with joy, thanks her mother. After the incident with the 8th young master, a wind of change swept through the street. As he said, they decided to trust Sina and unlock her potential. The girl clearly rejoices at these changes. The woman, hiding her face behind the fan, thinks, since the young master went to the demonic academy and there are no signs of chi distortion, she has no doubt they are on the right path. But Mrs. Changhua, awkwardly hiding her face from the joyfully exultant girl, thinks that it is not easy to change human nature so abruptly. Sina takes out a key that she had hidden in the inner secret pocket of her outfit. The girl opens the desk drawer. Reaching her hand inside, she asks for forgiveness for being late. Her mother suddenly joined the conversation. Taking out a rag doll, Sina asks he missed it right. She presses the doll to herself, calling it her brother Ilmak. The doll really looks remarkably like the boy. Running her finger through its hair, Sina says she was worried they wouldn't finish before he went to the demonic academy. She recalls the moment when Chin-heen pulled her away from Ilmak. She managed to snatch a lock of his hair and then secretly hide it in the secret pocket. Sina says she is really glad they managed to recover so much then. She admits that she was very nervous, afraid that Chin-heen might notice something. Sina raises the doll to her face, touches it with her nose, and says, for now, the doll is enough for her, but next time it won't be so. She promises to make sure that no one can take him away from her. At that moment, a boy walking down the corridor wearing only pants shivers in the moonlight and wraps himself up. He is surprised. Could it be that he was in the bathroom too long? The instructor says that classes at the Demonic Academy are divided into Class A and Class B first. Students are distributed based on the entrance exam results, and then depending on subsequent tests, the classes are constantly reformatted. He explains, even if you start in Class A, you can drop down and finish in Class B, so don't be lazy. The students lined up before him respond, yes. The boy, standing like everyone else with his hands behind his back, thinks, Chu So-en in Class B, well, at least it will be easier for her there. Ilmok thinks that now he is first in the ranking, and Dak-go-pa, glancing at the young boy warming up, sees he is second. At this level, there is no need to fear that in 2 years he will catch up with him. The boy decides to live for his own pleasure, and before graduation he will push himself even harder. The instructor watches as the smiling boy raises his fist in a celebratory gesture before him. A bloody smile appears on Chu Il-hwan's lips. The instructor's voice reaches the boy, who freezes in surprise. He is sparring with the instructor's assistant. Ilmok and Dak-go-pa look incredibly surprised. Dak-go-pa bursts out in an angry shout, aren't they supposed to spar with each other like cadets? The young man physically feels a burst of rage tearing from the instructor. Even his legs buckle. The instructor shifts his gaze to the boy's shining eyes, full of inner energy, and asks, does he have any complaints too? Ilmok replies, none at all. Ilmok stands opposite the assistant instructor. The boy, rolling his eyes, thinks, even if he is singled out, there is little joy in it. He springs from his place and simultaneously draws his sword from its sheath, deciding to test the ground first. The opponent rushes towards him. The assistant instructor blocks Ilmok's strike. Their swords clash. The boy realizes he is facing a strong opponent. They continue exchanging blows. Ilmok thinks that his opponent is on par with Chin Heen. If he gives his all, the fight will be quite good. The boy raises a question, isn't this wasteful? He wants to use only 50% of his strength now, but right before graduating from the academy, he will show everything. He thinks if the plan works. At that moment, the sword knocked from his hands flies into the air. Flipping in the air, the sword falls and sticks its tip into the ground. Ilmok sits on the ground and the assistant instructor points his sword at him. The boy thinks, even if he is just fooling around here, from the side it will seem that he has become twice as strong. The cadets watching the fight converse among themselves. One says, as expected from the supreme student. The other replies, could it be that even they can't reach that level? Dak-go-pa pronounces he expected more. The instructor nods as if confirming, the fight is over. The recent opponent extends his hand to the boy and helps him up. Chu Il-hwan, approaching them, says to Ilmok, instructor, impressive, to hold out so long against the assistant instructor. The instructor, grabbing Ilmok's hand, says that he is gripping the wrist too tightly. A displeased grimace appears on the boy's face. Smiling, Chu Il-hwan adds, let him relax his wrist a little. This annoys the boy incredibly. The instructor continues to hold his hand in his own. Ilmok thinks, could it be that he is hiding behind training to satisfy his personal interests? Chu Il-hwan releases his hand and turns away, saying, all right, next. The young man glances at him with ill intent, rubbing his wrist. The instructor says next is Dak-go-pa, and then, meanwhile, he thinks, ah, how funny. Looking at the cadets standing before him, he continues to ponder that even during sparring with the assistant, the boy manages to hide his strength. So what is going on in his head? The instructor thinks he would gladly open his skull and look inside. The boy, pale with coldness, sits on the bench and does not understand why he is trembling again. Ilmok, drenched in sweat, adjusts the cuffs of his jacket. Walking through the yard, he asks himself in thought, could he have played so roughly because it was the first day? He is all sticky with sweat. The boy thinks it is still too early, but he must go to the bathroom immediately. The lads standing nearby, noticing him, quietly whisper among themselves. A call reaches him, young Master Ilmok. The cadets approach him. One of the young men says he saw his sparring and it really impressed him. It's hard to believe that such a level can be in a person their age. The young man politely thanks him. Ilmok asks to forgive him and quickly leaves, leaving the surprised cadets to watch him go. The young man who started the conversation catches up with him and asks, where are you going, young sir? Ilmok briefly replies, to the bathroom. The cadets are surprised to the bathroom, now, just like that, suddenly. The young man says to Ilmoku, all right, they can go together and at the same time strengthen friendly ties. The boy replies that there is no need for that. Ilmok scratches the nape of his neck and thinks that all this is starting to become a problem. The young man asks why has he been behaving like this from the very beginning. People find it unpleasant. He asks, is it really so disgusting for him to get along normally with comrades from the academy? Ilmak replies that this is not the point, he is just in a hurry. Hugging him, the boy shocked by his own behavior, the young man squeezes his neck with his hand and asks, then what is his problem? Ilmak sharply waves his hand and shouts for him to get off him. Silence hangs in the air. Ilmak stands opposite 3 cadets. On the cheek of the young man whom the boy touched with his hand, a bleeding scratch is visible. The cadets surround him. One of them asks, isn't he being too arrogant? Ilmak, terrified, covers his nose with both hands and mentally pleads for them not to come near him. He smells bad afterward. A voice from the young man reaches him. Did you really have to trample on their pride like that? But Ilmak cannot focus on anything. He only sees a sweat stain spreading under the young man's armpits. A cadet with sweat running down his neck says, even if he is a supreme student, that's already too much arrogance. The 3rd cadet, spitting and choking on sweat, says, if he keeps acting like that, he'll regret it. Ilmak's eyes, still covering his nose with both hands, are flooded with the glow of inner energy. His patience snaps like a taut string. Veins swell on the boy's cheeks. Ilmak asks, so what will they do? The young man who started the conversation clarifies, so he consciously decided to behave exactly like that. He says that then they have no choice but to have a little talk with him somewhere in secret. Ilmak, rushing forward, says wonderful. He also does not mind their conversation. The cadets watch him with surprised looks. The boy stops and looks back at them. In a not at all kind voice, he asks them to follow him. His aura turns red. Ilmak, stretching his shoulder, asks the young man to forgive him for accidentally scratching his cheek. The guy, pulling out a piece as white as snow, adds he said he was in a hurry. Spreading the cloth on the barrel, Ilmak sits on it, continuing to talk about how hard it is for him to live with this side effect. The fight took place somewhere in the corner of the yard where they keep firewood, sand, and other materials for household needs. His opponents lie before him in picturesque poses. Ilmak asks the cadets why do they complicate his life above all else. He skeptically looks at the young men lying before him and realizes he is unlikely to get an answer. To the boy who is getting up from the ground and trembling all over after Ilmak scratched his cheek, an order comes from the young man, water. Seeing that the young man does not understand him, Ilmak slaps him to bring him to his senses, saying that he dirtied his hands because of them, so they should bring water. After a few minutes, water is poured onto the boy's hands. The young man pours water from the jug onto Ilmak's hands. The guy says that he places great importance on cleanliness and hygiene. That's why he washes so often. Wiping his hands with a snow-white piece of cloth, he adds, in general, he hopes that nothing like today's incident will happen again. The cadets, bowing at the waist, respond in unison, yes, they all understood. They will be more careful from now on. Ilmak says, ah yes, they probably understand themselves. His words make the young men become alert. The boy says, about what happened today, not a word to anyone understood. Paling, the cadets quickly nod their heads as a sign of agreement. A woman whose figure is hidden by a cloak with a hood so that only her face with blue eyes and a strand of light hair falling on her forehead is visible, asks, why do they have such faces? Did they fight? A cadet whose cheek Ilmak scratched replies with a broad smile that they just overdid it on the first day. He assures the instructor they did not fight at all. His comrades with bruises and scratches on their faces nod in unison, confirming his words. The instructor, sighing, says, as already announced, from today private duels between students are forbidden. If you don't want to be expelled from the academy, be sensible. In response, a united shout rings out, yes. The instructor says that in that case, they will continue the lessons. She pulls off the cloak and a dazzling blonde beauty appears before the cadets. The woman introduces herself and says that she is Instructor Yulni and is responsible for non-combat training. She adds that after graduating from the demonic academy, they will perform a variety of tasks, and among them will be those where combat skills alone are not enough. Yulni continues to speak camps, raids, camouflage, trail, and everything else. Now is the time to master the skills needed in such special situations. The woman informs the cadets that today they will start with the simplest, the art of concealment using a cloak. She says that first they should provide a cloak of such a shape. Ilmak, who is watching her actions and clutching the same cloak in his hand, widens his eyes in amazement. The guy thinks, wow, so it's secrecy. If you figure it out properly, can you then slack off even more brazenly? Ilmak, with a premonitory smile, decides that it is probably worth making some effort for a warm place in the future. He does not notice the girl Nirbish is hiding behind a fan and watching him. The girl is clearly interested in the boy and constantly glances at him over the fan. Closer to evening, Ilmak, folding his cloak, thinks, the lesson is over, I need to eat first. He is forced to look back by the question, oh, he is coming right now, yes. Two female students stand before him. The girl who was watching him earlier asks, if he does not mind, can they go with him? The girl is called, her name is Ban Myhwa, and her friend is Heen. Her companion exclaims, hello. The boy thinks with annoyance that he didn't even manage to respond. Ilmak thinks that the side effect is not raging right now, so it just needs to be brushed off. It seems he will have to play along. He folds his hands in a traditional gesture, bows his head, and says his name, saying he is glad to meet. Then they walk together. Ban Myhwa says they heard a lot about how the heavenly demon found himself an outstanding junior disciple. Heen adds, the whole academy is already full of rumors. Ilmak replies he is praised so much that he doesn't even know where to go. When they already sit at the table, set with dishes, the boy learns. Ban Myhwa's father is the commander of the Red Demon Squad, and Heen's father is the commander of the White Dragon Squad. Ilmak, smiling diligently, says, it seems their fathers are truly outstanding people. Trying to be nice, he grumbles to himself discontentedly, oh, what an inconvenience. Seeing the girls sitting opposite, Ilmak catches the thought, how much longer must they exchange these pointless pleasantries? He understands they too have run out of reasons to talk, but they sit, they suffer. He wants only one thing, for the girls to finally understand that all three of them feel uneasy here. Ban Myhwa asks, which stanza from the doctrine of the sacred cult does he like the most? The girl cheerfully declares that she has one which she always remembers. Ilmak's body shakes with a nervous, trembling shiver. With his left hand, he holds his right, trying to control himself, and in his voice he says, well, of course, he remembers all the lines, but the very one, that especially resonates. In his thoughts, he commands himself, no. Ilmak persuades himself she won't like it, don't do this, don't. Ban Myhwa noticed something wrong and says worriedly, young master. The boy jumps up from the chair and stretches his hand across the table to the girl. Only one thought beats in his head, I want to touch. His fingers are about to touch the cheek of the confused Ban Myhwa. Suddenly the door leaves open wide. Chu So-en appears in the doorway, exclaims, ah, here is the young master. Ilmak freezes with his hand outstretched. The boy with a happy smile runs up to Chu So-en and grabbing her by the shoulders says she is very timely. The girl is surprised by such a warm reception. Ilmak hurries to introduce the girl to Ban Myhwa and Heen. Chu So-en uncertainly says, hello. The boy runs away headlong, apologizing on the run to Ban Myhwa for trying to touch her without permission, and shouting that he has an urgent matter he suddenly remembered, blurts out, he has to go. Chu So-en looks after him confused, not understanding what is happening. Ilmak, hidden in the night darkness, stops and catches his breath, leaning his hands on his knees. Wiping sweat from his face with his hand, the boy asks why did the side effect flare up so suddenly, and most importantly, why exactly. Meanwhile, Heen asks her friend who has hidden her face behind a fan, is she okay? The answer, yes. Ban Myhwa folds the fan and with a joyful smile says, it seems the young master understands beauty. Ilmak thinks just then, so Ban Myhwa's eyelashes move differently. That is the problem, and he still has to cross paths with her for at least 2 more years. The boy thinks, what if he hints to her about eyelid straightening surgery? She would probably explode with anger, definitely explode. In the dormitory, the boy is awaited by stubborn challenges to a fight from Dokgo P. In class, praises and terrifying looks from Chu Il-hwan. Between lessons, endless chatter from Chu So-en about Jin Heen. And the cherry on the cake, Ban Myhwa, who doesn't miss a single moment to say at least a few words to him. The girl coquettishly looks at him over the fan, but Ilmak cannot take his eyes off the various folds on her eyelids. The angry boy covers his face with his palms. Who would have thought that the Hall of Demonic Arts would turn out to be such a hole? In the Pungam Pavilion, he at least had joy to see Sina, but here there isn't even a tiny respite. He thinks that of all, the most headache, of course, is caused by Ban Myhwa. Ilmak, recalling the girl, decides, if you categorize everything, the others are just annoying and creepy. But as soon as he looks at her face, he has to gather all his willpower so that she doesn't go awry. At that moment, the girl's voice calling reaches him, young master, and Ilmak himself is now in the gazebo behind her. Covering his face with his hand, the boy thinks with annoyance, why does she still keep reaching for him all the time? Ilmak jumped over the gazebo railing. The young man flies into the abyss, and in his thoughts he already calls Ban Myhwa, let her finally leave him alone. Ilmak, jumping from boulder to boulder, crosses the waterfall. Then he climbs onto a cliff and sees some structures. Ilmak looks at them in surprise. He did not know there was a pavilion in such a wilderness. He thinks in any case, perfect. Finally, he can catch his breath in silence. Here some guy notices. Ahead, with his back to him, stands a man in a cloak with a hood. The stranger takes 3 arrows in his hands. He aims the bow at the target and draws the string. The stranger releases the string, and 3 arrows tear forward. All 3 arrows hit right in the center of the target. The archer exhales few. He looks at the target standing on a stone ledge at quite a long distance. Ilmak, who has approached the archer, claps his hands and exclaims, "Oh, oh, oh." The latter crouches in surprise and frowns. Looking back, he asks the guy fearfully, "Who is that?" Ilmak is a bit embarrassed. He thinks it was just an exclamation, but the reaction is so radical. The guy says his name and says he remembers the archer, the one from their stream. He tries to recall what his name was. Removing his hood, the fragile young man, almost a boy with short hair, hoarsely mumbles something incomprehensible and does not hurry to give his name. Finally, he shyly says that his name is Chon Hyan. Ilmak says that they are classmates, so the boy does not have to speak to him so formally. Chon Hyan replies that he is more used to it that way. Scratching the back of his head, the boy thinks it's hard to believe that there are such beaten people in the demonic cult. Is this also a side effect of demonic techniques? Ilmak believes that something else is more important. It would be good to buy a little more time before returning. Looking at the arrows that pass through the target with such force that cracks appeared in it, Ilmak says his archery is impressive. Hitting 3 targets at once from 50 meters. The boy exclaims he saw that. Chon Hyan says that the boy overpraised him. It's just a cowardly, cheap trick, unworthy of a member of the divine cult. Ilmak disagrees with him. He tells him not to say that. The boy adds that he is actually terribly jealous of his bow. Pressing his eyelids and shedding a tear, he wonders in his thoughts why, when he chose a demonic technique, was there no archery. The boy imagines shooting a bow while sitting in the bushes, while others fight with swords. He sighs. If only he had learned the bow, he wouldn't have to rush in the front rows and wave a sword. Ilmak thinks sadly, if he switches now, the side effect will most likely just double. The guy says to Jiang Hyan, "Overall, don't belittle your art. Don't they study demonic techniques to take down scoundrels who torture ordinary people?" He adds, when it comes to putting down villains, who cares whether it's a deep technique or a cheap trick? The young man's hands, drawing the bow, noticeably tremble. Patting Jiang Hyan on the back so hard that he hiccups, Ilmak joyfully declares, "Archery is a wonderful martial art, so let him not be dull." The man leans forward and anxiously looks into Jiang Hyan's face. Meanwhile, Ban Myhwa calls the young master Ilmak. Walking alongside her friend, the girl says strange, because she definitely saw him going this way. Heen asks, why is Myhwa looking for him? She adds, isn't it obvious that he's not very interested? Ban Myhwa replies with a smile, "Ah, let him stop." The girl says that the young master is just incredibly shy. It's obvious he can't even look her properly in the eyes, right? But since he's already head over heels in love with her, let Heen just imagine how the poor guy is going crazy with feelings. Waving the fan decisively, she adds, "So." Ban Myhwa, winking, tells her friend that she has no choice but to make the first move, right? Heen, delighted with her cleverness, exclaims, "Ah, so it turns out the friend is just sparing him." She is touched. All there Myhwa is in this. A beautiful face, yes, but behind it is a golden heart. Ban Myhwa, listening to her friend's praise, thinks, although honestly her intentions are not entirely innocent. Opening the fan, she reflects that the youngest young master, about whom the whole cult is buzzing, is definitely a good match. But a slight smile glides over the girl's lips as she thinks that she does not give away her love so easily. Walking beside her friend, she considers what a naive young master he is, and how she might have fun with him. Heen, looking around, asks, was there such a place in the Hall of Demonic Arts? Ban Myhwa replies yes, but it does not seem that the young master would choose such a wasteland. The girl decides that probably she should return. They squeeze around the corner and see Ilmak bent over the archer lying on the ground, his body trembling. Chon Hyan looks bad. His face has turned pale to bluish, his eyes rolled back, drops of sweat stream down his cheeks, and a thin trickle of saliva flows from the corner of his mouth. Ilmak looks at the girls fearfully. From Ban Myhwa's lips escapes an embarrassed young master. Pale and exhausted, Chon Hyan lies in bed with his eyes closed, trembling and choking with sweat. Instructor Yulni stands by the bed and carefully examines his face. The woman stands for a few moments, then turns and heads to the door. In the corridor, Ilmak, Heen, and Ban Myhwa are waiting for her. Holding the door behind her, the woman says that the condition of student Chan Hyen has stabilized. Cadets breathe a sigh of relief. The instructor explains that it was only a temporary attack. He will soon come to his senses, so they shouldn't worry too much. Yulni asks, do they know anything about the martial art of student Jian Hen? Ilmak replies that he hasn't heard anything special. The woman says that the technique mastered by student Jian is called the Divine Bow of the Phantom Spirit. It is a martial art focused on long-range sniper shooting. Yulia says that one of the side effects is pathological sensitivity to the approach of people, so they should be careful when approaching him. The girls respond that they understand, and Ilmak thinks, so essentially he just has social anxiety. The boy concludes it turns out he behaved rudely unintentionally, and he decides he will need to properly apologize when they meet again. Ilmak is sitting in the dining hall. Just as he picked up an appetizing piece with chopsticks, he hears the voice of Ban Myhwa. She says she didn't expect to see the young master there as well. The girl standing by the table holding a plate asks what was the young master doing there. The guy replies that he was looking for a quiet place to practice stealth and accidentally scared Jian Hen. Ban Myhwa puts the plate on the table and pulls out a chair to sit opposite Ilmak. She says, if he is training stealth, then a crowded place would probably suit him better, wouldn't it? Trying to smile, Ilmak replies that he personally feels more comfortable in silence. Squinting, the boy thinks that it's all because of her. He gets angry and one thought spins in his head. Why does the girl always sit opposite? When he looks her straight in the face, his mind completely drifts away. Sweat pours down Ilmoka like rain. He thinks about how to completely remove that face from his sight. Maybe arrange an accident during the duel and force her to have plastic surgery, or he tries to find other options to solve this problem. From the tension, even several small blood vessels in his eyeballs burst. Heen, who is approaching, carefully carries a full plate in her hands. She asks her friend, did you sit right opposite the young master today? Ban Myhwa, who does not like Heen's words very much, replies, ah, yes. Ban Myhwa angrily thinks what does and today mean. With a dissatisfied expression, she folds her arms across her chest and sinks into thought. If Heen speaks like that, it seems as if she herself is chasing after the young lord. Isn't that so? But she is simply concerned about the young lord who, no matter how you look at it, cares about her. The frightened girl opens her eyes wide. Stop. What is this chill down her spine? It can't be. Ban Myhwa suggests that this might be a side effect of her demonic technique, excessive narcissism. Staring at the plate, the girl continues to ponder. She has all this time only thought that everyone likes her. But what if it is just an imposed side effect, a delusion? What if the young gentleman is actually avoiding her because he does not like her, and she is convincing herself that he is just shy? If so, cheeks of Ban Myhwa are reddening. She thinks with horror, this is a disgrace. While Heen heads to the chair, the girl keeps winding herself. Yupo know what to do. What if this is really just her crazy fantasy? Ban Myhwa turns her head aside in surprise. Both she and Heen look at Ilmak with surprise, who took a seat at the table to the left of the girl. The boy says that, in his opinion, Ban Myhwa looks even more beautiful from the side than from the front. He adds, sure, if she of course doesn't mind, and he still sits down next to him. Ban Myhwa looks at him in surprise. The girl gets up from the chair and exclaims joyfully, she will fulfill such a wish 1,000 times, she thinks, I knew it. Heen says to her friend, probably the young gentleman also duly appreciated Myhwa's beauty, and proudly replies that Heen just voiced the obvious. Ban Myhwa sincerely rejoices, thinking that she worried for nothing. The fact that she is beautiful is self-evident. Ilmak, who is still sitting at the table, watches the girls who are giggling. Ban Myhwa now carefully turns sideways to him, and the boy thinks, as expected, it's better this way when she doesn't show her face directly in front of him. If everything was decided so simply, it was necessary to talk about it earlier. Ilmak is pleased with himself. A slight smile slides across his lips as he thinks it seems that for some time one cannot worry about chi distortion. The next day, Ilmak walks through the hollow where he encountered the archer yesterday. Stopping, he turns his head back and forth. The boy loudly calls Jiang Hyun and asks, is he here? A voice sounds behind his back. Was he calling? The young man even flinches from surprise. Chan Hyen, once again draped in a cloak, asks with such a miserable look, what does Ilmak want from him? The boy replies that he came to apologize for yesterday. He asks to forgive him for that incident. Chon Hyun exclaims no, then who is he, if not him? He pulls the hood over his forehead and says that he should apologize for looking so helpless. Ilmok, smiling kindly, says that Chon Hyun did not do it on purpose, so there is nothing to apologize for. The shy archer, looking away to the side, says, the young master also acted not out of malice, right? He believes that Ilmok has nothing to apologize for. For a few moments they stand silently facing each other. The boy looks at the young man who is hunched and wrapped in a cloak. He looks quite pitiful. Ilmok asks, by the way, Chon Hyun's concealment is top-notch, right? After all, he didn't even notice the young man was here until he responded himself. The boy asks his interlocutor if it's not difficult for him, maybe he could demonstrate his abilities once more. Chon Hyun replies, well, if he insists that much. The figure of the archer blurs before the astonished Ilmok's eyes, becoming indistinct and almost transparent. The boy twitches in surprise. What is this concealment? Looking at the ghostly silhouette, the boy thinks, has this technique always been like this? The person literally dissolves before his eyes. Even the instructor was not at this level. Ilmok concludes that in terms of concealment, Chon Hyun is the best in the entire demonic academy. At that moment, the archer's figure regains clear outlines and he breathes out with relief. The boy does not hide his excitement and exclaims that this is truly impressive. He asks to be taught this stealth technique. Chon Hyun asks confusedly, is it him? Ilmok realizes he has overstepped and immediately adds, if it is too troublesome, he can refuse. He assures that he does not want to waste Chon Hyun's time. The archer says uncertainly no. Pulling the hood over his forehead, he says, if the young master does not mind. Ilmok rejoices happily and shows the gesture yes with his hand. He exclaims triumphantly, wonderful. The boy thinks and the two of them will capture the wasteland while training stealth, two birds with one shot. Ilmok, approaching the interlocutor, declares that he would like to start right now. Noticing that the archer's body twitches with a slight tremor, he asks Chon Hyun. The archer, adjusting his hood and stepping back, says no, he just. Summoning courage, Chon Hyun says he does not think he should teach Ilmok from such a close distance. The young man thinks, with this person there will be plenty of trouble in every sense. Chon Hyun watches as fragments of dark fabric flicker in the air before him, and right before his eyes appears a semi-transparent silhouette of a person in a cloak. Ilmok, whose figure has now taken clear shape, removes the hood from his head and asks, so how was it this time? Chon Hyun says that this time he performed simply excellently. It's hard to believe that this is only a month of progress. Ilmok says that he is still far from being a student of Chon Hyun, and in hiding, he is the best in the academy. The boy thinks that about a month has passed since he started learning to hide from Chon Hyun. During this time, much around him has changed, so the environment has become much calmer. Ban Myhwi no longer owls his face right under his nose. But Chu So-en and Dak Go-pa, once they learn to disappear into corners, or maybe they just know how to go into the shadows. Falling onto a wide wooden bench, Ilmok thinks. Instructor Chu Il-hwan's smile is full of deep meaning, and the problem remains the same. But a smile alone is not enough to make him give up sweet idleness. The guy tells Chon Hyun that he has trained conscientiously, now he can rest. He adds that the young man doesn't need to pay attention to him. Let him mind his own business. Chon Hyun replies that he understands and at the same time thinks, as expected from the young master, so relaxed. The young man stands for a few more moments, immersed in thought. Looking at Ilmok's peaceful face lying with closed eyes and seemingly already asleep, Chon Hyun thinks, surely he is already perfectly ready for the trial. The students lined up in two ranks on the clearing in front of the instructor. Chu Il-hwan says that today they have a test to check what progress they have made over the last month. He announces that the exam will take place immediately for classes A and B. He will divide them into groups. Upon hearing their name, they should follow the assistant instructor. Ilmok vaguely remembered that something like this test was mentioned somewhere, but against the backdrop of a sweet life, it all conveniently flew out of his head. Everyone disperses, but the boy remains standing in place and thinks it's not like he missed something important, so his actual level should be enough. The instructor tells Ilmok that he is going with him. Chu Il-hwan, whom the boy follows, says that he balanced the groups by level so they shouldn't complain about their partners. Ilmok replies that he understood everything. He thinks since the instructor had to discuss this in advance, how did he form them at all? Chu Il-hwan stops and Chilmok cannot hide his surprise. Chu So-en happily says she had no idea she would end up in the same group with the young gentleman. She asks him to take care of her. Folding his hands in the traditional greeting gesture, the boy replies that he also counts on her support. He thinks that now the picture has become clearer. Behind the girl, Jiang Hyen peeks out and, embarrassedly looking away, asks not to forget about him either. Ilmok thinks that Chu So-en and Jiang Hyen are now languishing somewhere at the very bottom of Class B. It seems that he, the firstborn of the stream, was simply thrown as a load to balance the group. His gaze stops on another cadet. He remembers this student. He was among the 3 boys who tried to befriend him, and later he laid them out in the household yard. The young man says that he will be glad to cooperate with him. Ilmok asks, so his name is Choi Yoon, right? The young man is a little embarrassed and surprised that he remembered his name. The instructor's voice reaches the young man. Have they already introduced themselves? Chu Il-hwan clenches the scroll in his hands and says that then he will explain the rules of the trial. He also shows a map saying that on this mountain, on the peak Tihan, 10 wooden tokens are hidden. 5 of them are randomly marked on the map. Showing a round token with a star, the instructor says that their goal is to collect as many tokens as possible within 4 shichen. Il-hwan asks any questions. Ilmok raises his hand and says that he has a question. The young man asks, is fighting forbidden in this exam? The instructor replies, this is a competition within the trial. They are still comrades. Chu Il-hwan tells the students standing before him, so if someone kills or seriously injures a comrade, the punishment will be appropriate. The instructor, turning to leave, throws over his shoulder, they will see each other in 4 shichen. He immediately disappears as if dissolved into the air. Ilmok thoughtfully looks over his team. He suggests starting from the nearest point. Soon this group of 4 carefully examines the bushes. Chu So-en, raising his hand above his head in which he clutches a token, shouts, found it. Showing Ilmok to him, she asks where next, and eagerly suggests taking everything before anyone beats them to it. The boy asks her to behave more calmly. Ilmok asks Jiang Hen, who stands behind, how much time has passed since the start of the exam. He replies about half an hour. The boy thinks aloud, only about 10 tokens. Finding them is not that hard and there are plenty of students. That means, Choi-un finishes his thought that soon all the tokens will be in someone's hands. The young man continues speaking, and groups with few or no tokens won't sit quietly and pick their noses. They conclude that fights will start soon. Chu So-en reminds, fighting is forbidden. Ilmok replies, let him remember what instructor Chu Il-hwan said exactly. The girl recalls how the instructor says so if someone kills or seriously injures. Chu So-en says, he never directly said that fighting is not allowed. Ilmok says, and the outer slope of Tihan Peak is surrounded by a formation. Officially so students don't get lost, but under their conditions it's more like, no escaping from fights anywhere. Putting it all together, one can say this exam was specially designed to pit students against each other. Choi-un asks then what should they do? They are also under threat, they have only 1 token. Ilmok answers he thinks they will do just that. Chu So-en stands hands behind his head. Behind him is Choi-un, whose appearance radiates dissatisfaction. The young man reflects he thought Ilmok had a brilliant plan, but he is just making them bait. He does not understand why 2 from Class B were not used. Why was he, a student from Class A, involved? Feeling someone's presence behind his back, he grabs his sword. Clenching the weapon in his hand, Choi-un tells the girl to get ready. Chu So-en immediately grabs a spear. The girl says she knows perfectly well what he is thinking. At that moment, a student attacks her in a leap, clutching a sword in her hand. Hesh strikes, landing right in front of her, but Chu So-en manages to deflect the attack with the spear. Chu So-en asks with a smile, oh, are fights not forbidden in this exam? The attacking student replies, naive, that's why her grades are so miserable. Rushing at Chu So-en again, the rival says let her not be afraid, she will only be pressed a little. Chu So-en takes the blow, shielding herself with the spear. The girl is already barely holding back the rival's pressure, and one thought spins anxiously in her head. Why hasn't the young master's reinforcements arrived yet? Glancing at her partner, she thinks that even Choi-un is barely coping against 2. Drawing the spear towards the opponent, Chu So-en realizes a simple truth. There are 4 people in each group. If 2 are occupied with Choi-un and 1 stands right in front of her, then the last one. The opponent deflects her strike with such force that sparks fly to the sides from the collision of the metal tip and the sword. The cadet strikes the spear flat with her sword, directing its tip into the ground. Then she shouts loudly, now. And immediately Chu So-en, leaping into attack, is cut off from the side by another opponent. She raises her sword above her head, intending to bring it down on the girl's head. The attacking student, already anticipating victory, shouts, "Got you." And right then a skillfully released arrow knocks the attacker to the ground. Almost losing consciousness from pain, the student whispers, "What was that?" She realizes it was an arrow. Its flat tip is designed to stun the opponent but not to wound. The student thinks it can't be. They checked within a radius of 45 meters. There was no one. Could they have shot from an even greater distance? Chong Hyun had taken position in a tall tree and hidden in its crown. The girl tries to understand from what distance they hit them, and the archer remains frozen, clutching the bow in his hand. Chong Hyun's hand reaches for the quiver of arrows hanging behind his back. Taking one, he draws the bowstring again. The young archer really does not want to disappoint Ilmak. He thinks that the young master gave him such a difficult task because he believes in him, and that means he cannot afford to make a mistake. The student he targeted is shielding herself from arrows with a sword. She cuts another arrow in two, but Jeon Hyun does not give up and continues shooting. The cadet enraged shouts, "Enough," and that means. Pushing off with her foot, she dashes forward, but Ilmak intercepts her and asks, "What does this mean?" With the edge of his palm, he strikes her neck. The student falls to the ground, and the sword falls from her hands. Chu So-en exclaims joyfully, "Young master." Her rival throws a wary glance over her shoulder. Ilmak jumps up and attacks Chu So-en's opponent. He delivers a crushing blow with his hand, knocking the student off her feet. She falls to the ground, drawing the attention of her two comrades who are fighting Choi-un. All three freeze and look with surprise at what is happening. Ilmak, wiping sweat from his face, grumbles discontentedly, "And I didn't want to sweat like this." He asks the cadets who are still standing, "Well, will they continue?" He apologizes in advance, but it will only get worse for them. The young men throw their swords to the ground, preferring to surrender. Ilmak, crossing his arms on his chest, smiles contentedly. He thanks the opponents for the wise decision. Behind the cadets appear Ko-un and Chu So-en with ropes in their hands. Soon, 4 opponents of Ilmak's team sit on the ground back to back, tied by their hands and feet. The boy sitting in front of them shows 2 tokens and says he will gladly take 2 coins from them. He hides the tokens in a secret pocket on his chest. Ilmak smiles contentedly, already 3 out of 10. With this number, no one else will say he was slacking all the time. He thinks maybe, just in case, get 5. Chu So-en, turned on, suggests quickly gathering the rest of the tokens in this rush. Ilmak says, regarding this, first he wants to say something. The girl asks what exactly. At this time, Jeong Hyun also joins them. The archer, looking around, says uncertainly, "This smell." Ilmak says it seems the student Jeong Hyun also sensed it. The young man reports while the student Ko-un and student Chu So-en were luring the opponents, he found some traces. He also points to bloody feathers on a bush and says, "It seems someone nearby is preparing lunch." Ilmak casts a meaningful look at the team in response. They look at him confused. The young man suggests they join quietly. A hand holds a piece of meat skewered on a stick over the campfire. A voice is heard, asking the commander why did he act that way then. Dalgo P shifts his gaze from the meat to the young man standing right in front of him, clutching a spear in his hand. The young man with a cut on his cheek says, "Honestly, doesn't young Master Ilmak go beyond everything?" He asks if he really wanted to strike the young master, wouldn't it have been easier to accept the alliance proposal? Dalgo P, staring gloomily into the fire, replies there is some truth in that. But he again shifts his gaze to the young man before him and adds, what if Ban My Hwa was going to stab him in the back? He says the girl hasn't left Ilmak's side for almost a month, and now she even suggests attacking him together. There is a high probability that behind the scenes she has already swayed him to her side. Dalgo P adds, and that Ilmak, tearing a piece of meat with his teeth, he says the boy is an enemy he must defeat on his own. He declares that he does not need anyone else's help. His interlocutor believes that the latter is due to personal motives. Holding his head with his hand, he mentally dismisses the question. Could Ban My Hwa have swayed Ilmak? If so, they would have been taken out the very second they met her. Glancing at Dalgo P chewing meat, the young man thinks. On one hand, judging by how he twists everything in his head, you wouldn't say he's a fool, but what to call it, naivety or still stupidity. Dalgo P by this time has completely eaten the meat and looks at the stick with regret. He asks the young man, those 2 from the squad who went for food, haven't they been gone too long? The young man replies that he will go check now. The boy turns around and walks on, gloomily thinking, the commander has been found. They called him commander, and he already imagines something incomprehensible about himself. He mentally adds, don't whine about being hungry. The youth freezes, encountering Chu So-en. For a few moments he looks at the smiling girl. The youth finally realizes the danger that suddenly emerges right before him. Chu So-en's spear and the youth cross blades. The alarmed Dokgo-pa jumps out from the boulder and asks, what is that noise? The youth shouts in response, they attacked, be careful. Just as he grabs the sword hilt with his hand, he says, so they even attack people over food. He meets his attacker Choi-un with a sword strike. The swords of Dokgo-pa and Choi-un intersect, and Choi-un clearly holds himself uncertainly against such a strong opponent. Dokgo-pa, smiling unpleasantly, says what? He's weaker than he thought, is that all he's capable of? The oppressive pressure of his sword, Choi-un says, it can't be. He turns aside, dodging the blow, and throws that anyone has a trump card hidden up their sleeve. A blunt-tipped arrow hits Dokgo-pa right in the forehead. Chon Hyun, who released the arrow, looks very confused and upset. He realizes he did not intentionally aim straight at the head. The young man thinks that the tips are, of course, training ones, so he will not be seriously hurt, but Chon Hyun understands if he had hit a vital spot, he could have killed him. Dokgo-pa is still standing, bent backward. His hand reaches for the arrow that is stuck in his forehead. Tearing out the arrow, Dokgo-pa screams fiercely. Did he think this would put him to rest? The aura around him explodes red. He screams, wiping sweat from Choi-woon's face with his hand. Is this his secret card? Just laughable. Clenching the arrow in his hand, Dokgo-pa can only clang it. He harasses this little rat from behind. The young man clenches his fist harder, breaking the arrow. Dokgo-pa rushes at Choi-woon and shouts, let him not dare to underestimate Dokgo-pa of the 9 swords of Dogo. Ilmok, which grew behind his back, slashes its sword down on his head. The boy watches as Dokgo-pa falls face down to the ground. Ilmok says that he never underestimated him, so he shouldn't worry. The boy looks at the fallen opponent with surprise and adds, and this is after catching an arrow from Jeong-hen with his head, yet he still remained alive and well. Ilmok thinks that's why he pressed him harder. He hopes that everything will be fine with Dokgo-pa. His gaze stops on Chu So-en, who triumphantly waves a spear thrown over her head at him. The girl places her foot on the back of the motionless youth and shouts that they have already taken everyone down here too. The ground around her feet is covered with arrows. Ilmok asks, were there any problems? Chu So-en replies with such precise support, everything went smoothly. Choi-un says that thanks to the young lord, they won almost effortlessly. Ilmok responds firmly, they haven't cleared everyone out yet, so they can't relax. The boy's attention is caught by a faint voice addressing him, young lord. Jeong-hen appears before Ilmok, clutching a bow in his hand. The archer says it seems the others from Dokgo-pa's team have already fled. He adds, judging by the tracks they left in the rush, they probably sensed from afar everything is going against them and ran away. Jeong-hen asks, should we chase after them? Showing 3 tokens, Ilmok replies, let them leave them. They have already taken the tokens, the scum don't care. Hiding the trophies in a secret pocket, the boy adds that first they need to deal with them with the most important ones. He asks how do they think, why did they first move against the Dokgo-pa team? And then he answers himself, to steal food from another team so as not to waste energy on their own supplies, right? The girl says oh, so that's it. Ilmok says if they keep dragging it out they will fall behind the others, so right now the most important thing for them is. The boy says with a smile, to eat. On the board lying on the ground, someone's hands pour out a couple of fly agarics, an apple, and several berries. Behind Ilmok, Jeong-hyun appears and reports that he has already set traps around the perimeter. The boy replies, good job. The young man adds and also, he shows the carcasses of a rabbit and a pheasant. Ilmok exclaims joyfully, oh, wonderful. Taking the trophies, he says that 1 portion of food from Dokgo-pa would not have been enough for them. He really helped them out. Jeong-hyun asks, so the others also went to search for food. Ilmok nods at Chu So-en and Choi-woon, who are standing by the campfire and have poured their trophies onto the board and says, why not ask them directly? The sun is setting toward the horizon. The boy is sitting on a boulder near the campfire, and next to him the girl has just sat down on the ground. Choi-woon settled a little further away on another boulder. Jeong-hyun settled even further away from the whole group. Ilmok thinks that right now he only has 6 tokens in his hands. If they just hold their position, first place is guaranteed for them. His thoughts are interrupted by Chu So-en. She says, so, about Lady Chin-heen. The boy does not listen to her. Yawning, he thinks that there is still a little time left until the end of the trial, so it's not worth wasting it, better to save what they have. Ilmok, looking sleepy, asks the girl, by the way, why is she so obsessed with Lady Chin? Ju So-en throws a surprised look at him. Suddenly the girl jumps up and, grabbing Ilmok by the shoulders, joyfully exclaims, finally, he asked. The boy gloomily thinks that he shouldn't have done that. Pressing her palm to her chest and closing her eyes, Ju So-en begins the story. She says that her father is one of the shadows of the pavilion of the secret guard, so from time to time she had to visit the pavilion. She tells that it was there she saw the impeccably beautiful Lady Chin-heen. Folding her hands in front of her as if in prayer, the girl enthusiastically continues the story, and when she learned from what poor conditions this lady started, yet still managed to become the second strongest in the academy, it pierced her to the depths of her soul. Looking at her, the boy thinks, simply put, she is a fan of someone else's success. Choi-un says that, as he understood, this is their Chin-heen, a woman. Ju So-en slowly turns her head to him and asks, so what does that mean? For a few seconds, a ringing silence hangs over the clearing. In the blink of an eye, the girl is next to Choi-un. She brings her face close to his and says, then it turns out that Choi's student is not a fan of the heavenly demon. The boy shouts, what does she think she's allowed to say such blasphemy? Ju So-en steps away from him and an admiring, dreamy expression flashes on her face again. Closing her eyes and raising her face to the sky, the girl says, so that's what she's about. Everyone bows before the Lord of 10,000 demons. Her feelings toward Lady Chin-heen are somewhat weaker, but essentially it is also reverence. She adds that because of this, her goal is to become second in the academy, like Lady Chin. Ilmok, approaching Choi-un and supportively squeezing the clearly confused youth's shoulder, says that there's no need to rack one's brains so much to understand her. Shyly hiding her face in her palm, the girl says, and in the end. Then, holding her cheeks to hide the blush, she joyfully exclaims that she will become the servant of young Master Ilmok and enjoy the sweet senior-junior relationship with Lady Chin-heen. Now it's Ilmok's turn to be surprised. He asks since when did he agree to this. Ju So-en, whose eyes welled up with tears, immediately runs up to the boy and, tugging at his sleeve, begs, please. Although you wouldn't say so by looking at her, she is actually quite capable. Ilmok replies, she herself is aiming not for first place but for second. What kind of high competence can we even talk about here? The girl, shaking him by the shoulders, says, well, it's obvious. The young master will be first, so second place is out of her reach. Second place is almost the same level as the first. Doesn't that attract him? Ilmok replies, all right. He promises to positively consider her question, just let her get off him. At that moment, something suddenly catches Chong-hen's attention. He hears the warning bells ringing, and that means someone has caught on to the thread. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet and peers into the forest thicket. Someone is coming. Chong-hen says there are 5 of them and immediately corrects himself. No, 6. The people approaching move so fast that it is impossible to make them out. Ilmok immediately gives the order to the archer to take his position, the rest to battle. Chong-hen replies, yes, and immediately disappears to the opposite side from the approaching people. The girl and Chhwe-un take up their weapons. Only now Ilmok realizes there are 6 expected opponents, not 4 as there should be. He is gnawed by the thought, could they have allied with someone? The boy assumes that 2 who escaped from the Dakgopa group joined some team. Ilmoka's hand reaches for the sword hilt. He did not want to draw either, cannot stand getting dirty with blood, but since they are so brazenly coming themselves, he has no choice. Taking a fighting stance and raising his weapon before him, the boy thinks, well, it's been a long time since he really gave his all. And then a surprised expression appears on Ilmok's face. Wait, this is... The boy looks at the person who appeared before him in surprise. A voice reaches him, ordering him to pull himself together. Folding the fan and raising it instructively, Ban Mhwa says, she will not spare him just because he is distracted by her beauty. 3 students from Ban Mhwa's group stand before Choi-woon and Ju So-en. All cadets grip their weapons, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Ban Mhwa says, yes, they really have managed to get used to each other, but he is very mistaken if he thinks she will give him leniency because of that. Choi-woon exclaims, separately they are stronger. He adds, if the young master can hold 3 including Ban Mhwa, then they will have a chance. The young man throws a questioning glance at Ilmok, waiting for an answer. To his surprise, he sees the body of the boy standing with his back to him, trembling. To Ilmok, so curious about controlling his overly unruly energy and side effects, his voice reaches young master. Ban Mhwa looks intently at the boy and smiles with satisfaction. Everything is just as she thought. While behind Ilmok the students clash in battle, he stands his whole body shaking. The girl thinks he is so nervous from just her appearance that he cannot even fight. She has also prepared an alliance with other groups just in case, but Ban Myhwa concludes that she has overestimated everything. She clenches her hand into a fist and gives a signal. Right behind her, movement begins. Two more figures not visible, only a swift shifting is sensed appear from the forest. From Ilmok's side comes a desperate cry, "Young master." The boy is attacked from both sides by sword-wielding students. He parries the sword strikes and covers himself with the scabbard. Ban Myhwa, who is watching the fight, says with a smile that she also doesn't really want to hit the young master. She suggests let him just kindly give up the tokens and they will retreat. Don't waste your strength in vain, make a sensible decision. Ilmok's body still trembles from the shaking. The boy rages in his mind, he can't focus in the fight because of her face. Ilmok understands if he starts swinging the sword on pure instinct, he will definitely kill her. In his thoughts, he even lives through this moment and sees the fan stained with her blood. The boy immediately deflects the attacks of two opponents. He decides that standing still is not an option, and in a leap rushes towards Ban Myhwa. Pointing the sword at her, he thinks, if only to bypass the vital points. The girl smiles and looks him straight in the eyes, not doubting that he won't dare to touch her. Ban Myhwa slightly tilts her head and Ilmok lands behind her back. A barely noticeable smile appears on the girl's lips. She throws over her shoulder that shooting at the neck so openly is not worth it. It will cause a fatal wound, that's disqualification. Doesn't he remember? Grinding his teeth angrily, Ilmok thinks that he really can't kill her no matter how much he wants to. He asks himself, what to do? Is there another way out? Meanwhile, Chuso-en successfully repels Heen's attacks. Ilmok, retreating, finds himself with his back to the girl. Chuso-en, worried, asks what's wrong with him. She asks him to show them his true power already. She confusedly repeats young master, and Ilmok at this moment strains all his wits, searching for another way out. He comes to the conclusion he has no other choice but to kill her. Chuso-en is worried about his condition. Drops of sweat run down her face. The girl, clutching a spear in her hands, rushes forward. In response, the rival's voice sounds, "Where is she going?" Heen adds, the girl's opponent is her. Chonhyeon draws the bowstring and shoots an arrow straight at the target. Between Chuso-en and the ground, arrows shot by him stick in. She clearly did not expect this and looks frightened. Heen shouts to Ban Myhwa, "Watch out." Meanwhile, Ban Myhwa opens a fan and, using it as a weapon, attacks Ilmok. Ban Myhwa still continues to smile, but her friend's scream makes her wary. At this moment, Chuso-en, running at full speed, crashes into her and with her weight presses her into the ground. Ban Myhwa tries to free herself, but she can't succeed. Chuso-en, pressing her to the ground, shouts to Ilmok that she will hold this girl. Looking at the confused and frozen Ilmok, she says to the young master, "Take advantage of this moment and deal with the others." The corners of the boy's lips drop down, and drops of sweat stream abundantly down his face. Ilmok decisively hides the sword in its sheath. Heen mockingly hisses through her teeth, "He will deal with them." Standing behind the backs of two sword-armed students, she asks, does he think they will just stand and watch? She adds, no matter how strong he is, he cannot defeat them all together. Like mist, she glides between the three students. Among them is Heen. Ilmok stops far behind the backs of the girl and her companions. At first they freeze in confusion, then their bodies shudder and they collapse to the ground. The boy still stands, not looking back, clutching the sheath in his hand. The three students behind him are sprawled on the ground. Choi-un and his opponent stop fighting and look fearfully at the boy and the students lying on the ground. Without looking at the opponent, Chhwe-un delivers a devastating punch to his face, knocking him off his feet. The young man suddenly jumps forward, shouting while running, "Ilmok, is he okay?" The boy warns by extending his hand forward and says for him not to come closer. He holds the sword with both hands in front of him, the tip pointing down. His eyes are closed, and a light blue haze of energy swirls around his body. Chhwe-un freezes in confusion, watching the blue streams of energy circle around the boy's body. Behind him, Jeong-hyeon lands. The archer, looking at Ilmok, cannot believe it. Could it be that he just understood everything from this fight? Looking at the boy who is slicing with the sword, he thinks, as expected from the Supreme's disciple, even his growth impulse is of some other level. Meanwhile, Ilmok slices the air with his sword, performing incredible somersaults. He stops and draws a circle around himself with the sword, as if fighting an invisible opponent. The boy's face looks tired and tears appear in the corners of his eyes. As expected from the Supreme's disciple, even his growth impulse is of some other level. The next day after the first trial, in the Pavilion of Demonic Art, Instructor Chu Il-hwan, sitting at a table on which a book lies, twists a scroll in his hands. Ilmok silently stands before him. The instructor, having lost his usual friendliness, raises a heavy gaze at him and asks, does Cadet Ilmok know why he called him? The boy makes a guess to report the exam results. Chu Il-hwan exhales and a slight smile again slides across his lips. He says correct, so let the boy relax. Ilmok mentally asks, could the instructor really think he can relax? Stretching his lips into an insincere smile, the boy thinks, how can you relax here? He is alone in a room with a person who daily undresses him with his gaze. Looking at Chu Il-hwan, who, as always, smiles radiantly, Ilmok mentally advises him, if you want him to relax, stop staring at him so intently. The instructor says he has seen the results. They are impressive, quite worthy of a supreme student. Chu Il-hwan adds, however, his fight with the student Ban Manhwa puzzled him a bit. It was clear, Ilmok was very nervous. He asks, so was there any special reason for that? He looks away to the side. The boy replies that Ban Manhwa turned out to be much more thorough than he thought. Ilmok thinks, all because he wanted to kill her but couldn't. You can't say the same, right? The boy continues speaking. She fought honorably as expected from the daughter of a noble family. Moreover, the fan was unusual weaponry for him, so he observed for a long time. Chu Il-hwan snorts skeptically. He thinks all these explanations are dog nonsense. Chu Il-hwan knows perfectly well, Ilmok's skills alone are enough to single-handedly defeat the entire Ban Manhwa team. He is gnawed by the thought, why is the boy lying to him? Suddenly, the instructor is struck by an epiphany. Wait a minute, did Ilmok just say daughter of a noble family? A smile slides across Chu Il-hwan's lips as he thinks, what if the boy is only pretending to be a martyr to gain trust from influential clans? Then he is already laying the foundation for his own faction. Pressing his forehead against the intertwined fingers of his hands on which he leaned against the table, and hiding his face, Chu Il-hwan thinks that, as expected, the supreme student's character is completely different. Ilmok is struck by the thirst for blood emanating from the instructor. In his thoughts, he asks himself, and why is he suddenly smiling? The boy's eyes widen as a suspicion covers him. Could it be? His face is covered with moist sweat. Recalling Chu Il-hwan's behavior, sometimes grabbing his hand, sometimes gasping and breathing on the back of his neck, he thinks, honestly, until now he considered it just a joke. He doubted there was any truth in it and did not want to accept this reality. But now there is no escaping it. All the puzzle pieces have come together in his head. When the boy watches the instructor raise his gaze to the ceiling and lick his upper lip with his tongue, he decides, the side effect of this man is definitely sodomy. Ilmok swallows hard. His saliva suddenly becomes viscous. He does not know what caused it, but he is sure Chu Il-hwan's target is definitely him, and if he does not strike first. Folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the fist of the other, Ilmok shouts, instructor. Squinting, feeling as if he is jumping off a cliff into icy water, the boy asks for forgiveness and adds that he likes only women. In his thoughts, he shouts that he will not give up his honor without a fight. Silence reigns in the office. Ilmok stands with his head bowed while Chu Il-hwan looks at him in surprise. From the instructor's lips suddenly flies an overly surprised and serious what? Chu Il-hwan, who has completely different thoughts in his head, thinks, so he means, all the daughters of noble families. Meanwhile, in the Yulni room, the instructor, unrolling a scroll, says that she really did well. The woman adds sniper support, trophies, and replenishment of provisions. She carried everything herself. Jiang Haiyan, in whom Ilmok did not recognize the girl, is clearly touched by her words. Yulni says that she perfectly realized her strengths. Jiang Haiyan replies that it is all thanks to the young master Ilmok. Sitting at the table, Yulni sighs. She says that the leadership of the student Ilmok was excellent, but wasn't it her own skills that made it all possible? Jiang Haiyan bows her head, and a light blush flashes on her cheeks. Yulnitz also lowers her head and exhales heavily again. The instructor asks, what will Jiang Haiyan do if she suddenly finds herself not on the same team as the student Ilmok? Then he raises his head and asks in surprise, what does she mean? Yulia explains, there is no guarantee that they will always remain on the same team. The instructor says next time she might be placed with those who don't even know she exists, and then there will be no help from the student Ilmok. What will she do in that case? Chon Hyun, trembling all over, bends even lower. Shifting from foot to foot and still trembling, Chon Hyun, choking with sweat, says then she. She says that she will tell her teammates about her strengths herself. Yulni gets up from the table. She sneaks up behind Chon Hyun while she continues to say that they will make a plan together. The instructor's hand snatches the bandages hidden under Chon Hyun's clothes. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She lowers her gaze to her magnificent chest, freed by Yulni from the bandages. The instructor, sighing for the second time, repeatedly asks, "Isn't it hard for her to breathe in that bandage?" Chon Hyun, lowering his head deeply, answers embarrassedly, but if she doesn't do this, then in many ways her life will become too inconvenient. She imagines running and jumping with breasts of that size. Yulni replies understood, and then hands the bandages to Chon Hyun. Walking away to the table, Yulni says that they will finish here. Let her go rest. Chon Hyun, bowing in the traditional way, thanks the instructor. Yulia silently watches as the office door closes behind her. The instructor asks a question: what should she do with this child? She thinks about the side effects of her own demonic technique, excessive empathy, and inability to refuse. Therefore, she deliberately remains cold so as not to succumb to these side effects. The woman reflects, how can she help Chon Hyun? She shakes her head, trying to drive away intrusive thoughts, and tells herself that, as an instructor responsible for all students, she cannot single one out. She orders herself to pull herself together. Meanwhile, Chon Hyun, having gone to her favorite wasteland, taps the ground with a stick and draws something. She traces circles in the dust with a twig, clearly lost in thought. Chon Hyun says to not be on the same team as the young master. With horror, she thinks this means she will have to actively communicate with new people herself. The girl vividly imagines how it all happens and how she shamefully faints trying to say her name. Chon Hyun desperately shakes her head, trying to drive away these thoughts. She thinks, no, better to die than to go through this. She decides that no matter what, she must be on the same team as the young master. At this moment, footsteps are heard behind her. Ilmak appears behind her. He says, Chon Hyun is here again. The girl is clearly frightened. She suddenly jumps up and turns to face the boy. As always, the cloak hides her figure. Ilmak says he called her from afar on purpose. The boy asks, is he really so confused within himself? The girl, stammering heavily, replies, not at all, and asks for forgiveness. Ilmak says there is nothing to apologize for. Much more important, how did the conversation go? The girl trembles all over, clearly bewildered and in despair, then answers, the instructor said everything is fine. Looking at Chon Hyun, whom he still considers a teenage boy, Ilmak realizes he feels worse now than ever. His thought maybe leave him alone. Chon Hyun exclaims, young master. The boy is surprised. What is it? Taking a step towards him, the girl says in a trembling voice, from this day. Chon Hyun begs Ilmak, please let him stay with her forever. She pleads, looking the boy straight in the eyes. A stern shout rings out, today's children have no shame at all. Ilmak and Chon Hyun simultaneously turn their heads toward the source of this stern shout. A man approaches them nearby, throws his sword into the scabbard on his shoulder, and says he was going to share the insights he gained during the expedition. He adds, and they are playing love in the sacred demonic academy. Chon Hyun looks frightened, and Ilmak does not understand at all love. The man standing before them sternly gazes into their faces. He says that he must personally train them. The term of study at the demonic academy is only 2 years. In the first year, they undergo any basic training, and in the second, based on it, they begin practice. During practice, cadets move between different divisions of the demonic cult and perform tasks related to each of them for about a month. Ilmak stands opposite a tall young man who has thrown a sword of impressive size over his shoulder. With an evil smile, the freshman asks the guy, is the junior dissatisfied with something? Ilmak understands that this is someone from the senior course just returned from practice. He glances at the shocked Chon Hyun and thinks, saw 2 guys, so he decided that this. Ilmak believes that the demonic cult is much more advanced than he thought, but he still does not intend to tolerate misunderstandings about what he likes. Looking at the senior, clearly hostile, the boy thinks that from his appearance you would not say, he will politely listen to explanations. Ilmak exhales, accepting the inevitable decision of the conflict. Overcoming the inviting gesture with his hand, the boy says, enough chatter, let him attack already. He decides, all right, he will try to finish the fight quickly. The young man replies with wicked joy that the junior is wittier than he thought. Raising the sword before him, the senior student says if the boy wins, he will pretend he saw nothing. Throwing the scabbard away and swiftly attacking Ilmak, he adds, but if he wins, the boy will face a special mental training. Ilmak, standing in anticipation, holds the sword and thinks that the opponent, carefully feinting as the senior, is approaching precisely because of this. The swords clash and sparks fly. The boy adds to himself, although there is only 1 year difference between them. Ilmak is impressed clearly. The senior is indeed senior. Glancing at the wide grin of the senior student, the boy thinks that he tried to break through against him, but nothing came of it. The opponent continues to attack Ilmak, and so he has to retreat. Outwardly, he resembles the boy Dokgo P, but he understands this is a completely different person. Dodging a blow, Ilmak thinks that his opponent is stronger and that his connections are honed to the limit. He feels that the young man emits the same vibration as the assistant instructor. The boy thinks the senior student is, of course, still far from the assistant's level, but his movements are too similar. Tossing the sword for a strike, the boy realizes he will have to do more than just dodge. Swinging the sword, he decides, it's time to give a worthy fight. The senior student exclaims, oh, then he is strong not only in dodges. Taking a fighting stance, the young man says, well then let him try to block this. They continue exchanging blows with incredible force and at maximum speed. Blow after blow lands, but Ilmak no longer tries to dodge or retreat. A self-satisfied smile shines on the senior student's face. Fun. He came here to consolidate the knowledge gained during practical training. But in the end, in his opinion, everything turns out much better. Continuing the fight, the young man thinks with excitement, how long has it been since he swung a sword like this? Ilmak takes a fighting stance and a light haze of energy trails from his sword. The young man's gaze is determined, without hesitation. The senior student, smiling even wider, realizes Ilmak is about to put an end to everything right now. Wonderful. Raising his sword above the boy, he mentally shouts, come on. Ilmak seems to dissolve into the air. The senior student, not yet realizing that his sword is cutting through emptiness, triumphs in his mind and vows to smash the young man with full force. But Ilmak is already behind him. A puzzled expression appears on the young man's face. In his head flashes, was the movement wrong? The senior student stands motionless. The tip of Ilmak's sword almost presses against his throat. The man, looking at him sternly, says, that's all. A reflection of sunlight plays on the tip of the sword. The youth's lips stretch into a wide smile, revealing 2 rows of strong teeth. The senior student laughs and Ilmak sheathes his sword. The young man exclaims he really was struck by the younger one. The guy replies, but the main thing is, since he has cooled down, let him hear his explanation. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the young man replies, yes, all sorts of things happen in youth. He swears to pretend he saw nothing. Retreating, the senior student says, the loser leaves without saying a word. The confused Ilmak shouts after him, but no, let him listen. His face contorts into an angry grimace. He asks, why do these scoundrels from the demonic cult never listen to anyone? Turning to Chonhen, the boy asks, is he okay? In response comes Hick. Chonhen replies, yes, everything is fine. Clenching her eyelids so tightly that it hurts, the girl orders herself not to tremble. She remembers how she asked him to stay with her, and with horror realizes how ambiguous that request might have sounded. Jian Haiyan thinks, I need to explain to him that she wanted to be in the same group with him. Lowering his head, Jian Haiyan says everything that was said before this. The boy asks, you meant that he wants to continue being in the same group with him, right? The girl is surprised. How did he guess? Ilmak says that this is not something he can decide alone, so he definitely will not promise. But he will try to talk to the instructors. Jian Haiyan, bowing deeply, thanks the young gentleman. The boy says that in that case he will probably go, and Jian Haiyan advises him to rest. The girl agrees and says goodbye, all the best. Ilmak walks away, and Jian Haiyan remains standing, watching him leave. Then the girl exhales heavily, and the sigh cuts through the silence. She turns away and says, it's good that there were no misunderstandings. Jian Haiyan walks to the pavilion. Sitting on the pavilion steps, she, leaning her elbows on her knees, lowers her head onto her intertwined fingers. Jian Haiyan says sadly, then why does my soul feel so empty? Black Tiger, the residence of senior students. Against the backdrop of the western sky stands a multi-tiered building. The senior student who fought with Ilmak is heading towards the dormitory entrance. A voice behind him sounds. He said he would lay out his new insights clearly. On a wooden canopy under which boxes stand, a blond young man sits, covering his face with a fan. The senior student, looking back, explains, there was already a guest at his usual training spot. The blond youth asks, guest, that is, one of the juniors, he says thoughtfully, unusual. Calling his interlocutor Mac Hoel, the blonde says it's amazing that he simply gave up his place to him. Mak Hoel, laughing, replies that actually he fought with him to get the spot back, but he honestly lost. Lazy indifference instantly flies off the blonde's face. He asks in surprise, lost. The young man thinks that his interlocutor holds the middle of the ranking. Even in Class A he has constant trouble with written exams, but by sheer strength he easily rolls into the top. A memory surfaces before his inner sight of how Mak Hoel with incredible ease defeated a huge tiger and cut off its head. The blonde woman, hiding her worried face behind a fan, thinks that Mak Hoel is not one to lose vigilance, nor one to spare anyone, yet the junior managed to defeat such a fighter. He asks, did Mak Hoel at least learn his name? He answers that he forgot to ask, but since he is so strong, surely his name is familiar to him. Footsteps are heard and a voice reaches them. Apparently it's him. The young man who approached says the very one everyone is gossiping about, the junior disciple of the Supreme. He asks, didn't rumors reach them during practice, all those tales about the genius of the junior disciple? The blonde replies, but isn't it only about brains there? His ideas about the school and healing were truly brilliant, but that's not proof of his combat strength. A classmate came closer and asks, what's the noise about? The young man answers, Mak Hoel says a monster has appeared among the juniors. Another senior student approaches and says, although if you think about it, the junior hasn't even spent a year here. The blonde replies, so he shouldn't have any chance of defeating Mak Hoel. Illogical. He loudly proclaims again, then, who the hell is this junior? One of the guys says that this year the elder grandson joined the Dokgo clan. Maybe it's him. Mak Hoel objects, but the junior he fought with relied on a fast and soft sword. In response, they hear, then it's definitely not the 9 swords of Dokgo. Their strength is in heavy strikes. Someone asks, if not Dokgo, then who? A cough is heard. The boy who first joined the conversation between the blonde and Mak Hoel, after waiting for everyone to look at him, says that standing here they won't figure anything out. He adds that he will bring an acquaintance, a junior. Night falls. Choi-un, bowing respectfully, greets the elders. He states his name and introduces himself. The blonde, sitting on a bench near a long table around which his friends stand, asks him to calm down. He says they didn't call him here to pressure him. They just want to ask a few questions. Choi-un replies, understood, senior. The blonde says he will introduce himself first. His name is Baekjin. He asks the young man if he has heard of him. Choi-un, still holding his hands in front of him folded in the traditional gesture of greeting and respect without raising his eyes, replies, of course. He is from the Baek family, one of the 5 great demonic houses, right? In his thoughts he whispers wickedly, got you. Choi-un heard that the Baek family has a second son, a real thug. Glancing at the young man sitting before him, the boy immediately understands. By age, this is him. Baekjin says, all right, let's get to the point. Who is the strongest among them? Choi-un feels relieved. Great. At least they are not interested in him. He thinks the rumors must have reached them through practice, if in their group someone is allowed to ask who is the strongest. Choi-un answers, the junior disciple of the Supreme, young Master AllMagic. The senior student who brought him here asks, but he has only been here a year, hasn't he? He is sure he is not confusing him with someone from the Dokgo clan. Choi-un replies that Dokgo Bay is also outstanding, but he says that young Master AllMagic is not just a genius, but a monster. The youth adds he knocks out everyone he considers weak, with one blow, but against stronger opponents he deliberately drags out the fight, as if squeezing every last drop of combat experience from the enemy. Suppressing the trembling that overtook him, Choi-un says, looking at this, you involuntarily wonder, is he even human or not? Baekjin's lips stretch into a smile. He says thoughtfully, so that's how it is. Choi-un feels uneasy when he sees the eyes of the senior students flooded with a reddish light of inner energy. One of the senior students smiles and says, it seems they got an overly curious junior. Mak Hoel replies that now he really wants to fight him. Baekjin asks, and what will they do tomorrow morning? Choi-un watches as 5 senior students, standing in a circle, throw their clenched fists into the air and shout in unison, a duel. The young man tries to understand in his thoughts, how did it all come to this? Grabbing his head, Choi-un thinks, bad, young Master AllMagic will definitely consider this inappropriate. He hopes the seniors won't tell where they got this information. In the morning, a worried expression appears on the faces of the junior students. They see a group of senior students led by Baekjin walking towards their residence. Mak Hoel shouts, here he is, the very same junior. He points with his finger at AllMagic, who is approaching the dormitory. The boy turns his head towards them and looks at the senior students with surprise. The one, baring his teeth fiercely, snarls and moves towards him clearly with ill intentions. Ilmok, cursing in his mind, asks himself, what kind of procession is this? Suddenly, between him and the senior students appears a strong tanned hand gripping a sword and a gentle hand holding an open fan. The frightened boy, who is facing problems, is covered by Dokgo P and Ban Myhwa. Dokgo P says not that he intends to defend Cadet Ilmok, but as a representative of the current intake, he cannot stand aside. He asks, why have the seniors come to the juniors' dormitory neither by day nor by star? Ban Myhwa, removing the fan from her face, says she does not agree that Dokgo is their representative, but agrees that such a crowd at the door will please few. The girl hopes that the seniors have a reason that they can accept. Baekjin, smiling, asks the juniors not to be so tense. He adds that they came only to have a small sparring with the junior Ilmok. At that moment, the boy clasps the head of Chi So-en, who is trying to protect the young master, and Jian Hyen cautiously peeks out from behind the stair railing. Ilmok, hearing the blonde's words, asks in surprise and points at himself with his finger with him. Baekjin, manneredly raising his hand to his forehead, answers yes. Yesterday he heard everything from Mak Hoel. He said the boy is incredibly strong. He adds, theatrically throws his hand over his head and at the same time throws back the unruly strands falling on his forehead, so, of course, shouldn't he compete with them too? Ilmok grabs his head. Closing his eyes, he thinks, their logic is crooked, as befits the people from the demonic cult. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have wriggled out by any means, just not to fight. Dokgo P whispers to him that it will be hard to handle everyone alone. He adds he will take part of the work upon himself. The boy replies, no need, he already has a plan. He calls the seniors to follow him, saying they will go ask the inspector to watch their sparring. In Chu Il-hwan's office, Ilmok, pointing at the seniors standing next to him, tells the inspector that the seniors are insulting him. The boy's faces, clearly not expecting such a turn, stretch out in surprise. The instructor, not quite understanding what is happening, cautiously asks, what? Chu Il-hwan looks at the cadet standing before his desk. Mak Hoel shouts, what does the younger Ilmok want to say by this? Pressing his palm to his chest. On the other side, Baekjin calls to the boy, bullying. They just wanted to challenge him to a duel. Ilmok responds by asking, is it right to come in a crowd like this and impose a fight? The boy shouts that he is a junior from another course. Everyone understands this is not a fair duel but bullying. The confused freshmen have nothing to answer. Ilmok falls to his knees before the instructor's desk. He says that the sacred cult values strength to cleanse the world of the weak. Ilmok asks, but why is it used to oppress the weak minority by the majority? Mak Hoel shouts, but this boy beat him yesterday. The young man adds he may be counted as a minority, but to call himself weak is too much. He does not think so. Ilmok mentally curses, damn it. Standing up and proudly straightening his back, he, without looking at anyone, says no matter what, the fact that they ganged up on him cannot be denied. Baekjin shouts, he says it's a misunderstanding. He insists that they never intended to fight altogether. The instructor sharply cuts him off, enough. Chu Il-hwan tells the cadets he understands why they came to him, but this is a matter he cannot decide alone. First, he needs to discuss everything with the other instructors before making a decision. The instructor tells them to disperse and each go to their own room. He watches the students leaving the office with his gaze. An anticipatory smile slides across Chu Il-hwan's face. He is confident that an interesting spectacle awaits them. With the onset of night, the instructors gathered around the table in the abbot's office. Hwi, stroking his beard, says that this is truly an unprecedented case. He utters this, the seniors crowd together to challenge the junior to a duel, and the junior complains to the instructor that he is being bullied. The deputy head of the demonic academy, Yu-jik, asks wouldn't the problem resolve itself if they simply refused to oversee the fight or forbade the seniors from approaching him. He turns to Chu Il-hwan. Since he managed to convene this meeting, it means he has another plan in mind. The response is that's right. Lowering his hand onto the table, the instructor adds, and for this, he needs the consent of instructor Cha Yunen. The senior instructor of the senior course, Cha Yunen, a woman with short dark hair, decisively crosses her arms over her chest and asks about her consent. She is interested what other senseless adventure has he planned this time. Chu Il-hwan replies, interesting. Where did she get the habit of declaring something nonsense without listening to the end? They drill each other with looks that throw lightning. Around the table, a red aura thickens. The abbot decisively declares, enough. Winking, filling with the red light of inner energy, Mghwi says, let both remember that they are at an official meeting. Chu Il-hwan, bowing his head in a respectful bow, apologizes to the head of the academy. Cha Yunen follows his example, adding that she will try to restrain herself. Mghwi exhales, and the red oppressive aura dissipates. The abbot addresses Chu Il-hwan and asks, what is his method? He replies that it is quite simple. The instructor explains they will hold an official sparring tournament between the seniors and juniors. Yu Hyuk objects and says for practicing demonic arts, a 1-year difference is an abyss. The conclusion is obvious. Is there any sense in this? Chu Il-hwan replies that, at the very least, it will definitely help the juniors. He adds, if they turn it into a regular tournament, then through such matches the juniors will gain not only insight but also a spirit of rivalry. The desire to surpass the seniors will make them train even harder. Chu Il-hwan says that this will also become a stimulus for the seniors. Cha Yunen is surprised by his words, a stimulus. The woman asks, does he mean that the junior can actually defeat the senior? Yu Jik clarifies the instructor is probably talking about that younger student. Chu Il-hwan replies exactly. Recently, Ilmok has been growing in strength alarmingly fast. He believes that this is enough to make the seniors feel threatened in case they really get surpassed. With a devilish smile, Chu Il-hwan says maybe it won't be hard for him to surpass this current batch of seniors. Chu Il-hwan and Cha Yunen lean slightly toward each other across the table that separates them. A smile shines on the man's face and a threat hides in the woman's eyes. The abbot, stroking his beard, watches him with a smile. He nods good. Let them continue their preparation. That day, Chu Il-hwan announces that in 5 days there will be an official sparring tournament with the senior students. Standing on the top step of the stairs in front of the cadets lined up below, the instructor adds, these seniors entered the academy a year earlier. This is a great opportunity to improve skills, so they should be grateful. Ilmok, listening to the instructor, thinks he suspected that something was being planned but did not expect it to unfold into a whole tournament. Raising his index finger, Chu Il-hwan says with a smile, the fights will be in a one-on-one format. Opponents will be matched according to each student's level. One fight, no repeats, so they should give their all. Ilmok thinks that at least he won't have to fight all at once. He decides to fight just enough to lose then with the assistant instructor. The instructor pauses. The boy lowers his head and exhales heavily. Chu Il-hwan says that in the previous exam, he already assigned grades to each of their levels. He ambiguously adds, therefore, so if someone tries to cheat in the match or loses by putting in just enough effort to lose. The boy swallows hard, his saliva suddenly thickening. The instructor says let them just know that a special punishment awaits them along with him. Ilmok imagines with horror the instructor's tongue sliding across his cheek. Streams of dark, heavy energy flow from Chu Il-hwan, who is looking at Ilmok. The boy looks away to the side. Dolgopa shouts, what is he talking about? Could there really be a warrior of the sacred cult who fights like that? He throws a greasy joke and laughs. Ban Mihwa rejoices, what a wonderful chance to see clearly. She adds that she will squeeze everything out of this opportunity to the last drop. Standing among those who rejoice, the boy classmate cannot find any decent censored words to express the feelings overwhelming him.